Chapter 1 How many 3 years are there in life? September in Xijing is terrifyingly hot. It's afternoon, and Zhou Xiang is standing on the playground holding a bouquet of roses. Yes, Zhou Xiang is going to confess his love today to his high school classmate Lin Yue, who he has liked for 3 years. Look! Someone's going to confess their love over there. Holy shit, he's going to confess on the first day of school. This guy's got some nerve. More and more people gathered to watch the spectacle. As for Zhou Xiang, he was more concerned about whether Lin Yue would accept his confession. After all, he had been wooing her for 3 years, and she had enjoyed his company for 3 years as well. He had once expressed his feelings for her in high school, but she had brushed him off, saying that her priority was her studies. Zhou Xiang had even given up the idea of going to school in another city for Lin Yue. Lin Yue, dressed in a white short skirt, appeared among the bustling crowd like a white lotus in full bloom, light as a feather. Zhou Xiang almost caught sight of her at once. Lin Yue walked with an elegant gait, unhurriedly approaching Jiang Yan. It has to be said that Lin Yue was really too beautiful and charming, as if the heavens had been especially kind, bestowing upon her all the features of a beautiful face. Looking at Lin Yue, who was gradually approaching, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but take a deep breath, then gathered his courage and took a small step forward. Yue, you're here? Zhou Xiang tried hard to make his voice sound calm and natural, but the slightly trembling ending still betrayed his inner nervousness. Lin Yue's expression remained as cold as usual, without the slightest ripple. Are you going to confess your love to me? Lin Yue's lips parted slightly, and the sound she made was also as cold as snow, without the slightest trace of emotion. Yes. Zhou Xiang nodded without hesitation, his eyes firm and burning. How long have you been chasing after me? Lin Yue continued to ask expressionlessly. 3 years. Zhou Xiang answered truthfully, and a feeling of bitterness welled up in his heart. These long 1,000-odd days and nights were filled with countless times of expectation, disappointment, and unwavering persistence. 3 years was neither long nor short. Zhou Xiang just wanted an answer today. After all, it had been a long time, and he was tired too. Zhou Xiang paused for a moment and continued, Yue, will you be my girlfriend? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yue still looked expressionless, as if none of this concerned her. A few seconds later, Lin Yue shook her head and said, No, Zhou Xiang, you're a good person, but we're not suitable for each other. But I think we should continue to be friends. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xiang's mouth curled up in a bitter, self-deprecating smile, and he muttered to himself, Friends? Do you think that's possible? Lin Yue, I like you and have been after you for 3 years, but from today onwards, I, Zhou Xiang, will no longer like you. After all, I am not that unbearable. His eyes revealed a kind of determination and firmness, as if bidding farewell to the obsessive self of the past. He then turned around and left, his back facing the crowd, lonely and despondent. However, Zhou Xiang found that apart from sadness, there was more of a sense of relief. After all, from now on, he and Lin Yue were like strangers. Lin Yue watched the back of Zhou Xiang as he left, and for some reason, her heart suddenly ached, as if she had lost something important. Zhou Xiang, who had left the playground, returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, his 3 roommates looked at him together. Shubo came up to him and asked with a smile, Xiangzi, how was it? Did the girl you like agree to your confession? Zhou Xiang looked at him and gave a bitter smile. No, he was rejected. Seeing this, Shubo patted his shoulder and comforted him. Hey, Xiangzi, don't be sad, we've only just started school, I'm sure you'll meet someone a million times better than her. Right, Xiangzi, you say you're so handsome, which girl wouldn't be moved when they look at you? She rejected you, which means she's blind and not worth your liking. The other roommate, Lu Ziheo, also came over. Xiangzi, why don't brother Hu introduce you to some of the older girls? Zhang Hu said. Facing the comfort of his 3 roommates, Zhou Xiang waved his hand, You don't have to comfort me, I've decided that from today onwards I will no longer like her. Really? Shubo looked unconvinced. It's even truer than gold. Guys, let's go for a beer tonight? Lu Ziheo suggested. Okay. Shubo and Lu Ziheo agreed. Then all 3 of them turned to Zhou Xiang, seeking his opinion. Zhou Xiang nodded, no problem. As the sun gradually set in the evening, a gorgeous sunset spread across the sky. The streets outside Xijing University were bustling with people, full of vitality and energy. The food street was especially lively, with the aromas of various cuisines filling the air and making people's mouths water. Zhou Xiang and the others walked into a barbecue restaurant that looked to be doing a good business. Zhou Xiang and the others walked into the restaurant and found an empty seat. The waiter enthusiastically handed over the menu and introduced the various specialty dishes. They ordered some signature kebabs, chicken wings, squid, etc., and also asked for 3 boxes of beer. This was the first time they had gathered in their dorm room. After all, today was the first day of school, and they would start military training tomorrow. Lu Zihao gazed at the calm, expressionless Zhou Xiang in front of him and sighed, "Xiangzi, you've been chasing her for 3 years. If she really liked you, she would have agreed to you a long time ago. Xiangzi, don't be unhappy, you're so handsome, you won't be unable to find someone who likes you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang tilted his head slightly and glanced at him, a bitter smile creeping to the corner of his mouth. "No, brother Hao, which eye of yours saw me unhappy? I already said I won't like her anymore." "Really not?" Zhang Hu asked from the side. "Really, I, Zhou Xiang, am not a fool. From now on, if I even look back at her once, I'll be a big idiot." Zhou Xiang answered decisively, his eyes revealing firmness and determination. Xu Bo took a sip of wine and sighed, "Alas! How many 3 years are there in life? Xiangzi, I won't say anything else, let's get drunk together." "Okay, cheers." Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together, making a crisp and pleasant sound, followed by a deep and emotional gulp. "Guys, military training starts tomorrow, how about we find Xiangzi some good-looking girls?" Xu Bo said with a lewd smile. "No problem. I guarantee that I will arrange it clearly." Lu Zihao and Zhang Hu promised solemnly. "Zhou Xiang, have you considered the feelings of the person involved?" "I haven't agreed yet." Chapter 2 My dear, let me spoil you today. At this time in the night market barbecue restaurant, Zhou Xiang and the others had already drunk 3 boxes of wine and could not drink anymore, and then they immediately started to brag. After a while, they started to brag. Seeing that it was getting late, they were about to pay the bill and leave. "Xiangzi, you still have military training tomorrow, let's go back quickly," Lu Zihao said with a red face. Lu Zihao was the type who got drunk easily, no matter how much he drank. "You guys go back first, I'll just take a stroll by myself." Zhou Xiang burped and looked at the others and spoke. "Are you okay by yourself?" Xu Bo asked with some unease. "Yes, Xiangzi, why don't we keep you company?" Zhang Hu said with concern. Hearing the concern of his 3 roommates warmed Zhou Xiang's heart, but he still declined their kindness. "Don't worry, I'll be back after I've had a little stroll. You guys go back first." The 3 of them nodded and left after hearing this. Zhou Xiang strolled alone on the bustling street, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. He came to a bridge, and the wind gently brushed Zhou Xiang's face, bringing a touch of coolness. Stopping in his tracks, he looked at the sparkling river below the bridge and couldn't help but think of the days when he used to get up early every morning in high school to deliver breakfast to Lin Yue. Back then, just because the other person said that she liked the breakfast at that place in Changnan, he would get up early every morning to run halfway across the city to buy breakfast for Lin Yue. Now that he thinks about it, Zhou Xiang feels that he was really stupid back then. All his love ended up getting him was a cold rejection. Zhou Xiang sighed and muttered to himself, "Zhou Xiang, let bygones be bygones. Maybe you'll meet someone better tomorrow." Zhou Xiang stood on the bridge for a while longer, then returned to school. Back in his dorm room, he heard the snoring of his 3 roommates and laughed. He then went into the bathroom, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhou Xiang was awakened by an alarm set in advance. Zhou Xiang opened his eyes drowsily, turned off the alarm, and looked at the time, exactly 7 o'clock. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang hurriedly got up. Seeing that the other 3 were still fast asleep, he directly took out his mobile phone, turned up the volume to the maximum, and put on some music. "Love till death do us part." The 3 people who were sleeping heard this moving music and one by one, they opened their eyes in confusion. "Damn, which son of a bitch put on this music?" Lu Zihao sat up and yelled. "Damn you, get up quickly, military training starts at 8 o'clock. As soon as the 3 heard about military training at 8 o'clock, they instantly woke up and hurriedly packed up. Seeing that they were all up, Zhou Xiang began to wash up. At 7:30 a.m., when the morning sun shone on the campus, the group had already finished washing up. After a hurried breakfast, they hurried to the playground without stopping. Before long, an instructor with a serious expression and a fierce look walked to the front of their group. He was burly and his sharp eyes made people feel awestruck. "Attention! At ease!" The instructor's voice was loud and powerful, as if it could penetrate the entire playground. Then he introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Feihu, and I will be your military training instructor from today onwards. As the instructor's words fell, there was an immediate round of applause from the ranks. However, the instructor's expression did not change at all, and he continued, "Stop. Look at you all looking listless, so let me refresh you." These words exploded like a bolt of thunder in the crowd, and a look of pain and helplessness instantly appeared on everyone's face. Immediately afterwards, Instructor Lu coldly shouted, "Everyone listen up, turn left, run, 1, 2, 1. Under the instructor's leadership, Zhou Xiang and their class began their grueling morning running training. They ran around the playground again and again, their clothes drenched in sweat, but no one dared to fall behind easily. After a few laps, Zhu Bo, who was next to Zhou Xiang, was already sweating profusely, and his whole body looked as if he had just come out of the sauna. Zhu Bo was originally fat, and this was only caused by the fact that he didn't exercise much. Damn, this instructor is also too damn animalistic. How many laps have we run, and is there still no rest allowed? Zhu Bo complained with a bitter face. Lu Zihao behind him teased, "You fat ass, I told you to eat less, but you kept on eating. Now you know you're sorry, don't you? Screw you, you're not any better than me, are you?" Zhu Bo's words directly silenced Lu Zihao, who was at a loss for words. Zhou Xiang saw the instructor coming over, and hurriedly spoke to the two of them, "Stop it, the instructor is coming." Finally, after running for half an hour, the instructor told everyone to stop and rest for 5 minutes in place. "Everyone, come and gather." 5 minutes later, with an order from Instructor Lu, everyone gathered together again. "Attention! At ease. First row, report the number of people. 1, 2, 3. The counting is complete." Instructor Lu counted the number of people and, after confirming that there were no mistakes, looked at the group in front of him and said sternly, "Are you all awake now?" "Yes." Everyone answered in unison as Instructor Lu's voice fell. "Very good. Now, you will stand in military position for 1 hour. If I see anyone slacking or fidgeting, I will add 10 minutes to your time." Although the students were complaining inside, they obediently stood in military position. Time passed by minute, and the sun gradually became warm, baking everyone into a sweat. But no one dared to move. Suddenly, Zhou Xiang faintly heard snoring coming from behind him, and took a quick peek when the instructor wasn't looking. Zhu Bo's eyes were closed, his mouth was watering, and his whole body was swaying, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. Holy cow, he fell asleep while standing, what a talent! But if the instructor found out, Zhu Bo would definitely get a beating. Zhou Xiang glanced in the direction of the instructor and saw that he was walking over. "I'm not going to help you, buddy, but I really can't help you. Good luck, Bo." In the blink of an eye, Instructor Lu had arrived in front of Zhu Bo, frowning as he stared at Zhu Bo, who was still asleep. In his sleep, Zhu Bo was wearing a yellow robe and was soaking in the bathtub, playing with a few scantily clad maidservants. Suddenly, Zhu Bo mumbled, "Hey, my dear, let me spoil you today." As soon as these words came out, Instructor Lu's face instantly turned black. The surrounding students wanted to laugh but dared not, and could only hold it in desperately, their shoulders shaking. Zhu Bo finally noticed something was wrong and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Instructor Lu's black face right in front of him, and was instantly scared out of sleepiness. "Zhu Bo, step out of line. Run 20 laps around the playground." Instructor Lu roared. Zhu Bo grimaced, but there was nothing he could do but resign himself to the task and start running. Looking at Zhu Bo's back, Zhou Xiang shook his head helplessly, secretly glad that he hadn't dozed off just then. Chapter 3 The cold-looking schoolflower brings milk tea. Time's up, everyone rest in place for half an hour. With an order from Instructor Lu, everyone instantly collapsed to the ground. Phew, I'm exhausted, this military training is really not for the average person. Lu Zihao spread his legs apart and lay on the lawn in a big C, muttering complaints under his breath. Just then, Jiang Hu suddenly exclaimed, "Holy shit, guys, there's a pretty girl." Lu Zihao immediately perked up upon hearing this, jumped up from the ground, and eagerly asked, "Where? Show me, quick." His eyes searched around, looking for the so-called pretty girl. Lu Zihao followed Jiang Hu's gaze, his eyes immediately lighting up, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, saying, "Wow, this girl is really damn good looking." Zhou Xiang, who was standing nearby, also looked up curiously when he heard Lu Zihao's words. At this glance, his eyes instantly became dull, his mouth slightly open, completely shocked by the beauty in front of him. So beautiful, it's almost unbelievable. The person who came was Jiang Fuyue, the cold and beautiful school flower at Shijing University. She was wearing a white dress, like a blooming lily, fresh and refined. The skirt fluttered in the wind, looking elegant and moving. Her long, slightly curly hair falls behind her like a waterfall, each strand shining with a charming luster. Her stunning face is like a work of art, and people can't help but marvel. It seems like enchanting the whole country doesn't quite do her beauty justice, because her beauty transcends the scope of language. Her eyes are as clear and bright as autumn water, containing endless tenderness and a hint of aloofness. Her face is already so perfect, and her figure is even better, with a concave and convex figure that is even more eye-catching. Such a stunning face is truly enviable by girls and crazy by boys. Wow! Isn't this Jiang Fuyue, the cold and aloof school flower of our junior year? Why is she at the freshman military training ground? Are you blind? Can't you see the milk tea in Jiang Fuyue's hands? She must be here to deliver milk tea. I don't believe it. Jiang is the famous cold and aloof school beauty of the school. It is said that she has never been in a relationship and is cold and indifferent to everyone. You're telling me she's here to deliver milk tea? Do you think I'll believe that? That's right. Then why is she carrying milk tea here to the freshman military training? Upon hearing this, everyone became intensely curious. What is the cold and aloof school beauty of the third year doing carrying milk tea to the freshman military training? For a moment, all the freshmen in military training started talking among themselves. Zhou Xiang looked at her for a few seconds before looking away, and couldn't help but sigh. She is worthy of being the school beauty. She is beautiful, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. But it's useless for her to be beautiful, it has nothing to do with him. Jiang Fuyue was walking among the crowd on the playground with a milk tea in her hand, constantly looking with her eyes, as if she was looking for someone. Jiang Fuyue kept walking in front of the military training team. Suddenly, it seemed that Jiang Fuyue had found the person she was looking for. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and then she started walking in that direction. Lu Zihao, who was standing nearby, secretly rejoiced when he saw Jiang Fuyue walking towards them. He beamed with pride and said narcissistically, "Guys, look, Jiang the school beauty is walking towards us. Do you think she's come here on purpose to find me? Maybe she's here to give me milk tea." As he spoke, he did not forget to tidy his hair and clothes, trying to look more handsome. However, Jiang Hu mercilessly hit him, teasing with a disgusted look, "You? Look at what kind of person you are, how could Jiang Xiuhua look at you? Don't you look at yourself in the mirror when you pee? Stop daydreaming." After saying that, Jiang Hu couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the others followed suit, laughing uproariously. Lu Zihao was a little embarrassed when Jiang Hu said that, but he still refuted with all his heart, "Humph, Jiang Hu, don't be jealous of me here, maybe Jiang Flower Queen just likes my type." "Ha, can you stop making me laugh?" Lu Zihao. Just as Zhou Xiang took out his phone to check the time, the next second, Jiang Fuyue walked up to him and stopped. "Little Xiang, you really made your sister look for you for a long time." Hearing someone call him Little Xiang, Zhou Xiang's entire body froze for a moment, and then he looked up at Jiang Fuyue in front of him, and his jaw dropped. "Are you Sister Fuyue?" Zhou Xiang asked subconsciously when he saw the face of the person clearly. He was too far away just now to see clearly, but it turned out that the person was the sister of his best friend from high school. Jiang Fuyue covered her mouth and smiled slightly. "Yes, why don't you recognize your sister?" "No, I just can't believe it." Zhou Xiang shook his head. Then Jiang Fuyue handed Zhou Xiang the milk tea, her face sincere. "Xiao Xiang, this is the milk tea I bought for you. Boba with fresh orange and ice is your favorite flavor." This scene shocked everyone into silence. Who the hell is this guy? How could the cold and aloof school flower personally deliver milk tea to him? This guy is only a little bit better looking than me, so why is Jiang Flower Girl delivering milk tea to him? I, Li Si, refuse to accept that. This kid seems to be the one who was rejected when he confessed on the playground on the first day of school. A sharp-eyed boy wearing glasses recognized Zhou Xiang. What? Yesterday he was rejected, and today the school flower herself is personally delivering milk tea to him? Just who is this guy? Lu Zihao and Jiang Hu, who were standing nearby, were also shocked and looked at the two of them in disbelief. Zhou Xiang looked at the milk tea in front of him and froze in place. What does this mean? Is this milk tea specially delivered to me by Sister Fuyue? So many people are watching. Should I take it or not? None of the family members understood. It's so difficult. Xiao Xiang, What's wrong with you? Could it be that the boba hit orange isn't your favorite flavor? Jiang Fuyue blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang quickly waved his hands. No, Sister Fuyue. That's good, I thought I bought the wrong one. Jiang Fuyue said, and then she directly inserted the straw into the milk tea, so you hurry up and drink it. Thank you, Sister Fuyue. Zhou Xiang took the milk tea and took a sip. That was so refreshing. After such a tiring military training, nothing could be more refreshing than a glass of ice-cold orange juice. Seeing Zhou Xiang drink, Jiang Fuyue immediately gave him a sweet smile. You're welcome. Then I'll go first, I'll come find you later. Then Jiang Fuyue got up, turned around, and walked away from the playground with long strides. After Jiang Fuyue left, Lu Zihao and Zhang Hu both came back to their senses and focused their attention on Zhou Xiang, who was drinking milk tea. Why are you looking at me like that? What do you think? Aren't you going to explain? Lu Zihao raised an eyebrow with a sinister smile. Zhang Hu looked at Zhou Xiang's milk tea with envy and echoed, awesome. You brat, you actually know the cold and aloof school beauty Jiang Fuyue, and the other person even gave you milk tea. Be honest and tell us, what is your relationship? What's there to explain? She's the sister of my best friend from high school. Zhou Xiang answered truthfully. That's it? You're not lying to us? Lu Zihao had an expression of disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Am I that boring? Zhou Xiang shrugged helplessly. Chapter 4 Iron Tree Blossoms. The scene of Jiang Fuyue just now giving Zhou Xiang milk tea was also seen by Lin Yue, who was under a big tree. In response, Lin Yue suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart. She didn't know why, but it was just an uncomfortable feeling. It didn't take long before Zhou Xiang finished the milk tea. Just then, Zhu Bo also returned from running laps, sweating profusely. Seeing the milk tea next to Zhou Xiang, he quickly asked, Shanzi, where did you get this milk tea from? Give your uncle a sip, I'm about to pass out. Zhou Xiang shook the empty milk teacup, embarrassed, I'm all out. Zhu Bo couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Go to hell, you didn't even save some for your uncle. I forgot. Zhu Bo picked up the mineral water next to him and gulped it down. He barely regained some of his strength after finishing it. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the three of them. Right, I saw a pretty girl come to the playground just now. Have you seen that pretty girl? Lu Zihao and Zhang, who shrugged their shoulders, pointed at Zhou Xiang, and said in unison, you should ask Xiangzi. The person is gone. Zhou Xiang replied with a carefree look on his face. Junior year, Journalism Department. Jiang Fuyue went to class after delivering Zhou Xiang's milk tea. Su Xian, who was browsing the school forum, suddenly widened her eyes when she saw something. After taking a closer look, she was sure she hadn't mistaken it. So she took advantage of the teacher's inattention to go up to Jiang Fuyue and whispered, What were you doing just now? Nothing, Jiang Fuyue answered. Really? You're not being honest, yeah. Su Xian obviously didn't believe her. Why would I lie to you? Just don't believe it. Su Xian saw that she was still being stubborn, so she took out her phone and held it in front of her. Then, you, explain to me what this photo is about. Don't say that the girl in the photo isn't you. Jiang Fuyue looked down and saw that it was a photo of her giving Zhou Xiang milk tea. Jiang Fuyue saw that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she admitted, I just gave a younger student a cup of milk tea. Why are you making such a big deal about it? As for, why not, RUU has finally blossomed. Tell me, are you interested in this little junior? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue immediately blushed and lowered her head. No, don't be ridiculous. Su Xian, upon seeing her blushing, immediately felt that his guess was correct. Unexpectedly, the legendary cold and aloof school beauty Jiang Fuyue actually likes a freshman. This is a big news. Noontime. Zhou Xiang was following his roommate, who was leaning on his shoulder, to the canteen to get some food. They had just stepped out of the playground when a figure appeared in front of them, blocking their way. It was Lin Yue, walking with an elegant gait, her eyes betraying a hint of indifference. Zhou Xiang, wait, I need to talk to you. Lin Yue's voice was crisp and firm, with an unmistakable tone. Zhou Xiang stopped in his tracks, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Lin Yue and replied in a flat tone, if there's something you want to say, just say it here. Lin Yue frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Zhou Xiang's attitude. Still maintaining her aloof and cold demeanor, she questioned Zhou Xiang, what is your relationship with the girl who just gave you milk tea? Zhou Xiang's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard this. He responded without any sign of weakness, why should I tell you? None of this seems to concern you, Miss Lin. Those words immediately silenced Lin Yue. After a long while, Lin Yue spoke again, Zhou Xiang, don't you like me? Why are you still entangled with other girls? Because everyone I've been talking to is a freshman who just finished military training, so Lin Yue's voice was very small. Despite this, Zhou Xiang could still hear the anger in her tone. Miss Lin, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? It's true that I like you, but you also rejected me, and besides, I made it very clear yesterday that from now on, I will no longer like you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue couldn't believe that the person in front of her, speaking to her in this cold tone, was Zhou Xiang. She suddenly felt that the Zhou Xiang in front of her was a stranger, so strange that it was as if she was meeting him for the first time. She couldn't understand why. She had only rejected his confession, and besides, she had said that it would be fine to be like before, hadn't she? Zhou Xiang's cold tone seemed to have irritated Lin Yue, and her vision instantly became blurry, with tears constantly welling up in her eyes. Zhou Xiang looked at her in this state, as if he were looking at a stranger, and said, "Get out of the way." Lin Yue reluctantly walked to the side and watched Zhou Xiang's back grow further and further away. She finally couldn't hold back any longer, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Zhou Xiang didn't say a word the whole way from the playground to the cafeteria. Xu Bo, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but ask tentatively, Xiangzi, are you okay? It's fine, what could possibly be wrong with me? Besides, it's all in the past, Zhou Xiang replied with a forced smile. That's good, buddy. I thought you were depressed again. Fat ass, fuck you, when have I ever been depressed? Zhou Xiang rolled his eyes at him. Hey, I was just joking. Xu Bo giggled. After lunch, Zhou Xiang and the others returned to their dormitory to rest for a while, and then went to the playground in the afternoon to start military training again. During military training, Zhou Xiang glanced at Lin Yue, who happened to have red eyes. Seeing the other person in this appearance, Zhou Xiang said that it would be false not to feel a little heartache. After all, that was the white moonlight he had liked for 3 years. But that was as far as it went. After all, since yesterday, he and the other person had been from 2 different worlds. As the evening approached, all the freshmen in military training on the playground sat together and, with the instructor's permission, began to show off their respective specialties. Xiangzi, look, that girl's body is so hot. The one speaking was Xu Bo, who was staring so hard that his mouth was hanging open. Zhou Xiang glanced at her and then looked away. He had to admit that girls nowadays really did develop well. They were all well proportioned, and the boys were drooling over them. Xu Bo in particular had taken out a magnifying glass from somewhere and was shamelessly admiring a girl who was doing a hot dance. Lu Zihao had just finished singing a heart-wrenching version of The Vast Sea and Sky and returned to Zhou Xiang's side to sit down when a girl with a ponytail came up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Classmate, you sing so well, can I add you on WeChat? Seeing the girl come to him, Lu Zihao, a dog, agreed without thinking, and directly added the girl as a friend. This scene directly made Xu Bo, who was watching the girl perform, unable to contain his envy. Brother Hao, that's great, there's actually a girl who took the initiative to ask for your WeChat. Lu Zihao let out a smug smile, hee, I guess she was bowled over by my damn charm. Shameless. Xu Bo laughed and scolded before continuing to watch the girl perform. Chapter 5 What do you think? Little brother. At this time, Jiang Fuyue also arrived on the playground, but instead of going over to Zhou Xiang, she sat on a chair not far from him and silently watched him. As the performances of several people ended one after the other, Instructor Lu stood up and walked to the center of the crowd. Does anyone else have any talents and want to come up and perform? Hearing the instructor's words, Xu Bo looked at Zhou Xiang, who was looking at the moon. Xiangzi, do you have any talents? Go up and show us your skills. Zhou Xiang waved his hand and quickly refused. I'll pass, it's embarrassing to go up there. Seeing Zhou Xiang's refusal, Xu Bo's mouth curled up into a wicked smile, and he raised his hand and shouted loudly, Instructor Lu, Zhou Xiang says he sings well and wants to show you his skills. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xiang had already cursed Xu Bo's ancestors 18 generations in his heart. This brat actually dared to stab him in the back. I'll see how I fix you when I get back to the dormitory. Then let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Zhou Xiang to the stage. As Instructor Lu's words fell, there was an instant burst of warm applause from the surrounding area, Xu Bo's clapping being the loudest. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to go on stage. Damn it, it's all this fat guy's fault. Zhou Xiang glared at Zhu fiercely, then recovered his normal expression and walked up. Zhou Xiang stood in the middle of the crowd, calmed his nervous heart a little, took a deep breath, and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Xiang. If my singing isn't good, please bear with me." When Jiang Fuyue saw Zhou Xiang about to start singing, she took out her phone and started watching it up close. "Oh, it's okay, Xiangzi, we won't laugh at you if you sing badly." Xu Bo stood up and shouted. Zhou Xiang was furious when he saw this pig teammate again. "That I will show off my ugliness, I will sing a song for you, after I leave." "If I leave? What will I get?" "Sadness and loneliness. We are just passers-by. From unfamiliar to familiar. And then we part. The song is over." Jiang Fu, who was not far away, could not help but think of the scene of Zhou Xiang being rejected yesterday when she heard him singing such a sad song. She had actually seen him in the crowd when he was rejected yesterday. Xiang, since others don't know how to cherish you, let your sister cherish and love you." The reason Zhou Xiang sang this song was also to say goodbye to the past. Zhou Xiang had just turned around when he saw Jiang Fuyue sitting on a chair. "Sister Fuyue? Why is she here? Could it be that she's come to see me?" A series of questions flashed through Zhou Xiang's mind. "Xiangzi, what are you standing there for? Let's go back to the dormitory and sleep together." Xu Bo turned around and looked at Zhou Xiang, who was still standing there, and said. Zhou Xiang waved his hand, "You guys go back first, I have something to do." "Oh, then come back early." After saying that, Zhu Bo and the others left. After they left, Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and walked towards Jiang Fuyue. "Sister Fuyue, why are you here?" Zhou Xiang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue's mouth slightly lifted up, revealing a smile. "I was waiting for you." These few words made Zhou Xiang freeze instantly, and he doubted if he heard it wrong. "Why is Sister Fuyue waiting for him?" "Sister Fuyue, is there something you wanted to tell me?" Zhou Xiang scratched his head, full of confusion, and asked. Jiang Fuyue did not answer, but instead patted the seat next to her and said with a smile, "Come here, sit down and I'll tell you." Zhou Xiang froze for a moment, but still sat down as she said. He sat next to her, tilted his head slightly to look at her, still with a puzzled expression on his face, and asked softly, "Can you tell me now?" "Actually, there's nothing much. I just wanted to come and see you." Jiang Fuyue smiled gently, her voice soft and kind. "Come and see me?" Zhou Xiang was even more confused, completely unable to understand what Jiang Fuyue meant. Jiang Fuyue nodded, smiling at him. "Why don't you trust your sister?" Zhou Xiang hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Seeing Zhou Xiang's silly appearance, Jiang Fuyue smiled. "What a silly boy. But I like it, hee hee. Xiang, I never thought you could sing so beautifully, it's almost heavenly." Jiang Fuyue leaned over to Zhou Xiang's ear in surprise, exhaling a warm breath, her voice so soft it seemed like it could drip with water. "I'm really captivated by you." Her eyes shone with admiration and affection, making people unable to help but be intoxicated. Zhou Xiang's face suddenly turned red. He lowered his head and stuttered, Thank you, Sister Jiang, for your praise." Zhou Xiang felt the other person getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous and shy. He carefully moved a little to the side. However, what he didn't know was that this little action had already been fully captured by Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue's mouth slightly raised, a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. She decided to tease Zhou Xiang, deliberately pretending not to notice his actions and continuing to get closer. Zhou Xiang saw that Jiang Fuyue had no intention of stopping, and his heart became more and more panicked, so he quietly moved a little to the other side. Jiang Fuyue saw this and immediately followed, as if a game of chase was unfolding. Finally, with a thud, both of them fell to the ground. What was even more embarrassing was that at that moment, Jiang Fuyue's entire body was pressing down on Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang's eyes widened, and his mind went blank. He came back to his senses, and his gaze unconsciously fell on Jiang Fuyue's pink lips, which were just 1 millimeter away from his. He subconsciously swallowed, and his heartbeat quickened. Time seemed to have come to a standstill at that moment, and the two people's breaths intertwined, making the atmosphere become ambiguous. The two of them remained in this position for a few seconds, and finally Zhou Xiang twisted his head and said, "Sister Fuyue, can we get up now?" "Huh? Don't you like this position?" Jiang Fuyue smiled with pursed lips. "Goodness! What kind of words are these from Sister Fuyue?" "Sister Fuyue, don't tease me, if someone sees us, they'll misunderstand. What kind of misunderstanding? Jiang Fuyue winked, her smile growing wider. She leaned in close to Zhou Xiang's ear and whispered, "What do you think?" "Brother." Zhou Xiang's body trembled, and an electric current ran through his entire body. His face turned red, and even his ears were flushed. Zhou Xiang was so nervous that he couldn't speak. He pushed Jiang Fuyue away and stood up, saying, "I have things to do, so I'll go first." After saying that, he fled in a panic. Looking at Zhou Xiang's disheveled back as he left, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little guy is really cute. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue remembered that she forgot to add him on WeChat. Never mind, she'll let his unworthy younger brother push it through for her when she gets back. Jiang Fuyue kept giggling on the way back to the dormitory, her head full of the silly but cute look on Zhou Xiang's face just now. Chapter 6 I will definitely trick you into becoming my husband. Zhou Xiang ran all the way back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the dormitory, the other three people stared at him in disbelief, looking at him in confusion. "Xiangzi, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Hu asked curiously. "It's nothing." Zhou Xiang shook his head to calm his nervous heart. Zhou Xiang felt that his face was still a little flushed, so he grabbed some fresh clothes and went into the bathroom for a cold shower. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Fuyue had just sat down on a chair when Su Xian came over, grinning like a little bee. "Hey, Fuyue, did you sneak off again to see your little schoolmate?" Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow and looked at her quizzically. "What's the problem?" Su Xian was so surprised that she couldn't stop smiling, and quickly said, "What do you think? You are the school beauty of our school. If others find out that you like a freshman, I think the whole school will blow up." However, Jiang Fuyue waved his hand nonchalantly, with an expression of indifference on his face. "So what? What does that have to do with me? I'm just pursuing the person I like, is that wrong? It seems to make sense." Su Xian asked again, Yeah, do you really like that little junior?" Jiang Fuyue nodded seriously, "Of course I do." "What do you like about him?" Su Xian blinked, full of curiosity. "Well." Jiang Fuyue rested his chin in his hand and thought for a moment. "He's cute, sunny and cheerful, and a little silly. I feel very happy with him." Su Xian couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. So our school flower likes this type of guy." Jiang Fuyue nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the first time I saw him, I was attracted by his smile." "So how are you going to woo him?" Su Xian continued to press. "I'm not telling you." Jiang Fuyue gave a mysterious smile. Just then, the other two roommates in the bedroom also returned, and when they saw Jiang Fuyue, they came up directly. Yeah, is that you in the photo on the forum, the girl giving milk tea to the freshman?" Xian Yan asked with a face full of curiosity. Yes, yeah. Xia Yin also chimed in. Jiang Fuyue looked at the pair of twin sisters in front of her, smiled, nodded, and admitted generously, "Yes, it's me." "Oh my god, it really is you, yeah. You actually went behind our backs to flirt with Xiao Di. You're not a good friend, are you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue was speechless. "What do you mean behind your backs? I was being open and honest, wasn't I? I never thought that our cold and aloof school beauty would one day fall in love, didn't you, Xiaoyin?" "Oh, don't be ridiculous. I'm going to take a shower first." With that, Jiang Fuyue walked into the bathroom. After showering, Jiang Fuyue changed into her pajamas and lay down on the bed. She took out her phone and sent a message to her younger brother. "Jiang Fuyue, brother, are you asleep?" Jiang Yan almost instantly replied, "No, sis, is there something wrong?" "Jiang Fuyue, send me Zhou Xiang's WeChat." Seeing the message from her sister, Jiang Yan suddenly felt puzzled. What did her sister want with brother Xiang's WeChat? "Jiang Yan, sister, what do you want with his WeChat?" "Jiang Fuyue, don't ask about adults' business, just say yes or no." Seeing her sister's strong tone, Jiang Yan couldn't help but complain a little, but he still pushed Zhou Xiang's WeChat. Jiang Fuyue clicked directly on the WeChat business card that had been sent to her, looked at Zhou Xiang's WeChat name Mei, and then sent a friend request directly. It was done, and she just had to wait for it to be approved. Jiang Fuyue lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting away, back to the day she first met Zhou Xiang. In fact, her feelings for him had been there for 3 whole years, but they had always been buried deep in her heart, and she had never had the courage to confide in anyone. At that time, she was in her senior year of high school, with a heavy academic load. She had very little time to go home, but fate brought them together on an ordinary afternoon. That day, she went home from school as usual. As soon as she opened the door, her eyes were captivated by the scene in the living room. She saw Zhou Xiang sitting on the sofa, immersed in the world of games with Jiang Yan, his face full of concentration and happiness. Just one glance, and her previously calm heart was suddenly thrown into turmoil, like a stone dropped into a pond. After that encounter, she found that she often thought of Zhou Xiang without realizing it. His image was always in her mind, and she could not forget him. As time passed, she gradually realized that this feeling was not accidental, but a deep fondness in her heart for him. It turned out that this was the legendary love at first sight. Zhou Xiang, this time, I must kidnap you home and make you my husband, hee. Jiang Fuyue secretly made up her mind in her heart. At this time, Zhou Xiang had just finished playing a game and was about to turn off his phone and go to bed. When he saw the friend request sent by WeChat, he clicked on it. When he saw that Jiang Fuyue had added him to WeChat, he couldn't help but recall what had just happened on the playground, and his face unconsciously turned red. Zhou Xiang calmed down a little, then clicked to agree. Maybe there was something Fuyue wanted to ask him. Jiang Fuyue heard her phone ring once, so she quickly picked it up and checked it. When she saw that Zhou Xiang had agreed to her friend request, she couldn't help but smile. Jiang Fuyue, Xiang, you're still awake? Zhou Xiang, I was just about to go to sleep. Sister Fuyue, can you stop calling me Xiang? It will cause misunderstandings. Jiang Fuyue, what are you afraid of? I'm a girl and I'm not afraid of other people misunderstanding. You're a man, what are you afraid of? Zhou Xiang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth when he saw the message sent. This statement seems to be fine. Forget it, whatever, let her go. She's not embarrassed anyway, so what's the point of being embarrassed yourself? Jiang Fuyue, by the way, Xiang, can I continue to deliver milk tea to you tomorrow? Zhou Xiang, who received the message, was shocked and quickly refused. Forget it, Sister Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue, oh, it seems that Xiang dislikes his sister sad tears emoticon. Zhou Xiang was so shocked when he saw this message that he immediately had a big head and two big heads. When did I say I dislike you? Zhou Xiang hurriedly explained, Sister Jiang Fuyue, I didn't mean to say that I don't like you, I just feel that it's embarrassing to keep having you send me milk tea. Jiang Fuyue, oh, what's there to be embarrassed about? Just accept it with a clear conscience. Zhou Xiang saw this message and didn't know how to reply. He couldn't just say that he didn't want to drink it, that would be too hurtful. Just as Zhou Xiang was pondering how to reply, Jiang Fuyue sent another message. Jiang Fuyue, it's settled then, Xiang, I'll see you tomorrow. Looking at the message on the screen, Zhou Xiang shook his head helplessly, thinking, this is trouble. Chapter 7 Maybe she's in love with you at first sight. The next day. Sure enough, just as Zhou Xiang was taking a break, Jiang Fuyue appeared on the playground again, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. In an instant, the freshmen on the entire playground once again became agitated. Holy shit, it's Jiang Flower Girl. Why is she here again today? Could it be that she's still here to deliver milk tea to that guy from yesterday? As you can see, that's exactly what happened. Can't you see the milk tea she's carrying? Shit, is Jiang Flower Campus interested in that guy? It's possible. Jiang Flower Campus is a cold and aloof campus beauty. I heard that Jiang Flower Campus has faced many suitors in college for several years and has never agreed to any of them. Just imagine, would such a Jiang Flower Campus fall in love with a freshman? That makes sense. Why do you think Jiang Flower Campus is giving that guy milk tea? I guess that guy must be a relative of Jiang's. Zhu Bo immediately showed a lewd expression when he saw Jiang Fuyue. Lu Zihao and Zhang Hu glanced at each other inside. They didn't need to guess to know that the other person must be here to deliver milk tea to Zhou Xiang. Hey, why aren't you three saying anything? Aren't you excited about such a pretty schoolmate? Zhu Bo saw that no one had spoken for a long time and looked at the three of them with a puzzled expression. What's there to be excited about? It's not me they're here for. Lu Zihao shrugged. From the sound of it, you know who they're here for. Lu Zihao pointed at the helpless Zhou Xiang beside him. They're here for Xiangzi. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fuyue had already arrived in front of the group and knelt down beside Zhou Xiang. Little Xiang, I've come to give you your milk tea. Zhou Xiang took the milk tea and smiled, thanks, Fuyue. It's nothing, just a small favor. Jiang Fuyue smiled at him. Hearing the two of them talking, Zhu Bo was shocked. After Jiang Fuyue left, Zhu Bo couldn't help but ask, damn it, Zhou Xiang, when did you start hooking up with your father's pretty classmate behind his back? What are you talking about? She's the sister of my best friend from high school. Zhou Xiang was speechless. What? Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? But why do I feel like something's wrong? Why is your high school best friend's sister so nice to you? Xu Bo asked curiously, scratching his head. Upon hearing Xu Bo's words, Zhou Xiang also felt that something was wrong. Obviously, he had only met the two of them a few times before when he went to Jiang Yan's house to play during the summer vacation. Zhou Xiang couldn't figure out why after thinking for a long time. Just then, Xu Bo had a moment of inspiration and whispered in Zhou Xiang's ear, Xiangzi, do you think your high school best friend's sister might like you? No way. Zhou Xiang was shocked by Xu Bo's words. I've only met her a few times. What's so impossible about that? Xu Bo retorted, love is sometimes just so strange, maybe she fell in love with you at first sight. How could that be? You fat idiot, stop talking nonsense. Zhou Xiang obviously didn't believe him, and said again, Sister Fuyue just gave me a milk tea, and besides, I only see her as a sister. Well, Xu Bo thought, rubbing his chin. That's what you say, but don't you think maybe she's expressing her love in this way? It's very possible, otherwise who would give you milk tea every day? Lu Zihao agreed from the side. But Zhou Xiang was about to speak when he was interrupted by Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu laughed and patted Zhou Xiang on the shoulder. Anyway, this is a good thing, Xiangzi, you're so lucky to have such a pretty senior schoolmate like you. Fuck you, you're the one who stepped in shit. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Xiang added, and, you guys are not allowed to bullshit anymore. At this point, Zhou Xiang's mind became chaotic. After thinking for a long time, he still felt that what these sons of bitches said was impractical. This is simply impossible. Night. Zhou Xiang lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was full of what his three roommates had said today. Coincidentally, at this moment, the phone next to him rang. Jiang Fuyue, good night, Xiao Xiang. Zhou Xiang's face flushed when he saw the message, and he felt his heart pounding. He didn't know how to reply, and after thinking for a long time, he finally replied, good night, Sister Fuyue. Could it be true what they said, that Sister Fuyue likes me? He asked himself, but it couldn't be, I must be imagining things. However, once this thought arose, it was difficult to dispel. Zhou Xiang began to recall the scenes of Jiang Fuyue's appearance over the past 2 days. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that she did have something special about her. No, I have to ask Fuyu tomorrow to find out for sure. Zhou Xiang finally made a decision and then forced himself to fall asleep. Jiang Fuyue in the girls' dormitory, upon seeing Zhou Xiang's goodnight message, buried her head under the covers and revealed a sweet smile. The next day after military training was over, Zhou Xiang took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang, Sister Fuyue, are you busy? Jiang Fuyue almost replied immediately, not busy, little Xiang, is there something you want to ask me? Zhou Xiang, well, there's something I want to ask you in person. Jiang Fuyue, okay, I'll clean up and come over. Zhou Xiang, okay, then I'll wait for you at the coffee shop across the street from the school. Jiang Fuyue, okay. Jiang Fuyue in the girls' dormitory put down her phone and was overjoyed. So she quickly started getting dressed. Jiang Fuyue opened her closet and looked at the various styles of clothes inside, and for a moment she couldn't help but think. This was Xiaoxian's first time asking her out, so which outfit should she wear? Su Xian, who had just come out of the bathroom, couldn't help but feel curious when she saw Jiang Fuyue standing in front of the closet. Well, I'm thinking about which dress to wear to meet Xiang. Upon hearing this, Su Xian suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Oh, what a close call, and Xiang, I didn't realize it, you're still in love. Oh, don't make fun of me, come and help me pick out a nice dress. Jiang Fuyue said with a shy smile. Su Xian looked at the clothes in her wardrobe, picked and chose for a long time, and pointed to the black fishtail dress inside. I think this one is perfect, pure and seductive, and your little Xiang will definitely be charmed by you. When Jiang Fuyue heard her say this, the image of her appearing in front of Zhou Xiang in a fishtail dress immediately came to mind. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In the end, Jiang Fuyue changed into a black fishtail skirt and left the dormitory, heading to the coffee shop. Chapter 8, My sister is very pretty. When she arrived at the coffee shop, Zhou Xiang was already waiting there. When he saw Jiang Fuyue, who was wearing a fishtail skirt, walking in, Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up a little, as if there were stars twinkling. Wow! So beautiful. Jiang Fuyue's figure was like a blooming flower, exuding charming charm. Her mermaid tail skirt swayed gently, as graceful and moving as a mermaid in the water. Her face was full of confidence and beauty, making people unable to help but fall in love with her. When Jiang Fuyue saw that Zhou Xiang's gaze kept staring at her, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She secretly gloated in her heart, hey, that little girl Su Xian was right. Xiao Xiang, have you been waiting long? Jiang Fuyue asked with a smile as she sat down. No, I just got here too. Zhou Xiang, who had come back to his senses, scratched his head nervously. His cheeks were slightly red, and he looked a little shy. What would you like to drink? A cappuccino would be fine. Jiang Fuyue brushed her hair back and looked at him. Zhou Xiang quickly asked the waiter for a cappuccino and then placed it gently in front of Jiang Fuyue. The aroma of the coffee filled the air, adding a romantic atmosphere. Xiao Xiang, what do you want with your sister? Jiang Fuyue's beautiful eyes stared intently at Zhou Xiang in front of her. Zhou Xiang was embarrassed by the stare and lowered his head, nervously fidgeting with his fingers. His heart was racing, as if it were about to jump out of his chest. After hesitating for a long time, he didn't know how to ask that kind of thing. After all, this was the first time he had experienced this kind of thing, and he wasn't sure if she really liked him or not. Jiang Fuyue looked at him for a long time without saying a word, and couldn't help but poke his finger at his face. As soon as he touched it, Zhou Xiang was so scared that he hurriedly moved back a bit. Fuyue's sister, what are you doing? Jiang Fuyue was amused by his silly appearance. Sister, I couldn't help but poke you after watching you for a long time without saying a word. Zhou Xiang let out a sound. Xiao Xiang, you still haven't said what you wanted to ask, sister. Jiang Fuyue asked again. Zhou Xiang looked at her, took a deep breath, and ultimately did not speak of the doubts in his heart, but instead told a random lie, nothing, I just always feel weird asking you to get me milk tea, so I thought I'd buy you a cup of coffee instead. Jiang Fuyue gave a small smile, oh, I see. Zhou Xiang nodded, keeping his eyes on the window and not daring to look at her. Jiang Fuyue seemed to have noticed, and laughed, asking, Xiang, why are you afraid to look at your older sister? Is it because I'm not pretty? Of course not. Zhou Xiang hurriedly denied, and he glanced at Jiang Fuyue secretly. She was very pretty. Jiang Fuyue burst out laughing, and then asked, why are you afraid to look at me? Zhou Xiang's face turned even redder, and he stammered, I don't know. Jiang Fuyue thought her younger brother was getting cuter and cuter, and she laughed with her hands over her mouth. In this way, the two sat in the coffee shop for a while, and it gradually grew dark. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the time and looked at Zhou Xiang and said, Xiang, are you hungry? I'll take you somewhere to eat something delicious. Zhou Xiang nodded after a moment of hesitation, as he was hungry too. Jiang Fuyue took Zhou Xiang to a noodle restaurant. The restaurant was located in an inconspicuous corner, but the customer flow in the restaurant was quite considerable. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, the proprietress warmly welcomed them, beaming from ear to ear and saying, Yeah, you've come. It's been a long time since you last came to eat noodles with your auntie. Jiang Fuyue smiled and replied, it's just the beginning of the semester, and there's a lot going on at school, so I haven't had time to come. From their natural and friendly conversation, it is clear that Jiang Fuyue is obviously a regular customer at this noodle shop. Just then, the proprietress noticed Zhou Xiang standing nearby. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she asked with a smile, Hey, have you got a boyfriend? This sentence made Zhou Xiang suddenly feel a little overwhelmed. He muttered to himself, do Sister Fuyue and I really look like a couple? Jiang Fuyue seemed to have noticed Zhou Xiang's unnatural expression, and quickly explained with a smile, Oh, auntie, you've got it wrong, we're not in a relationship like that. Oh, I see. Young man, don't mind me, I've got it wrong. Zhou Xiang spoke a little embarrassed, it's fine, auntie. As Zhou Xiang's words fell, the proprietress laughed again, You used to come here for noodles with girls before, but this is the first time she's brought a boy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang's face flushed, and he scratched his head sheepishly and smiled. Looking at Zhou Xiang's simple and cute appearance, and then looking at Jiang Fuyue, the proprietress felt more and more that the two were a perfect match. The proprietress patted Jiang Fuyue on the shoulder and said, You two sit first, I'll go cook the noodles for you. Jiang Fuyue found an empty seat and sat down, while Zhou Xiang sat opposite her, a little stiffly. In a moment, 2 bowls of steaming noodles were served. Try it, auntie's cooking is superb. Jiang Fuyue warmly greeted Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang picked up the chopsticks, picked up the noodles and put them in his mouth. After chewing carefully, he showed a satisfied expression. The taste is really good. As long as it's delicious, you should come here often with Yayet in the future. The proprietress said with a smile. Jiang Fuyue used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat in her own bowl and put it in Zhou Xiang's bowl. Zhou Xiang, who was eating noodles, looked up at her when he saw a sudden piece of meat in his bowl. Sister Fuyue, why did you give me the meat? Jiang Fuyue gave him a playful smile and said, you're too skinny, you need to eat more. What a far-fetched reason, but Zhou Xiang still nodded and said, thank you, Sister Fuyue. After finishing the noodles, Jiang Fuyue and Zhou Xiang left the noodle shop. Thank you for treating me to noodles today, Zhou Xiang said with a blush. You're welcome. Next time, you can treat me, Jiang Fuyue replied with a smile. Okay. The two walked side by side on the road, with the street lamps casting long shadows on them. Zhou Xiang could feel the faint, refreshing fragrance coming from his side, as if it were the scent of flowers blooming in spring. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but sneak a peek at the person next to him. Her profile looked exceptionally beautiful in the light, and the soft light outlined her delicate silhouette. A ripple of emotion welled up in his heart, and he felt a little overwhelmed by the feeling. This scene was captured in its entirety by Jiang Fuyue. This stinky little brother, if you want to look at me, just look, and you're being so careful about it, hee, so cute. Xiang, have you ever been on a date with a girl alone before? Jiang Fuyue suddenly thought of something and blinked her beautiful, overly almond-shaped eyes at him and spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang froze for a moment and thought about it. Previously, every time he and Lin Yue went out, they were always with other classmates. In a way, this was still the first time he had gone out with a girl alone. No. Zhou Xiang answered truthfully. Chapter 9 Meeting Lin Yue again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue's smile grew even brighter. So, in that case, sister is the first girl to go on a date with Xiao Shangxiang. Yes, the first one. So, in that case, Xiao Shangxiang, you haven't been in love yet, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang was reminded of the scene when he was rejected by Lin Yue. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Xiang spoke, no. Jiang Fuyue could tell that Zhou Xiang was a little upset, so she just nodded and didn't say anything more. Before long, Zhou Xiang returned to the boys' dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his three roommates playing poker together. Xiangzi, you're back? Xu Bo asked. Lu Zihao suddenly said with a smile, hey, Xiangzi, I haven't seen you since the afternoon military training was over. Did you secretly go on a date with Jiang Xiuhua behind our backs? What nonsense, we just had dinner together, there was no meeting. Zhou Xiang retorted. Oh, you're not letting me say anything. Zhou Xiang simply chose to ignore him and sat down in a chair, opening the golden shovel and playing with it. The three people nearby saw this and quickly took out their phones and started to log in. Xiangzi, wait, don't open it yet, add me. And me. +1. Girls' dormitory. Jiang Fuyue had just returned when Su Xian couldn't wait to approach her. Fuyue, how was your first date with Xiao Shui? It was okay. Jiang Fuyue replied. Did you guys kiss? Su Xian's words came as a shock. Hearing this, Jiang Fuyue was speechless. Kiss your head off, you think I'm like you? Su Xian. Late at night. Zhou Xiang, who had just finished playing video games, was getting ready for bed when his best friend Jiang Yan called. Hey, young Master Zhou, what are you doing? What do you think? I'm getting ready for bed, of course. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Haha, I just wanted to make sure my son was still alive. Zhou Xiang was furious when he heard this, and scolded him, get out of here, you're not even worthy of spitting out ivory from your mouth. You ungrateful son, how dare you rebel against your father who was only concerned about you? Son of a bitch, stop spouting nonsense. If you have something to say, get to the point, I want to go back to sleep. Hey, I just want to ask if Lin Yue has accepted your confession yet. No. What? No way? Are you serious? You little shit, you're not lying to me, are you? Believe it or not, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Hey, don't hang up yet. Lend me 1,000 yuan, I need it urgently. I see why you have the time to call me, you want to borrow money. Hey, brother Xiang, I'm in a pinch. Oh, no, I don't have it, I'm hanging up. After saying that, Zhou Xian hung up directly, but he opened WeChat and sent 1,000 yuan to Jiang Yan. After all, he was called an unfilial son. After 15 days of scorching sun, military training finally came to an end. During these long and difficult 15 days, Zhou Xiang not only had to endure the cruel and merciless military training, but also had to face the embarrassing situation of Jiang Fuyue delivering milk tea to him every day. Every time he saw her walking towards him with a bright smile on her face, holding the warm cup of milk tea in her hands, his heart would involuntarily skip a beat. It's an indescribable feeling, but it's a wonderful feeling. In the 606 dormitory at this time, Zhou Xiangji is especially excited. As everyone knows, as long as they survive military training, their beautiful college life will begin. Shu Bo is watching videos and just happens to come across a video of someone else's military training, which rained for 3 consecutive days. He can't help but complain, "You guys, it's either windy or raining during other people's military training, unlike us, it's been sunny for the entire 15 days. Stop complaining, if we keep talking like this, we won't make it through this either." Shu Hei Tan. Lu Zihao joked when he saw Zhu Bo's tan face. Shu Bo was the one who got the most sunburned in the 606 dormitory during this military training. He looked like an international student from Africa. His originally fair skin had become dark and shiny under the scorching sun, as if coated with a layer of black paint. His face, arms and legs had obvious black and white dividing lines, which made people think of a panda. "What do you know, brother? This is a symbol of manhood, you little punk." Shu Bo didn't care about his comments at all, but was proud of them instead. Yes, you're right. Zhang Hu suggested, "Anyway, we'll start formal classes tomorrow, so shouldn't we get together for dinner tonight?" "That makes sense, I'm all for it." Shu Bo agreed. "No problem, I agree." Agreed. Afterwards, the group discussed where to go for dinner tonight. And finally, they unanimously decided to go to a new barbecue restaurant near the school. Half an hour later, Zhou Xiang and the others arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. As they were about to go in, the roar of a sports car attracted their attention. "Shit, Xianzi, isn't that your white moonlight? Damn, so soon you found someone else?" Shu Bo pointed at the sports car in the distance and exclaimed. Zhou Xiang looked in the direction Shu Bo was pointing and saw a cool sports car with a man and a woman sitting in it. The woman was Lin Yue. Zhou Xiang's face changed slightly when he heard this, but it quickly returned to normal. He pretended to be calm and said, "Who cares? It's got nothing to do with me." After saying this, Zhou Xiang took the lead and walked into the barbecue restaurant. Shu Bo and the remaining 2 people glanced at each other before following Zhou Xiang into the restaurant. Lin Yue, who was sitting in the sports car, looked a little unpleasant when she saw Zhou Xiang walk into the barbecue restaurant. She turned to the boy next to her and said, "Let's go to another restaurant, I don't want to eat barbecue anymore." "Okay, Yue, whatever you say," Wang Ba responded with a flattering face. Wang Ba is actually Lin Yue's suitor. On the first day of school, he was attracted by Lin Yue's beauty and began to pursue her madly. Today, he finally managed to ask Lin Yue out, so naturally she is the one who says what to do. So Wang Ba drove away from the barbecue restaurant to find another restaurant. Zhou Xiang in the barbecue restaurant kept drinking, glass after glass, as if he wanted to drown all his pain and loss in the wine. Shu Bo and the other 2 kept persuading him to drink less, but no matter how earnestly they spoke, Zhou Xiang would not listen and just continued drinking on his own. In the end, the 3 of them had to give up and let him vent his emotions. In fact, during this time, Zhou Xiang had thought that he had gradually let go of his feelings for Lin Yue. However, when he saw her with another boy just now, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time exploded in his heart. He realized that he had not truly let go, and that deep down he still had deep feelings of attachment and unwillingness. This girl who had obsessed him for 3 years but whom he had never been able to woo had now, after just a few days of not seeing him, thrown herself into the arms of another man. Facing this sudden blow, he felt an indescribable pain. At this moment, alcohol became his only solace, allowing him to temporarily forget the cruelty of reality. Chapter 10 Big Sister, will you cherish me in the future? Half an hour later, Zhou Xiang had already passed out on the table. The 3 people beside him let out a deep sigh when they saw him in this state. Alas, what they said online was really true, Bai Guang is really unforgettable for everyone. Shu Bo finished drinking a bottle of wine in one go and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe. Lu Zihao agreed, but since you can't forget, then don't force yourself. He looked at Zhou Xiang, who was unconscious from drunkenness, and a feeling of emotion arose in his heart. At that moment, Jiang Hu, who had been silent, spoke up. In fact, sometimes letting go of the past is the only way to better face the future. We shouldn't always live in our memories. Zhu Bo and Lu Zihao nodded in agreement when they heard this. Just then, Zhou Xiang's phone on the table rang. Zhu Bo picked it up and glanced at the note, which said Sister Fuyue, and then answered, "Hello, Jiang Flower Girl, Zhou Xiang is drunk. I'm his roommate." "What? Where are you now?" "I'll come over to find you." Jiang Fuyue's face instantly showed a trace of anxiety when she heard that Zhou Xiang was drunk. After Zhu Bo told Jiang Fuyue the exact location of the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Fuyue, whose face had suddenly become anxious, pushed open the dormitory door and ran out without hesitation. Lu Zihao curiously asked, "Fatty, who actually called Shangzi?" Zhu Bo honestly replied, "It was Jiang Flower Girl who called. She said she's coming over right away." Lu Zihao couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Hey, it's really frustrating to compare people. Shangzi got drunk and actually made a beautiful woman like Jiang Xiuhua worry so much. Zhang Hu continued, "In fact, I think Shangzi and Jiang Xiuhua are a perfect match." "And haven't you noticed? Whenever Jiang Xiuhua comes to bring Shangzi milk tea, the way she looks at Shangzi is completely different from the way she looks at other people." Zhu Bo nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, who was right? "I've seen it from day one, but unfortunately Shangzi doesn't believe it. As the saying goes, the outsider sees clearly, but the insider is confused," Lu Zihao said helplessly. Suddenly, Zhu Bo thought of something and said to the two of them with a smile, "What do you say, should we try to get Shangzi and Jiang together?" "That's a good idea." Zhang Hu said excitedly, "We can create some opportunities for them to spend time together." "Like what?" Lu Zihao asked. "For example, we could organize an outing or participate in an activity together." Zhu Bo gestured as he spoke. "Well, that's not bad. But we need to ask Shangzi first, after all, this is his business," Lu Zihao reminded. Yes, we can't force it." Zhu Bo nodded, "But I don't think Shangzi will object, hee." The three of them discussed how to get Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue together. Before they knew it, a long time had passed, and at this point, Jiang Fuyue had also arrived at the barbecue restaurant. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Fuyue saw Zhou Xiang lying unconscious on the table. When he saw the three people next to him, he said, "Thank you." "It's okay, Shangzi is our good friend," the three of them said in unison. "Then we'll go back first, and we'll leave Shangzi in your care, Jiang Flower Girl." Zhu Bo finished speaking and winked at the other two, who instantly understood. Jiang Fuyue nodded, "Okay, then you guys hurry back and rest, I'll stay with him." After Zhu Bo and the other two left, Jiang Fuyue looked at the drunk Zhou Xiang and couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in her heart. Jiang Fuyue sat in front of Zhou Xiang, reached out and carefully patted his shoulder, and said, Xiang, wake up." Drunk Zhou Xiang heard someone calling his name in his ear and opened his eyes drowsily. When he saw the familiar face in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. "Huh? Sister Fuyue, why are you here? What do you think? You didn't reply to the many messages I sent you, so I was worried about you." Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips and said, "I'm fine, I just had a bit too much to drink." Zhou Xiang forced himself to be alert and sat up straight. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and said disapprovingly, "Why did you drink so much? Don't ever do that again." "Fuyue, I feel bad. You said I'd clearly forgotten about her, but why do I still feel so upset when I saw her with another guy today?" After hearing him say that, Jiang Fuyue also realized who he was talking about. "Xiao Shangxiang, it's okay, don't worry, if she doesn't cherish you, I will, okay?" Jiang Fuyue waited for a long time, but didn't see Zhou Xiang speak. She turned her head and realized that he had fallen asleep on the table again. She sighed helplessly and nudged him gently, "Hey, wake up." However, Zhou Xiang didn't respond and remained in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and glanced at the time. It was already very late. If she returned to the dormitory at this hour, she would definitely be scolded to death by the dormitory manager, and the door to the dormitory building might already be locked. After thinking it over, she decided to take Zhou Xiang to a nearby hotel for the night. So, she carefully helped Zhou Xiang up, put his arm over her shoulder, and walked with difficulty to the hotel. When they arrived at the front desk, Jiang Fuyue said to the staff, panting, "Please give us a twin room." However, the receptionist apologetically told her, "I'm sorry, madam, we no longer have any twin rooms, only king-size rooms." Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Jiang Fuyue's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She secretly rejoiced inwardly, thinking that this was all part of God's plan. A smile could not help but form at the corner of her mouth, and she told the receptionist, "Then let's have a king-size room." She then helped Zhou Xiang into the elevator and headed to the room. Once inside, Jiang Fuyue carefully placed Zhou Xiang on the soft bed, making sure he was comfortable. Then, she sat down gently by the bed and tenderly gazed at Zhou Xiang's face. After a while, Jiang Fuyue got up, walked over to the bed, slowly crouched down, gently untied Zhou Xiang's shoelaces, and then carefully took off his shoes and placed them neatly to the side. Next, she carefully helped Zhou Xiang take off his socks and folded them neatly and placed them to the side. After doing so, she sat back down by the bed again, quietly watching Zhou Xiang, her eyes full of deep love, before slowly lowering her head and kissing him on the lips with a soft peck. Xiang is so handsome even when he's sleeping. He's truly a man worthy of my Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue said, beaming with love, after kissing him. However, just then, Zhou Xiang suddenly rolled over and vomited all over the floor with a loud wow. Chapter 11 Sharing the same bed. Upon seeing this, Jiang Fuyue hurriedly jumped up and, flustered, looked for paper towels to wipe up the vomit around Zhou Xiang's mouth. Xiang, what's wrong? Are you okay? Jiang Fuyue asked worriedly. Zhou Xiang waved his hand dazedly to indicate that he was fine. Jiang Fuyue let out a sigh of relief, quickly cleaned up the filth on the floor, and then opened the window to ventilate the room. A cool breeze blew in, making the room smell a little better. Jiang Fuyue sat back down on the bed, looking at Zhou Xiang sleeping peacefully. She stroked his hair gently and said to herself, Xiang, I will always be here for you, and I will never let you get hurt again. After saying this, Jiang Fuyue climbed into bed too, lying down next to Zhou Xiang and hugging him tightly. The next day. Sunlight shone through the curtains and fell on Zhou Xiang's face. He blinked, his hangover headache making him feel miserable. Seeing Jiang Fuyue sleeping next to him, Zhou Xiang was startled. He quickly looked down to check that he was still fully clothed, and his nervous heart immediately relaxed. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue also woke up. She looked at Zhou Xiang and gave him a sweet smile. Good morning, little Xiang. Jiang Fuyue said tenderly. Zhou Xiang smiled awkwardly and said, good morning. How are you? Xiang, does your head still hurt? Promise me you won't drink so much in the future. Jiang Fuyue gave Zhou Xiang a gentle pinch on the cheek. Zhou Xiang blushed and sat up quickly. He nodded and said, I know. Sister Fuyue, I remember that I was drinking with my roommate last night, so how did I end up here? Zhou Xiang couldn't help but ask out loud, his heart full of doubts. Jiang Fuyue smiled and explained, I sent you a message last night but didn't hear back from you, so I called you. Your roommate told me that you were drunk, so I took you to a nearby hotel to rest. Zhou Xiang finally understood, and realized what had happened. But then he thought about the fact that she had seen him drunk, and he felt so ashamed. Jiang Fuyue sat up, leaned closer to Zhou Xiang, her hair brushing lightly against his cheek, bringing with it a faint fragrance. Her eyes shone with a bright light, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Just one look made Zhou Xiang's heart race. He tried hard to remain calm, but a blush still rose to his face. What the hell? Why is Fuyue leaning so close to him? Xiang, you sit here for now. I feel sticky, so I'm going to take a shower. We'll go back to school together later. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and smiled, then she walked into the bathroom, leaving him with a comment. Hearing the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Zhou Xiang's thoughts drifted away. He thought about what happened last night after he got drunk, and he couldn't help feeling a little remorseful. Just as he was daydreaming, Jiang Fuyue walked out of the bathroom. She was wrapped in a towel, her hair was still damp, and she exuded a charming fragrance. Zhou Xiang's gaze was drawn to her unconsciously. When he realized what he was looking at, he blushed instantly and hurriedly turned his head. I'm done. Xiang, do you want to take a bath too? Jiang Fuyue's voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhou Xiang nodded a little nervously, picked up his clothes, and walked into the bathroom. When he came out of the shower, Jiang Fuyue was drying her hair. Her movements were graceful and natural, and Zhou Xiang was mesmerized. It wasn't until Jiang Fuyue put down the hairdryer and turned to look at him that he came back to his senses. Let's go, she said with a smile. Zhou Xiang nodded and left the hotel with her. The two of them casually had some breakfast before heading back to school. Zhou Xiang didn't go back to the dormitory because he still had classes in the morning, so he went straight to the classroom. In a hurry, Zhou Xiang was still a second late before the class started. Report. You're late on the first day of formal classes. What's your name? Hearing the teacher say this, Zhou Xiang felt like he was finished. He was remembered by the teacher on the first day of class, and the days ahead would definitely not be easy. Zhou Xiang. Okay, hurry up and sit down and start class. Zhou Xiang glanced around the classroom and happened to see Zhubo and the two others waving at him, so he walked to an empty seat in the last row and sat down. As soon as he sat down, Zhubo came over with a smile and whispered, "Hey, Xiangzi, where did you sleep last night?" "In the hotel, of course," Zhou Xiang said, speechless. "With whom? Jiang Fuyue?" As soon as he mentioned this, Zhou Xiang was furious. "How dare you say that? You left yesterday, and you had the nerve to leave me alone?" Lu Zihao laughed and said, "Hey, we were relieved to know that Jiang Fuyue was with you." Zhou Xiang. "Right, Xiangzi, you and Jiang Fuyue were alone last night, a man and a woman." Hey, 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 hey. Moon, confess honestly, where did you go last night? This is the first time you haven't come home since you started university. Su Xian stared at her straight in the eye. Jiang Fuyue knew this was how it would be when she returned to her dormitory, so she said, "Oh, my beautiful Su, what do you do all day? Why are you so interested in my affairs all the time? Tell me." Su Xian wouldn't take no for an answer. "Fine." Jiang Fuyue helplessly rubbed her forehead. "I was with Zhou Xiang last night." "What?" Su Xian's mouth fell open in shock. "You two were together? All night?" Jiang Fuyue's face instantly turned red. "It's not what you think. He was drunk yesterday, and I just went to take care of him." "Is that all? Nothing else happened?" Su Xian leaned in close to her, a wicked smile on her face, and pressed on. Naturally, Jiang Fuyue would not tell her about her secret kiss with Zhou Xiang or about sleeping in the same bed with him. "Oh, stop asking." Jiang Fuyue pushed Su Xian away and said, "I'm going to wash up." After saying this, she ran into the bathroom as if she were escaping. Su Xian stood in place, muttering to herself thoughtfully, "The stinky Fuyue must still be hiding something from me." After washing up, Jiang Fuyue lay back on the bed and dozed for another hour. When she woke up, she suddenly remembered that Zhou Xiang had drunk a lot last night and might feel a little unwell. So she decided to make a cup of honey water, and just then she remembered that the dormitory supervisor had some honey. Saying that she would do it, Jiang Fuyue immediately got up and prepared to go find the dormitory supervisor to borrow the kitchen. She quickly got dressed, tidied her hair, and then walked out of the dormitory door and came to the door of the dormitory supervisor's room on the first floor. She knocked gently on the door and waited for the dormitory supervisor's response. Chapter 12 You have to help me out. After a while, the dormitory manager opened the door and smiled at Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue explained to the dormitory manager why she was there and said she hoped to use the kitchen to make a cup of honey water for a classmate. The dormitory manager readily agreed to her request and told her she could use the kitchen equipment as she wished. Jiang Fuyue thanked the dormitory supervisor gratefully, then walked into the kitchen. She skillfully found the kettle, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove to boil. Then, she took the honey out of the cupboard and put the right amount in a cup. When the water boiled, she carefully poured the hot water into the cup and stirred it with a spoon until it was evenly mixed. In a short while, a cup of sweet honey water was ready. Jiang Fuyue lifted the cup, smelled the faint aroma of honey, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She imagined how Zhou Xiang would feel when he drank the cup of honey water, and hoped that it would bring him some comfort and warmth. Then, she carefully put a lid on the cup to prevent the heat from escaping. With full love and care, Jiang Fuyue left the kitchen and headed for Zhou Xiang. Outside the boys' dormitory, Zhou Xiang had just finished his class with his roommates and was walking back to the dormitory together. His eyes inadvertently swept past him, and suddenly he froze, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He saw Jiang Fuyue standing there, tall and graceful, the breeze gently brushing her hair, looking exceptionally charming. The three of them, Zhubo, also noticed Jiang Fuyue. They exchanged glances and gave meaningful smiles. "Xiangzi, you and Jiang Shuihua go ahead, we'll go up first," Zhubo said to Zhou Xiang with a smile. Zhou Xiang nodded helplessly. As the three of them passed by Jiang Fuyue, they politely greeted her, "Hello, Jiang Shui." Jiang Fuyue smiled and responded, hello. Then, her gaze fell on Zhou Xiang, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Xiao Shangxiang, did you finish your class? She asked softly. Zhou Xiang nodded and looked at what Jiang Fuyue was holding in her hand. Curious, he asked, Fuyue, were you waiting for me? Jiang Fuyue winked mischievously, held up the bottle in her hand and said proudly, what do you think? I came here especially to give you some honey water. Zhou Xiang took the bottle and a feeling of warmth welled up in his heart. He looked at Jiang Fuyue gratefully and said with a smile, thank you, Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue smiled even more sweetly and said gently, you're welcome. Drink up and see what you think. Zhou Xiang opened the bottle cap and took a gentle sip. He immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth and thought the taste was not bad. Is it good? Jiang Fuyue asked with concern. Zhou Xiang nodded and praised, it's very good. Thank you. Jiang Fuyue smiled even happier and said, I'm glad you like it. I personally made it. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang hesitated for a few seconds before speaking, Sister Fuyue, I want to know why you were so nice to me? Unexpectedly, Jiang Fuyue gave a mysterious smile and said, guess. This smile once again made Zhou Xiang doubt whether she really liked him or not. A few seconds later, Zhou Xiang shook his head and guessed that he couldn't figure it out. However, thank you, Sister Fuyue. It's okay, then I'll go to class first, bye. Well, bye. Zhou Xiang looked at her departing back and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Since there was a new student party that night, Jiang Fuyue, as the president of the student union, naturally could not be absent. She arrived early at the scene of the new student party to check the progress of various tasks. However, soon after arriving at the scene, Jiang Fuyue saw Wang Xin, a member of the student union, running to her in a hurry. Wang Xin said anxiously, President, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. Zhang Hua, who was supposed to perform a song, suddenly got diarrhea today and said he can't come. There are less than 2 hours until the party starts, what should we do? Upon hearing the news, Jiang Fuyue did not look anxious like everyone else, but instead appeared very calm. She calmly replied, I know, you go ahead, I'll figure it out. Wang Xin nodded and left quickly. Watching his departing back, Jiang Fuyue fell into deep thought. She knew that time was pressing, but she was confident that she could find the right person to replace Zhang Hua. Jiang Fuyue rubbed her chin and thought for a moment. In just a few seconds, she came up with a suitable candidate. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and sent a message to Zhou Xiang. Jiang Fuyue, Xiao Xiang, are you there? Do your sister a favor. Zhou Xiang, who had just woken up, saw the message and hesitated for a moment before replying, okay. Jiang Fuyue almost immediately replied to Zhou Xiang's message. Jiang Fuyue, I'm in the school auditorium, come over now. Zhou Xiang, okay. Zhou Xiang was getting dressed and about to open the door when he heard Zhu Bo's voice behind him, Xiangzi, where are you going? Fuyue's sister needs my help. Zhou Xiang turned around and replied. Oh, are you still going to the freshman party tonight? I don't know, I'll see. After saying this, Zhou Xiang left the dormitory and arrived at the school auditorium. Jiang Fuyue stood at the door and waited for a while, and finally saw the figure of Zhou Xiang. A bright smile immediately appeared on her face. Xiao Xiang, you finally come. Jiang Fuyue quickly walked up to greet him. Sister Fuyue, what's the rush? Zhou Xiang looked at her in puzzlement. It's like this, the student who was supposed to perform singing suddenly couldn't make it. I remember you sing very well, so I was thinking of asking you to fill in. Jiang Fuyue explained. Zhou Xiang was a little surprised and quickly waved his hand up. Sister Fuyue, I can't do it. What the hell? If he has to sing in front of so many people, he'll be so nervous. Don't back out, Xiao Xiang, you can do it. Jiang Fuyue looked at Zhou Xiang encouragingly, and this was a matter of life and death, so please help your sister. Looking at Jiang Fuyue's expectant eyes, Zhou Xiang was a little embarrassed, but he was too shy to refuse directly. But I'm really nervous, what if I mess up? Zhou Xiang voiced his concerns. It's okay, just pretend that the audience is made up of just ordinary people. Jiang Fuyue said with a smile, and added, besides, your singing is so beautiful, you'll definitely wow the audience. Zhou Xiang was a little embarrassed by Jiang Fuyue's praise, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally nodded. Okay, I'll give it a try. Jiang Fuyue beamed with satisfaction. She took Zhou Xiang backstage, found the staff member in charge of the performance, Wang Xian, explained the situation, and asked for the song Jiang Hua was going to perform. She took the music sheet, looked it over carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, handed it to Zhou Xiang. This is the song that Jiang Hua was going to sing. Get familiar with the lyrics and melody first. Jiang Fuyue said softly, her gaze always falling on Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang took the music sheet and read it carefully. His brows furrowed slightly as he studied each note and lyric intently, trying to memorize them. Chapter 13 Jiang Fuyue stole a kiss. Jiang Fuyue sat next to him with one hand resting on her chin and the other supporting her head, her posture elegant. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Zhou Xiang. I never thought that when Xiaoshan got serious, he would be so charming. Before long, Zhou Xiang had memorized the lyrics. He looked up at Jiang Fuyue and asked, Sister Fuyue, I've memorized the lyrics. Is there anything else you need me to do? Jiang Fuyue shook her head gently, beaming at him. She opened a bottle of drink and handed it to him, saying, Xiang Xiang, you must be thirsty. Here, have this drink. Just then, Wang Xian happened to pass by. When he saw the usually aloof and cold student union president being so considerate to this boy, he couldn't help but stare, wondering if he was seeing things. Zhou Xiang took the drink, politely thanked her, and then drank it. He curiously asked Jiang Fuyue, Sister Fuyue, are you going to perform on the show today too? Jiang Fuyue smiled and replied, No, as the president of the student council, I'm just responsible for overseeing the progress of this freshman party. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang suddenly realized that not only is Fuyue's sister beautiful, she is also the president of the student council. I wonder which toad will marry this multi-talented sister in the future. Zhou Xiang felt his face heating up when he saw Jiang Fuyue staring at him. Sister Fuyue, why are you always staring at me? Jiang Fuyue smiled, reached out and touched Zhou Xiang's head, because you are handsome. Zhou Xiang's face turned redder, and he lowered his head, fiddling with the drink bottle in his hands. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue's phone rang. She answered the call, listened for a while, and said, I know, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Jiang Fuyue stood up and said to Zhou Xiang, Xiang, I have to go do something first. Get ready, I'm looking forward to your wonderful performance later. After saying that, she gave Zhou Xiang a cheering gesture and turned around to leave. In the evening, at exactly 6 o'clock, the orientation party for freshmen at Xijing University officially began. Shubo, Lu Zihao, and Zhang Hu also arrived at the scene and found a front row seat. Hey! Why hasn't Shangzi come yet? The party is about to start. Shubo couldn't help but rush at the two. Who knows? I've sent more than 10 messages, and Shangzi hasn't replied. Zhang Hu said. Shu! Don't talk, there's a girl. Lu Zihao interrupted the two's conversation. My goodness! This big thunderstorm is a bit much. Shubo licked the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Hu agreed with Shubo's comment, who says it isn't? If anyone can marry her, then there will definitely be no shortage of milk for the children in the future. At this point, the three of them had long since forgotten about Zhou Xiang, and their minds were full of the girls at the venue. They excitedly talked about the beautiful women on stage, their eyes full of anticipation and longing. As one program after another came to an end, it was finally Zhou Xiang's turn to go on stage. At this time, Zhou Xiang was so nervous that sweat was pouring from the palms of his hands. He took a deep breath to try to calm himself down, but his heartbeat only accelerated. Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile slightly, whispering, Xiang, are you very nervous? Zhou Xiang stuttered and replied, No. He couldn't even speak clearly, and he still said he wasn't nervous. Jiang Fuyue laughed to herself, thinking that he was really a strong-willed man. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Fuyue pouted her lips and quickly gave Zhou Xiang a kiss on the cheek. This sudden move made Zhou Xiang feel a burst of shock. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Fuyue's mischievous smile. Holy cow! Did Sister Fuyue just kiss him? His face then instantly turned red, a wave of heat rushed to his heart, and he felt a flash of moisture on his face. Zhou Xiang's emotions became even more complex. He felt both embarrassed and shocked, and this intertwining of emotions made him even more nervous. However, just then, the host's voice rang out, announcing that Zhou Xiang was about to go on stage to perform. Jiang Fuyue, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at Zhou Xiang's nervous appearance and encouraged him, Come on, Xiang, I have confidence in you. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath to calm his nerves, then slowly walked onto the stage. As the music started, he began to sing. The most complicated version of myself. His voice was deep and full of magnetism, and it was impossible not to be enchanted. How do you go about proving that every lyric is full of emotion, so that the audience can feel the helplessness and pain in the song? What do you do to be able to forget you? This lyric in particular touched everyone's heartstrings, reminding people of those they once loved deeply but had to give up. You whom I loved deeply. His singing voice became more and more impassioned, as if he were venting the pain in his heart. There are some things that cannot continue. My problem is that you don't think I have a problem. Just let all this rain fall. So you can't see the struggle on my face. Let it all end. Tell the truth from the heart. Was it you who was the most selfish? Have you loved me? The last line of lyrics fell, and the entire scene fell into silence, followed by enthusiastic applause and cheers. At this time, Zhu Bo was stunned when he saw Zhou Xiang on stage. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "Holy shit, isn't that Xiangzi?" Holy shit, it really is Xiangzi. Lu Zihao also exclaimed in surprise, his eyes full of amazement and excitement. The three of them, having recovered from their shock, stood up and began cheering for Zhou Xiang. They waved their arms and shouted Zhou Xiang's name loudly, their faces filled with pride and joy. "Oh, wow! See, that's my buddy! Oh, wow!" Zhu Bo shouted excitedly. "Xiangzi, I love you." At this moment, Zhou Xiang on the stage also saw the three roommates ghostly wailing, and he suddenly felt extremely speechless. Backstage, Jiang Fuyue was filled with admiration for Zhou Xiang on stage. Her mouth curled up into a faint smile. At this moment, she felt her love for Zhou Xiang grow a little more. Hearing Zhou Xiang sing, Lin Yue's eyes grew a little dim, and an indescribable feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. She frowned slightly, and an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Chapter 14. But is he really ready to start a relationship? Xiao Xiang, you're awesome. You've sung straight to the heart of your sister. At this time, Zhou Xiang had already returned to the backstage, and Jiang Fuyue said with a face full of excitement. Looking at Jiang Fuyue in front of him reminded him of the image of the other person kissing him just before going on stage. After a while, Zhou Xiang slowly spoke, "Sister Fuyue, if that's all, I'll go back first." After saying that, Zhou Xiang was about to leave, but Jiang Fuyue stopped him, saying, "Wait a minute, sister, I'll go with you." Without waiting for Zhou Xiang to say anything, Jiang Fuyue took his hand and led him out of the backstage area. Zhou Xiang looked at the hand that was being held, a hint of shyness appeared on his face, but in his heart there was an inexplicable sense of sweetness. The two walked out of the backstage area and arrived at a lake on the school grounds. Along the way, Jiang Fuyue did not let go of Zhou Xiang's hand, which made Zhou Xiang a little nervous, but also felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. "Fuyue, can you let go of my hand now?" Zhou Xiang said with his head bowed. Jiang Fuyue smiled and then let go of his hand. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was quiet and awkward. Zhou Xiang didn't know what to say and could only silently gaze at the lake. Jiang Fuyue was wondering what was on her mind, occasionally glancing at Zhou Xiang, who was standing next to her. After a while, Jiang Fuyue broke the silence and asked softly, Xiang, I really want to thank you today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know who I would have gone to." Zhou Xiang turned his head and looked at Jiang Fuyue's beautiful profile, nodded, and said, "It's nothing, just a small favor." Jiang Fuyue smiled, looked up at the moon in the sky, and said, Xiang, the moon tonight is so dazzling, just like you on stage." Her words made Zhou Xiang feel a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything, but instead tilted his head slightly and glanced at her, seeing her beautiful face in the moonlight. At that moment, he seemed to forget all his worries and troubles, and just wanted time to stay in that moment forever. The next second, Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. She stared at Zhou Xiang's face for a long time, and then slowly approached him. Zhou Xiang's heartbeat accelerated instantly. He didn't know what Jiang Fuyue was going to do. Just then, Jiang Fuyue lightly kissed his lips on tiptoe, and then quickly stepped back. Zhou Xiang's eyes directly widened, and he was at a loss for a moment. Did Sister Fuyue steal another kiss from me? She kissed me on the cheek this afternoon, but now she's kissing me on the lips. Oh my god, that was my first kiss, and Sister Fuyue just took it away from me. Jiang Fuyue looked at him, her face beaming with happiness. "Good night, little Xiang. After saying that, Jiang Fuyue left, leaving Zhou Xiang standing there in a daze, with the kiss still echoing in his mind. He touched his lips, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After a while, he came back to his senses, let out a deep sigh, and then walked towards the direction of the dormitory. In the boys' dormitory at this time, Zhu Bo and the others were anxiously waiting for Zhou Xiang's return. They were sitting on their respective beds, their eyes occasionally looking towards the door, waiting for Zhou Xiang to appear. Finally, the door was gently pushed open and Zhou Xiang walked in. As soon as he looked up, he met the three of them staring at him intently. "What do you guys want?" "Just so you know, I'm not gay." Zhou Xiang subconsciously hugged himself and looked at them warily. "Fuck you." Shubo, Lu Zihao, and Zhang Hu all laughed and scolded at the same time, their faces showing expressions of helplessness. Shubo spoke slowly. "You little shit, Zhou Xiang, you actually went up on stage and sang without telling us. I thought you were a dog coin. Why did you get called away by Jiang Fuyue in the afternoon and never come back? It seems like you were secretly doing something big behind our backs." "It's not a big deal, and it's useless to tell you," Zhou Xiang said with a face of innocence, as if he didn't care about this matter. The three of them. For a moment, the entire dormitory fell silent, with only Zhou Xiang's voice echoing in the air. Just then, Zhubo suddenly noticed a faint lipstick mark on Zhou Xiang's lips. He rubbed his eyes, looked again, and after confirming, he directly asked, "Yo, Xiangzi, you're in luck. Tell me, where did the lipstick mark on your lips come from?" "What lipstick?" "I don't know." Zhou Xiang's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm on the surface as he answered. Lu Zihao and Zhang Hu also curiously leaned in to take a closer look. After confirming that it was indeed a lipstick mark, they began to press for answers. "Xiangzi, let me guess, it can't be Jiang Xiaohua, can it?" Lu Zihao said with a smile. "Hey, I think it's probably her." Zhang Hu agreed. The two of them sang in unison, making Zhou Xiang very nervous, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Can you stop guessing? It's not what you think at all?" Zhou Xiang said helplessly. "Brothers, attack." Shubo couldn't stand it anymore when he saw Zhou Xiang still refusing to admit it. With a command from Zhubo, Lu Zihao, and Zhang Hu directly started a series of damaging tricks against Zhou Xiang, such as the monkey stealing the peach and the black tiger taking the heart. The next second, the screams of Zhou Xiang could be heard coming directly from room 606. Shubo and his two friends interrogated Zhou Xiang for a full 15 minutes, and finally Zhou Xiang couldn't take it anymore and simply confessed that the lipstick print was Jiang Fuyue's. "Xiangzi, you see what I said before? I told you that Jiang Fuyue likes you, but you didn't believe me. Now do you believe me?" Shubo handed out drinks to the group and then looked at Zhou Xiang and said. Lu Zihao also agreed. "To be honest, Xiangzi, you might as well just go out with Jiang Flower. After all, she is the school flower, and you two know each other, and most importantly, she likes you. Isn't this a match made in heaven?" "Yes, Xiangzi, I think Hao has a point. You might as well give it a try with Jiang Flower," Zhang Hu said. Hearing what his three roommates had to say, Zhou Xiang was momentarily silenced. He was at a loss for what to do. Shubo saw his expression and quickly winked at Zhang Hu and Lu Zihao to indicate that they should let him think for himself. Zhou Xiang pondered in silence, and he remembered the bits and pieces of the past fortnight with Jiang Fuyue. Perhaps, he also had special feelings for her? But was he really ready to start a relationship? Or with his best friend's sister, the school beauty queen Jiang Fuyue? After thinking for a long time, Zhou Xiang didn't know what to do. So he had to go to the bathroom and take a cold shower to calm himself down. After all, you can't rush relationships. Chapter 15. This must be the little schoolmate you've been thinking about, right? The night always seems to drag on. Zhou Xiang lay on his bed, his thoughts racing about like a flood, making it hard for him to sleep. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and when he woke up in the morning, his eyes were bloodshot and his dark circles were particularly obvious. Lazily, Zhou Xiang reached for his phone on the nightstand and glanced at the screen. Just then, a new message caught his attention. It was a greeting from Jiang Fuyue sent 5 minutes ago. "Jiang Fuyue, good morning, Xiao Xiang." Zhou Xiang stared at the message, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. He hesitated for a moment before slowly typing 3 words in response, "Good morning." Just then, the voice of his roommate Zhubo broke the tranquility of the room. "Xiangzi, you still have time to check your phone, so hurry up and get up and wash up, you'll be late for class in 20 minutes. Shubo, who was already fully dressed, anxiously reminded Zhou Xiang. "Ha? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhou Xiang was startled, immediately put down the phone in his hand, and started dressing and washing up in a flurry. After surviving the first class, before the second class had even reached the halfway point, Zhou Xiang was already too sleepy to bear, and fell asleep directly on the table. Lu Zihao was holding his phone at this time, with a lewd smile on his face, his eyes fixed on the screen, as if he had seen something exciting. Xu Bo, sitting next to him, noticed his expression and curiously leaned over to take a look, teasingly asking, Nazi, what are you looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? Lu Zihao was startled by the sudden sound, and hastily turned off the screen of his phone. Then he turned to Xu Bo, smiled awkwardly, and said, Hey, it's nothing. The girl who added me as a friend the other day said she'd treat me to lunch today. Wow, you're something. Xu Bo stared in amazement, his eyes wide, and looked at Lu Zihao with envy. Lu Zihao smiled proudly and said with a pretense of modesty, Hey, keep it low-key. At this time, Jiang Hu, who was standing nearby, heard their conversation and came over with a smile, saying, Hey, brother Hao, ask her if there are any single girls in her dormitory and introduce one to your brother. As soon as Xu Bo heard this, he immediately agreed, Yes, brother Hao, introduce one for me too. Lu Zihao pretended to be in a difficult situation, frowning and saying, Oh, my shoulders suddenly feel a bit sore. Jiang Hu and Xu Bo immediately understood what he meant. They immediately understood what he meant, and quickly put on a flattering appearance, beginning to massage Lu Zihao's shoulders. Brother Hao, how is it? Are you satisfied with the strength? Jiang Hu asked with concern while vigorously massaging. Not bad. Keep it up. Lu Zihao closed his eyes in pleasure, a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Great. Jiang Hu and Xu Bo worked even harder to serve Lu Zihao, hoping to gain his approval and ask him to help them get together. 5 minutes later, Lu Zihao gave a satisfied expression and said, Okay, I'll ask for you guys at lunch. Then we'll be waiting for your good news, brother Hao. Jiang Hu and Xu Bo said at the same time. Before they knew it, the morning class was over. Lu Zihao couldn't wait to keep his appointment, and as soon as the bell rang, he disappeared like the wind. Xu Bo woke up Zhou Xiang, who was still sleeping, and the three of them walked out of the classroom together. As soon as they stepped out of the teaching building, Zhou Xiang saw Jiang Fuyue standing quietly under a tree, her beautiful figure like a picture scroll. Xu Bo, who was standing nearby, hurriedly said, Xiangzi, we won't disturb you and Jiang Schoolflower, you two enjoy your time together, bye. After saying that, he didn't give Zhou Xiang a chance to speak, and he pulled Jiang Hu and turned to leave. Zhou Xiang helplessly watched them leave, and then walked towards Jiang Fuyue and asked, Fuyue's sister, were you waiting for me? Jiang Fuyue nodded with a smile, her eyes flashing with gentle light, of course. So, Sister Fuyue, what did you want to see me about? Zhou Xiang asked, scratching his head in full of confusion. Jiang Fuyue shook her head gently and laughed, saying, Nothing, I just want to have lunch with you. Ah? Zhou Xiang said again, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Jiang Fuyue's mouth curled up into a sweet smile, saying, Oh, what's the big deal? It's just lunch, what? Are you afraid I'm going to eat you? Ha, why would I? Zhou Xiang smiled awkwardly, but he was a little nervous inside. Let's go then. The two then walked side by side towards the school cafeteria. At this time, the students who had witnessed everything just now widened their eyes and looked at the two's backs. Holy shit! Did I just see that? I actually saw Flower Girl Jiang take the initiative to invite a guy to have lunch together? Be confident, you didn't see it wrong. That guy I know is a freshman, and Flower Girl Jiang gave him milk tea every day during military training. When Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue appeared in the cafeteria, the surrounding students cast envious glances at them, which made Zhou Xiang feel even more uncomfortable. Jiang Fuyue seemed to sense Zhou Xiang's embarrassment, and she smiled slightly, taking the initiative to open the topic. Xiao Xiang, what do you want to eat? I'm fine with anything, Sister Fuyue, just order what you want. Zhou Xiang blushed and lowered his head. Okay, I'll order. Jiang Fuyue went to a window and said to the waitress, 2 orders of braised chicken with rice, please. Zhou Xiang took out his phone in advance to pay for the meal, and then the two of them found a quiet place to sit with their meals. Zhou Xiang kept his head down the whole time, eating his meal, while Jiang Fuyue, sitting across from him, just smiled and elegantly picked up the chicken and started eating. Heh, what a cute little stinker. Jiang Fuyue gently picked up a piece of chicken with an attractive aroma with her chopsticks and carefully placed it in Zhou Xiang's bowl. When he saw the moment the piece of chicken fell into the bowl, Zhou Xiang was slightly startled, and his gaze couldn't help but turn to Jiang Fuyue across the table. Sister Fuyue, why? I can't finish it all, so I'm giving it to you. Besides, it's a shame to waste food. Jiang Fuyue smiled playfully at him. Zhou Xiang glanced at her and asked, Do you usually eat so little? Yes, I have to keep fit. If I eat too much, my tummy will get fat. Jiang Fuyue playfully patted her tummy. Zhou Xiang let out a sound and picked up the chicken he had just picked up and started eating. Jiang Fuyue looked at him eating and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At this time, Su Xian also arrived at the cafeteria. After buying his meal, he looked around and suddenly, his eyes lit up as he walked towards Jiang Fuyue and the others. Hi, yeah, what a coincidence, you're here too. Su Xian walked up to the table and greeted them with a smile. Yes, what a coincidence. Jiang Fuyue responded politely. Su Xian looked at Zhou Xiang, who was bowing his head eating, and then at Jiang Fuyue, and said deliberately, Hey, yeah, this must be the little schoolmate you've been thinking about, right? As soon as he said this, Zhou Xiang almost choked on his rice and died. Ouch, don't talk nonsense, Su Xian, Jiang Fuyue glared at him, her cheeks flushed. Su Xian was secretly delighted at this, and asked with a feigned expression of surprise, Oh, yeah, why are you blushing? Jiang Fuyue's face turned even redder, and she hastily changed the subject, Why are you just now coming to eat? It's because my tutor suddenly asked me to do something, and it delayed me. Su Xian shrugged helplessly, and then sat down next to Jiang Fuyue. By the way, little brother, you are Zhou Xiang, right? Yes, senior. Zhou Xiang looked up, gave Su Xian a glance, and replied simply. Su Xian nodded and then looked at Jiang Fuyue. You really have good taste, finding such a handsome little junior. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. Jiang Fuyue said, pretending to be angry. Okay, I won't say anymore, but you didn't even ask me to eat with you, that's not nice at all. As Su Xian said this, she picked up her chopsticks and joined in the meal. Chapter 16 Zhou Xiang, do you hate me now? After leaving the cafeteria, Zhou Xiang found an excuse and returned to the dormitory. Xiangzi, you're back from your date so soon? Xu Bo asked. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's face was speechless and he shrugged his shoulders. What the hell, date your grandmother? Xu Bo leaned closer to Zhou Xiang with a wicked smile. Hey, come on, Xiangzi, do you really not have the slightest interest in Jiang Flower? No. Zhou Xiang hesitated for a moment, then denied without hesitation. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Bo and Zhang Hu exchanged glances and smiled. It didn't take long before Lu Zihao returned. Damn, you look like you're full of joy, it seems like you had a good time at dinner. Lu Zihao smirked, saying, Of course, you don't know who I am. A little man getting his way. Xu Bo couldn't help but make a snide remark. Zhang Hu's eyes shone with anticipation. Brother Hao, how did it go with asking about my brother's marriage? Right, Brother Hao? Xu Bo also looked at him expectantly. Lu Zihao took a sip of water and said, Of course it's been taken care of. Dandan said that she would bring her roommate with us to go shopping tomorrow. Brother Hao, you are literally my idol. Yes, the eternal god. Zhou Xiang looked confused as he watched the conversation between the three of them. What were you three talking about? I can't hear you clearly. Then Zhu Bo roughly explained to Zhou Xiang. Oh, right, Xiangzi, are you going tomorrow? Lu Zihao asked. I'm not going. Zhou Xiang's words were cut short as Zhu Bo put his arm around him. Hey, Xiangzi, you have to come, just follow your brother Bo and watch me flirt with girls. Okay. Just let him show him how this fat guy flirts with girls. Hey, without further ado, guys, let's start playing. Come on, log in. The guys logged in to play Eat Chicken together. Zhou Xiang might not be so good at playing other games, but in this game, although he is not particularly good, in the eyes of ordinary people, he can easily dominate. Watch my shadowless fist. Xu Bo had just landed and before he could pick up his gun, he unleashed a combination of punches on the enemy rushing at him, perfectly finishing him off. Before he could celebrate, he was shot in the head by Lao Lu in the grass. Damn, there's Lao Lu, Xiangzi, avenge me. Zhou Xiang, who had received the order, directly performed a slide tackle to get behind the enemy and easily obtained a headshot. In no time at all, Zhou Xiang led the three of them into the final circle. Fatty, you attract the firepower, and you too, Hao and Wheezy, cover me while I take care of those three on the roof first. No problem, just watch my soulful positioning, I'm invisible, so I'm invisible. Zhou Xiang. The other side. Jiang Fuyue returned to the dormitory, sat down on a chair, rested her hands on her chin, and stared blankly at the computer screen. Now there are only two people left in the dormitory, her and Su Xian. The other two roommates have moved off campus. Su Xian is a small-time internet celebrity who broadcasts live every day to sell products, so she doesn't have a boyfriend. As for Jiang Fuyue, she successfully passed the graduate school entrance exam at Xijing University with the highest score in her major after completing her credits early. At this moment, she can't help but think of Zhou Xiang. I wonder what little Xiang is doing right now. That darn little brother of mine, every time I take the initiative to message him, he never contacts me on his own initiative. It really breaks my heart. That's it for today's live broadcast, babies. We'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Just then, Su Xian finished his day of live broadcasting, got up, walked over to Jiang Fuyue, and teased her with a smile. Hey, yeah, are you thinking about your little brother again? Jiang Fuyue was a little embarrassed when she was told what she was thinking, and she smiled. Is it that obvious? Su Xian nodded with a wicked smile on his face. Of course it is, you have the words missing written all over your face. Oh, don't make fun of me. Jiang Fuyue blushed and scolded. Su Xian smiled and pulled a chair over to sit down, saying, Yeah, where have you and Xiao Shuedi gotten to now? What else can it be? Just like that. Jiang Fuyue sighed helplessly. He is always indifferent, and I don't know what he is really thinking. Su Xian comforted, don't be discouraged. Maybe he is just shy or not good at expressing his feelings. Besides, our Yaya is so pretty, I don't believe that Xiao Shuai will not be moved. Maybe. Jiang Fuyue nodded lightly, but she was still a little disappointed. She didn't know if Zhou Xiang really felt that way about her. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly came over and said mysteriously, Yeah, I have an idea. Didn't you say that Xiao Shuedi doesn't take the initiative? Then let's find a way to make him take the initiative a bit. Make him take the initiative? How? Jiang Fuyue asked curiously. Su Xian winked and said, we can create some opportunities for him so that he has to contact you. For example, you can find an excuse to ask him for help, or deliberately act a little vulnerable in front of him to arouse his protective instinct. After listening to this, Jiang Fuyue felt that there was some truth to it, but she was worried that this might be too deliberate. Su Xian saw her concerns and patted her on the shoulder, saying, Don't worry, as long as we do it naturally, it won't seem strange. And if the younger guy really has a crush on you, he will definitely take action. Jiang Fuyue thought about it for a moment and finally decided to try Su Xian's suggestion. The next day, Zhou Xiang was in the mall, intently watching Zhubo flirt with girls. The little girl Wang Dandan, who was interested in Lu Zihao, was not exactly stunning. If you had to describe her beauty in one word, it would be cute. However, what embarrassed Zhou Xiang was that her roommate was Lin Yue, the new school beauty queen of the current year in the white moonlight that Zhou Xiang had been chasing for 3 years. If he had known that her roommate was Lin Yue, he would never have come. At this time, Zhubo was still flirting with another girl dressed up in black silk, while Zhang Hu looked awkward and unable to let go, but he was also chatting with another short-haired beauty. Lu Zihao was chatting with Wang Dandan, laughing and joking. There were 4 men and 4 women, and they were walking in the mall, attracting a lot of attention. Zhou Xiang walked behind the group, keeping his head down and not saying a word. Seeing Zhou Xiang with his head down and not saying a word, Lin Yue finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Zhou Xiang, do you hate me right now? Ha? No. Seeing Lin Yue take the initiative to talk to him, Zhou Xiang froze for a moment, but still answered out of politeness. Zhou Xiang, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. If I say if I start chasing you now, would you still be with me? As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xiang hesitated. Chapter 17 Club Recruitment. Lin Yue saw his appearance and immediately understood everything. Zhou Xiang, are we still friends now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang nodded, To be honest, when Zhou Xiang saw Lin Yue now, he no longer had the same passionate liking as before. Perhaps in his heart, he had already let go of his former liking for her. It wasn't long before the few of them came out of the mall, Zhubo and Zhang, who both with a big O of pain on their faces. The group had just had a meal in the mall that had cost a little under 1,000 yuan. Of course, the 2 of them had fought to pay, and they had fought hard. How could they let the girl pay when they were out with her? After leaving the mall, the group returned to the university. The 4 of them took the girls back to their dormitory. At the entrance to the girls' dormitory, Wang Dandan, with a reluctant expression, said goodbye to Lu Zihao. Time flies, and we have to part with you again. Yes, I feel very happy with you. Me too. Zhou Xiang saw the ambiguous atmosphere between the 2 and knew that they would soon be apart. In contrast, Zhubo and Zhang, who were smirking like dogs at the 2 girls. Goodness. I didn't realize that these 2 had the potential to be senior dogs. After returning to the boys' dormitory, Lu Zihao took out a bottle of drink and handed it to Zhou Xiang, saying, Sorry, Xiangzi, I didn't know that Dandan's roommate was Lin Yue. It's okay, ignorance is not a crime. Zhou Xiang patted his shoulder to indicate that he was fine. At that moment, Zhubo arrogantly put his arm around Zhou Xiang's shoulder and said, "How is it? Xiangzi, have you learned my skills in flirting with girls?" "Sorry, I can't even look at it." Zhou Xiang pushed him away and said, "Speechless, you still have the nerve to say that you know how to woo girls? Chun Chun is a big dog licker." "What? Xiangzi, are you high? How dare you question your father?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang gave him a dirty look. Seeing this, Zhubo suddenly became furious. "What's wrong with being a dog licker? Does being a dog licker mean that you don't deserve true love?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang was shocked. Holy cow! Why did this kid get possessed while licking? Anyway, no matter what, this outing to go shopping has cost Zhubo and Zhang Hu a quarter of their living expenses. Without a doubt, this guy will be eating dirt by the end of the month. Zhou Xiang shook his head and then lay on the chair, lost in thought. Lu Zihao, meanwhile, lay on the bed, a wicked smile on his face, taking out his phone and chatting with Wang Dandan. Shubo and Zhang Hu exchanged glances and were about to take out their phones to send messages to the other two girls. After all, money can't be spent for nothing, and the girls must be licked. But when the two opened WeChat, they were dumbfounded. The friend requests they sent haven't been approved yet? What's going on? Have they been licking for nothing all afternoon? Thinking about this, Zhubo and Zhang Hu, feeling sorry for each other, hugged each other and cried. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiang shook his head silently. Alas! After all that licking, you get nothing. He had been the same before, and what was the result? The next day. After a morning of classes, Zhou Xiang and the others arrived at the cafeteria, exhausted. The group ordered their food, found a seat, and began to wolf it down. Shu Bo in particular was like a starving ghost. Fatty, why are you eating so fast? No one's going to take it from you. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but speak out. What do you know? As the saying goes, if you don't eat your rice, you have a problem with your thinking. Zhou Xiang. Right, guys, the instructor announced in the group chat that club sign-ups start this afternoon. Have you guys decided which club to join? Zhang Hu suddenly asked. Of course it's the one with the most girls. Shu Bo laughed like a bitch. We'll see. Zhou Xiang hadn't decided yet. I'll go to whichever club Dandan goes to. Lu Zihao said with a happy face. Upon hearing this, Zhu Bo quickly spoke, OMG, that's really intimate, and Dan, Zihao, you're really not shy. Fuck you, you fat ass. By the way, Zihao, where are you and Dan at right now? Zhang Hu asked curiously. Lu Zihao thought for a moment and said, we're in the ambiguous period, and we should be together soon. Then my brother will congratulate you in advance. Zhang Hu said with a smile. Shu Bo, on the other hand, was full of envy and jealousy. He wondered what Dandan saw in you, and why no girl ever took the initiative to communicate with me about feelings. I'm handsomer than you. Shame on you. Suddenly, Lu Zihao looked at Zhou Xiang and said, Hey, by the way, Xiangzi, how are things between you and Jiang Fuyue these days? Zhou Xiang froze for a moment upon hearing this, and replied, What else can it be? It's just like that. What the hell? Why did we bring him into the conversation? After dinner, the group went back to their dorm room to play a couple of games before heading to the club registration area. Each club had set up a registration point in the school square to promote the advantages of their club and invite new students to join. Joining a club not only earns credits, but is also a way to expand one's social circle at school. Many freshmen want to make friends by joining a club. The seniors in those clubs are desperately trying to get freshmen to join, using every trick in the book. As the four walked around the recruitment square, looking at the colorful performances of the various clubs, Zhu Bo's eyes were glued to the scene. Especially when he saw the cool-dressed dance club seniors, Zhu Bo couldn't walk straight anymore, and turned directly to one of the seniors. Hey, can I join your dance club? I'm afraid not. You should go back and lose some weight. The senior student tactfully rejected Zhu Bo, and her words made the three of them laugh out loud. Lu Zihao glanced at his phone, said hello to the others, and then went to find Wang Dandan. Hey, isn't that Jiang Shanhua? Zhang Hu pointed out a short distance away and suddenly said. Really? It seems that Jiang Flower Queen is also recruiting people. Let's go over and have a look. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang quickly waved his hand to refuse. You guys go ahead, I'm not going. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xiang was dragged over by Zhu Bo and Zhang Hu. At this time, the painting club's booth was already surrounded by a lot of people, but most of them were boys. Without thinking, everyone knew who they were here for. Zhou Xiang looked at the crowd gathered here and let out a sigh of relief. There were too many people here, let's go check out the other clubs. No, we've already come this far. Xu Bo refused him with righteous words. Suddenly, Xu Bo gave a wicked smile and instructed Zhang Hu Zi, you keep an eye on Xiang Zi for us, I'll be right back. Okay. Zhang Hu said he had no problem with that. Chapter 18 The Master of Face-Changing Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang looked at the two of them helplessly. At this time, Xu Bo, in order to help his friend pursue love, did his best and managed to squeeze to the front of the line. He greeted Jiang Fuyue enthusiastically, hello, Jiang Xuejie. Jiang Fuyue smiled and responded, hello, Xuejie. She also recognized Xu Bo and then asked, are you here to join our club too? Xu Bo hurriedly waved his hand and explained, no, Jiang Xuejie, it's Xiangzi who wants to join your club. I brought him here especially. When she heard that Zhou Xiang was coming, Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly asked, really? Where is he? Xu Bo pointed behind him and said with a smile, he's right behind the crowd. I'll take you to him now. Great. Thank you, Junior. After saying this, Jiang Fuyue couldn't wait to follow Xu Bo towards the back of the crowd. Halfway there, Jiang Fuyue suddenly remembered something and turned back to Su Xian, who was standing nearby, and said, Su Xian, Xiaoshang is here, I'll go find him for a bit, so you'll have to look after things here. Su Xian glared at her and muttered, you really are a friendless woman who values money over friendship. The boys who were waiting in line at the painting club all followed Jiang Fuyue's every move with their eyes as she left. Jiang Fuyue followed Xu Bo out of the crowd and came up to Zhou Xiang. Her pretty face was full of excitement as she spoke to Zhou Xiang. Xiang, why didn't you say anything when you came? Zhou Xiang was embarrassed by the stares and scratched his head. I saw that you were busy, so I didn't want to bother you. Xu Bo and Zhang Hu saw this and quickly said, Xiangzi, you and Jiang Xuejie go ahead and we won't bother you. Bye. Then the two quickly left the painting club. No matter how busy you are, you're more important than anything else. Jiang Fuyue smiled slightly and said, Xiangzi, your roommate said that you want to join our painting club too? Zhou Xiang was dumbfounded when he heard this. When had he said that he wanted to join the painting club? No need to think about it, it was that fat idiot who made it up. Zhou Xiang shook his head, it was my roommate who said that, I haven't decided which club to join yet. I see. Jiang Fuyue blinked her bright almond-shaped eyes, so Xiang, do you want to join the painting club? This remark directly made the students in line drop their jaws. What? Did I just hear it wrong? Jiang Fuyue actually took the initiative to invite a boy to join the painting club? Everyone's attention turned to Zhou Xiang. They wanted to see who it was that Jiang Flower Queen had taken the initiative to invite. Holy shit! It's that kid again? What the hell is so great about this kid? You don't understand, maybe Jiang Flower Queen just likes this type. Oh, heavens and earth. Are you blind? Why wasn't it me, the handsome guy, that Jiang Flower Queen took the initiative to invite? Zhou Xiang saw Jiang Fuyue staring at him expectantly, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. His throat moved involuntarily, as if he were trying to swallow something. What should I do? Should I reject her or accept her? Can someone please save the boy? Jiang Fuyue saw that Zhou Xiang hadn't said anything for a long time, and she thought that he had been so shocked by being watched by so many people that he had become speechless. She quickly waved her hand in front of his face, Xiang, why aren't you saying anything? Zhou Xiang, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly explained, sorry, Sister Fuyu, I was just distracted. Jiang Fuyue laughed lightly and asked, so can you join the painting club now? Zhou Xiang scratched his head and said a little embarrassed, Sister Fuyu, I'd rather not. I can't paint, and if I join, I'll just be a burden. In fact, Zhou Xiang still had a little basic painting skill, he just simply didn't want to join the painting club, especially since it was Jiang Fuyue's painting club. After this remark, the surrounding students all showed surprised expressions. This guy is awesome. How dare he reject Jiang Fuyue? Hey, buddy, are you okay? If not, let me? This guy really doesn't know how good he has it, and he even rejected such a pretty girl like Jiang Fuyue? Who says not? If it were me, I would have said yes a long time ago. Zhou Xiang listened to the sounds of the people around him discussing it and just wanted to say, nothing. Humph. This stinking little brother actually dared to reject her invitation in front of so many people. It makes me so angry. But when she thought about it, it didn't matter because he was the person she liked. The next second, just as Zhou Xiang was about to leave, Jiang Fuyue directly reached out her small, white hand and grabbed the corner of his shirt. Holy shit, what is she doing? In public, don't you know it's inappropriate for a man and woman to touch each other? Xiang, it hurts me so much when you reject people like this. Just join my club, okay? Besides, once you join, you can come whenever you want, and if you don't come, I'll still give you credits. As the vice president of the painting club, she still has this right. Jiang Fuyue kept blinking her beautiful eyes and waving his clothes corner with a grievance. The crowd who saw the scene was directly dumbfounded. What? Is this motherfucker still the same cold and aloof schoolflower? What the hell is going on in this world? The cold and aloof schoolflower is actually acting like a baby in public? Zhou Xiang had never seen such a scene before, and he panicked, anxiously saying, Sister Fuyue, what are you doing? You shouldn't act like this, it will give people the wrong idea. Humph, I don't care. If you don't agree to her, she'll keep pestering you until you do. Jiang Fuyue pouted. Looking at the adorable Jiang Fuyue in front of him, Zhou Xiang could hardly believe that this was the Fuyue sister he usually knew. Fuyue sister, if you let go of me first, I'll agree to join the painting club. Zhou Xiang saw more and more people gathering around to watch the fun, and sighed helplessly. Really? You mustn't lie to your sister. A man of honor keeps his word. Seeing that Zhou Xiang had said this, Jiang Fuyue immediately let go of the corner of his clothes and gave a small smile. Hee, that's right, little Xiang, you are welcome to join the painting club. Good guy. You can change your face as you like, women are really a strange species. Let's go, I'll take you to fill out the form. Zhou Xiang nodded and followed Jiang Fuyue to the table. Jiang Fuyue asked Su Xian for a form and handed it to Zhou Xiang. Little Xiang, you just need to fill this out. Zhou Xiang took the form, which was just some personal information and the like. He quickly filled it out and handed it to Jiang Fuyue. Well, not bad. Jiang Fuyue looked at the form and nodded with satisfaction. From today onwards, you are a member of our painting club. You must listen to your sister in the future. I know. Zhou Xiang blushed and said. Okay, you can go back first, and I'll add you to the group chat later. Jiang Fuyue said with a smile. Zhou Xiang was relieved and quickly fled the scene. After Zhou Xiang left, Jiang Fuyue also returned to her usual cold and indifferent appearance. The speed at which she changed her expression left everyone stunned. Yeah, our club is full, what should we do about all these people waiting in line? Su Xian whispered to Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment, and then said to the crowd, I'm sorry, everyone, but our painting club is full this year. Upon hearing this, everyone looked embarrassed and left, all prepared to check out other clubs. Chapter 19 Women Chasing Men. After everyone left, Su Xian came up to Jiang Fuyue with a smile on his face. Yeah, I never noticed before, but you're so shameless. Is your face more important than your son? Jiang Fuyue asked with a smile. Su Xian. Zhou Xiang had just reached the bottom of the dormitory building when he heard the voice of the fat and lazy Zhubo behind him. Xiangzi, wait for your father. Zhubo, who had already taken a few steps, said to Zhou Xiang, who was already in a bad mood, in a despicable manner, Xiangzi, how does it feel to be teased in public by Jiang Huashua? Get lost, it's all your fault. Zhou Xiang rolled his eyes at him. How can you blame your father? Your father is only trying to match you up with Jiang Flower. Match up my ass? Do I want you to match me up? Do you know how embarrassing it was for me? Shu Bo giggled foolishly. It was night, silent and still, and the moonlight shone through the window onto the bed, but Zhou Xiang was wide awake, unable to sleep. He tried counting sheep to help him fall asleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, the image of Jiang Fuyue teasing him would involuntarily appear in his mind. With no choice, Zhou Xiang took out his phone, turned the volume to the lowest, and started browsing short videos. At first, he found it quite interesting, and as he watched videos of all kinds of funny things, food, and pets, his mood gradually relaxed. However, as time passed, he felt more and more that something was wrong. Why were all the videos he was watching about relationships? Each video was full of sweetness and romance, and it made him feel a little envious. He even wondered if his phone had been infected with a virus that was pushing relationship-related content at him. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Fuyue also couldn't sleep. She lay on her bed, tossing and turning, thinking about how she could successfully woo Zhou Xiang. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue had a brainstorm and remembered the power of the internet. She thought to herself, there should be a lot of information online about ways and techniques for women to woo men. So she quickly got up from the bed, pulled back the covers, and in her pajamas walked over to the computer desk, opened the browser and searched for content related to women wooing men. Jiang Fuyue read the search results one by one, carefully noting down some practical suggestions and methods. She decided to put them into practice this weekend and launch an offensive against Zhou Xiang. At this time, Zhou Xiang was still immersed in the world of short videos. One video caught his attention. In the video, a boy set up a heart shape with candles under the girls' dormitory and then loudly confessed to the girls upstairs. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but smile, and he sighed inwardly, this is so childish. But for some reason, he suddenly thought of Jiang Fuyue and imagined her reaction to such a scene. Just then, a message popped up on the screen of his phone. Zhou Xiang looked at it intently, and it turned out to be from Jiang Fuyue. Xiang, good night. A few short words, but they made Zhou Xiang's heart beat faster. Holy shit, what's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Zhou Xiang's mind, and he shook his head in shock. No way, why would I think that? She's the sister of my best friend, I can't. Before he knew it, another week had come to an end. On Friday night, Zhou Xiang was playing a game with his roommate when the phone on the table suddenly rang, interrupting Zhou Xiang's operation. Damn it, Xianzi, what's wrong with you? Zhou Xiang was about to pick up the phone to see who had sent the message until Zhu Bo's cry rang out, which reminded him that he was playing a game. Looking up, he found that he had become a box, still emitting green smoke. I have a message on my phone, sorry, fat guy. Zhou Xiang explained. It's okay, I'm not playing anymore. Zhu Bo exited the game and came up behind Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang happened to open WeChat at this time and read it, only to discover that Jiang Fuyue had sent him a message. Jiang Fuyue, Xiang, tomorrow is the weekend, and I have a meeting here. Do you want to make an appointment? Zhou Xiang hesitated when he saw this message. After looking at it for a long time, Zhu Bo behind him really couldn't bear to watch anymore, and spoke out, Xiangzi, what are you still looking at stupidly for? Hurry up and agree? Shit, when did you get here? Zhou Xiang was startled. I've been here for a long time. Zhu Bo smiled. Then, Zhu Bo quickly grabbed Zhou Xiang's phone with a quick eye and hand movement, went to the bathroom, locked the door, and started replying for him. Zhou Xiang, Zhu Bo's fake, great, then I'll see you tomorrow. After seeing that the message had been successfully sent, he clicked to delete it, so Zhou Xiang would have no way to withdraw it. Zhu Bo looked at his handiwork with satisfaction and couldn't help but exclaim, hey, I'm really clever. Zhou Xiang, who was outside the bathroom, had already cursed Zhu Bo's ancestors for being such a dog. Xianzi, here's your phone. Zhu Bo opened the door and walked out. Zhou Xiang glared at him when he got the phone back, then hurriedly checked to see if he had sent anything out of turn. After double-checking several times to make sure everything was fine, he went back to his chair to think. The next second, Jiang Fuyue's message came through. Jiang Fuyue, hee, little Xiang, you're so nice. Jiang Fuyue, then we'll see you tomorrow. Zhou Xiang, who had seen the message, then realized something was wrong. Damn it, you old man, you fat ass, what did you tell Fuyue? Hey, as you can see, I agreed to help you go on a date with Jiang Flower. Fat ass, watch this. By the time Zhu Bo reacted, Zhou Xiang had already rushed up to him and performed a monkey steals the peach on him. The next second, Zhu Bo's pig-like grunt resounded throughout the entire 606. After finishing off Zhu Bo, Zhou Xiang picked up his phone and was just about to start explaining, but then he thought that the other person definitely wouldn't believe him, so Zhou Xiang didn't know what to do. Never mind, just go, as the saying goes, a barefoot man is not afraid of shoes. He didn't believe that Jiang Fuyue could still eat him. On Saturday, Jiang Fuyue got up early and started cleaning up. Su Xian, on the other hand, received an invitation from an advertiser and was preparing to meet with them. Before leaving, Su Xian said to Jiang Fuyue with a smile, hey, yeah, good luck. Your sister has confidence in you. Oh, I know, just go. Jiang Fuyue urged. She had made up her mind to seduce Zhou Xiang today. Suddenly, Su Xian seemed to have thought of something, returned to the dormitory, took a box of condoms out of the drawer, and handed it to Jiang Fuyue. Hey, when you go out on a date, remember to take precautions. I'm leaving now, I hope you have a happy sex life. After saying that, Su Xian quickly left the dormitory. Jiang Fuyue was dumbfounded, not understanding what Su Xian meant. It wasn't until she spread her hands out and saw the box of condoms in her hands that her face suddenly blushed with shame. Oh, I'm so embarrassed, this naughty girl. After calming down, Jiang Fuyue sat down at the dressing table and started applying her makeup carefully. Today, I must dress up beautifully and directly charm Xiao Xiang, hee. While happily applying her makeup, Jiang Fuyue happily envisioned the image of charming Zhou Xiang. Chapter 20, The Date. After applying her delicate makeup, Jiang Fuyue was in a great mood. She gently pushed open the door, walked over to the closet, and opened the door. Inside were clothes of various styles hanging in an array, but she didn't hesitate for long and reached straight in to take out a pair of lace pajamas and a black, solid-colored, waist-cinching, square-necked, halter neck dress. Holding the two clothes, she posed in front of the mirror. Jiang Fuyue quickly took off the pink cartoon pajamas she was wearing, revealing her proud figure. Her skin was as white as snow, her towering breasts made people drool, her slender waist was beautifully moving, and she had long, straight legs. Every part of her exuded charming charm. Jiang Fuyue looked at her perfect figure in the mirror and couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and confidence. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, with such a sexy and attractive figure, Xiao Xiangshan will definitely like it." As she thought about it, a blush spread across her face, and then she couldn't wait to change her clothes. The lace pajamas fit her body curves closely, revealing a mysterious and seductive aura. She then put on the black solid color waist-cinching square neck halter dress, and the whole look instantly became fashionable and sexy. However, when she looked in the mirror again, she felt that something was missing. She frowned slightly and thought hard. Suddenly, she had an epiphany and said excitedly, "Oh, yes, black silk, the artifact that cuts men off." So she hurried to the wardrobe and rummaged through the black stockings she had bought earlier. Jiang Fuyue sat on a chair and slowly spread her beautiful, white legs, carefully putting the black stockings on. At this moment, I believe any guy who sees this will want to do something naughty, right? Jiang Fuyue, with the black stockings on, stood back in front of the mirror. Looking at her sexy and lustful self in the mirror, a wicked smile curled the corner of her mouth. Hey, I wonder if little Xiang can hold back. After Jiang Fuyue had tidied everything up, she grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she thought of something else and returned to put the box of Durex in her bag. Jiang Fuyue walked briskly to the bottom of the boys' dormitory. She stood still, a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth, and pulled out her phone to send a voice message to Zhou Xiang. "Jiang Fuyue, Xiao Xiang, have you finished packing? I'm downstairs already." Just then, Zhou Xiang had just finished washing up and hadn't had time to catch his breath when a crisp beep came from the phone on the table. He picked up the phone, unlocked the screen, entered the WeChat interface, and clicked on the voice message sent by Jiang Fuyue. Instantly, Jiang Fuyue's sweet and charming voice came from the phone speaker, as if a spring breeze was blowing across Zhou Xiang's ears. Zhou Xiang was slightly startled, his cheeks unconsciously flushed, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. "Zhou Xiang, I'll be right down." Zhou Xiang changed his clothes, grabbed his phone and walked downstairs, wondering what kind of trick she was going to play today. "Jiang Fuyue, okay? I'll be waiting for you." After replying to the message, Jiang Fuyue put down her phone and fixed her beautiful eyes on the door to the boys' dormitory. Zhou Xiang walked out of the dormitory building and saw Jiang Fuyue standing not far away. "Wow! Sister Fuyue looks so sexy today." Jiang Fuyue smiled as she walked towards Zhou Xiang in her high heels, exuding a seductive charm with every step. Zhou Xiang's gaze could not help but follow her movements, and his heart could not help but skip a beat. When she reached Zhou Xiang, Jiang Fuyue said softly, "What do you think? Xiao Xiang, is my sister pretty today?" Zhou Xiang's face flushed, and he lowered his head, slightly nervous, and said, "Very pretty." Seeing his appearance, Jiang Fuyue's smile became even brighter. "Little brat. I don't believe I can't get you today. Sister Fuyue, where are we going now?" Zhou Xiang asked. Jiang Fuyue pursed her lips and thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's go shopping with my sister first." Zhou Xiang nodded. Then the two of them walked towards the school gate, one in front of the other. Seeing Zhou Xiang walking ahead of her on his own, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but say, Xiang, you walk slowly, my sister can't walk fast in high heels." Hearing the voice behind her, Zhou Xiang stopped in his tracks, took a few steps back, and said apologetically, "Sorry, Fuyue." Zhou Xiang is already 1.8 meters tall, and his long legs make him walk fast. Jiang Fuyue looks about 1.67 meters tall, and since she is wearing high heels, she naturally walks slowly. Humph, he doesn't know how to treat a lady. Jiang Fuyue pouted, and we continued walking. The two walked side by side, and Jiang Fuyue deliberately rubbed her hand against his hand from time to time, which made Zhou Xiang's heart tingle. The two of them left the school and arrived at the nearby subway station, preparing to take the subway to the pedestrian street. Since it was the weekend, there were a lot of college students and young couples going out to play, and the subway station was packed with people. The subway slowly pulled into the platform, and after the doors opened, the passengers flooded into the car. The two of them walked side by side and saw that there was no room around them, so Jiang Fuyue pulled Zhou Xiang and stood in the corner of the subway door. As the number of people on the subway continued to increase, Zhou Xiang was accidentally pushed into Jiang Fuyue by a pot-bellied man. At this moment, the two of them were pressed closely together, and Zhou Xiang's face instantly turned red. He tried to move to the side, but found that there was no more space around him. Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue's mouth curled up into a wicked smile, and she leaned even closer to Zhou Xiang. She looked up at him, her eyes full of teasing, and said, "Xiao Xiang, are you shy?" Jiang Fuyue whispered, her tone full of laughter. Zhou Xiang did not dare to respond. He lowered his head, his fingers trembling slightly with nervousness. However, Jiang Fuyue did not let him off, her hand gently resting on Zhou Xiang's shoulder, stroking slowly. "Damn, what the hell? So many people are watching, how dare Sister Fuyue?" Just then, the subway arrived at the next stop, and some passengers got off. Zhou Xiang took the opportunity to quickly move aside and distance himself a little from Jiang Fuyue. He glanced at Jiang Fuyue secretly and saw that a faint smile was still hanging on the corner of her mouth. The subway arrived at the pedestrian street. The two got off the subway and walked side by side. Jiang Fuyue suddenly saw a milk tea shop. "Xiang, I want to drink milk tea, would you go buy it for me?" Zhou Xiang looked at her and said, "Okay, wait here." Jiang Fuyue stood under a tree nearby and took a photo of Zhou Xiang's back as he bought the milk tea. He. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue saw two girls approaching Zhou Xiang, and it looked like they were asking for WeChat. How dare they flirt with my man in front of me? Do they not want to live anymore? Chapter 21 I'm his girlfriend. Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue hurriedly stepped in her high heels and came to Zhou Xiang's side, reaching out and tightly taking hold of his arm, blatantly declaring her sovereignty over the two girls. One of the girls looked up and down at Jiang Fuyue and said, "Who are you? What's it to you if we talk to him?" The other girl chimed in, "Exactly, mind your own business." Jiang Fuyue sneered, "I'm his girlfriend, if you have anything to say, you can just tell me." Hearing this, the two girls' faces became a bit ugly. "Don't believe it, do you?" Jiang Fuyue said and then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Zhou Xiang on the cheek. "Wow! He's been taken advantage of again by Sister Fuyue? It's true that boys still have to protect themselves out there. Do you believe it now?" Jiang Fuyue looked at them and said, "Aren't you leaving?" The two girls saw this and had no choice but to go away in a huff. Zhou Xiang looked at Jiang Fuyue with some surprise. "You just..." Jiang Fuyue smiled. "What, you don't like it when I help you out like this?" Zhou Xiang's face suddenly turned red. No, Fuyue, can you not kiss me so easily in the future? Don't you know that men and women should not kiss each other?" "I know. Then why did you kiss me?" Zhou Xiang said, a little speechless. "Oh, I couldn't help it, sister," Jiang Fuyue said coquettishly. Looking at her, Zhou Xiang suddenly felt like protecting her. The two of them continued to wander until the afternoon, when they happened to pass a hot pot restaurant. Xiang, let's go eat hot pot," Jiang Fuyue looked at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang glanced at the hot pot restaurant in front of him and said, "Okay." Entering the restaurant, the two of them found a seat by the window, with Zhou Xiang sitting opposite her. When ordering, Jiang Fuyue ordered almost all the signature dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Jiang Fuyue propped her chin in her hand and stared straight at Zhou Xiang, making him feel very uncomfortable. "Sister Fuyue, why are you looking at me like that?" Jiang Fuyue smiled, suddenly leaned forward, placed her hands on the table, and leaned in close to Zhou Xiang's face. "Little Xiang, you're so cute when you're shy." Zhou Xiang's face turned even redder. He lowered his head and stammered, "Sister Jiang Fuyue, please don't do that, there are other people here." Jiang Fuyue sat back in her chair and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore." At that moment, the waiter came over with the food. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Jiang Fuyue couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and start the hot pot. Just then, Jiang Fuyue's phone rang. After taking a look, she found that it was her younger brother calling. Zhou Xiang also saw the two words Jiang Yan clearly displayed on the screen of the phone. Oh no! It's Jiang Yan, what should I do? Should I avoid her for a while? If Jiang Yan finds out that I'm with her sister, with his way of thinking, he might get all sorts of crazy ideas in his head. Thinking about this, Zhou Xiang quickly found an excuse. Sister Fuyue, you answer it first, I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Fuyue gave him a glance, nodded with a smile, and then Zhou Xiang stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Hey, little brother. Jiang Fuyue picked up the phone and spoke. What are you doing, sister? Eating hot pot. Oh, my dear sister, lend me some money. Hearing this, Jiang Fuyue rolled her eyes at him impatiently and said helplessly, I wondered why you had the time to call me, and it turns out that your purpose was to borrow money. What do you need the money for? Jiang Fuyue said helplessly, didn't mom just transfer you living expenses the other day? Jiang Yan laughed at the other end of the phone, saying, I've recently met a new girlfriend, so the expenses are a bit high. What? You're in a relationship? Jiang Fuyue asked in surprise, when did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? We just started dating not long ago, so don't be so surprised. Jiang Yan said, so what do you say, sis? Are you going to lend me the money or not? Jiang Fuyue sighed and said, you're something, going behind my back and falling in love. Never mind, I'll transfer the money to you later, so spend it wisely. Thanks, sis. I knew you were the best. Jiang Yan said happily. By the way, sis, who are you having hot pot with? A friend. Jiang Fuyue said casually. A guy or a girl? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Why do you care? Jiang Fuyue said impatiently. Just hang up the phone, I want to eat. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, bye. Jiang Yan hung up the phone. Zhou Xiang, who was standing by the bathroom door, let out a sigh of relief when she saw that she had hung up the phone and returned to her seat. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she saw a large pile of beef rolls suddenly appear on her plate. She didn't need to think about who had added them to know who had done it. Thanks, Sister Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue smiled, you're welcome. Hurry up and eat, and then we'll go to the movies. Ah? Zhou Xiang scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. It's too late now, why don't we go next time? What's the hurry? It's only 6 o'clock. Jiang Fuyue gave him an unhappy glare. Are you saying you don't want to go with me? Of course not. Zhou Xiang quickly denied it. I just don't want to keep you up late. Don't worry, I'm free tomorrow. Jiang Fuyue gave a small smile. Alright, don't dilly-dally, let's go watch a movie after we eat. Zhou Xiang had to nod, but secretly he was complaining. At 6:30, after the two of them finished eating hot pot, Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and checked the private cinema she had booked in advance. After confirming that everything was correct, she took Zhou Xiang to the private cinema on the third floor of a nearby shopping mall. When Zhou Xiang saw that Jiang Fuyue had brought him to a private cinema, he felt uneasy. As everyone knows, private cinemas have individual private rooms. With Jiang Fuyue's temperament, there was no telling what kind of rascal she might do to him. Sister Fuyue, I think we should just go watch the movie in the cinema. Oh, we're already here, let's just go in. Jiang Fuyue dragged the reluctant Zhou Xiang inside. Once they entered the private room, Jiang Fuyue selected a romantic movie and dragged Zhou Xiang to sit on the sofa. Zhou Xiang sat nervously, constantly glancing at Jiang Fuyue to prevent her from doing anything embarrassing to him. The movie started playing, and the male and female protagonists were deeply kissing in the screen. Jiang Fuyue turned her head to look at Zhou Xiang, only to see him staring at the screen. Brother, look at them. Jiang Fuyue said with a smile. Zhou Xiang's face suddenly turned red. Sister, don't joke around. I'm not joking. Do you want to try it too? Jiang Fuyue leaned closer to Zhou Xiang, her eyes full of flirtatiousness. Zhou Xiang's heartbeat quickened. He hurriedly moved to the side and stuttered, Sister. Sister, don't be like this, we just came to watch a movie. Jiang Fuyue saw Zhou Xiang's face full of confusion, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a sly smile. She gently took off her high heels and then gracefully lay on the other side of the sofa, slowly placing her jade feet in black silk on Zhou Xiang's lap. This sudden move left Zhou Xiang dumbfounded. His eyes widened, his mouth wide open, and he had no idea how to react. Zhou Xiang stuttered, Sister Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Fuyue blinked her beautiful big eyes and said mischievously, Xiang, my feet hurt, can you rub them for me? Chapter 22 Close Contact. Zhou Xiang blushed slightly and said with some embarrassment, Sister Fuyue, this is not very good, is it? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the jade-like feet resting on his lap and swallowed. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes as she provoked, what's so bad about it? You're not even acting like a man with all this preening and fussing about. As soon as Zhou Xiang heard this, he suddenly felt as if there was some truth in it. How could he possibly resist such a delicate and pretty girl in front of him? If he refuses again, he won't even be considered a man. Thinking about this, Zhou Xiang gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. He looked at Jiang Fuyue and said seriously, okay then. She rested her feet on Zhou Xiang's lap again, then closed her eyes, as if waiting for something. Zhou Xiang took a deep breath, slowly reached out his hand, and gently held Jiang Fu's feet. He felt only warmth in his hands, as well as an indescribable softness and smoothness. His heartbeat began to accelerate, and his face became hot. He tried hard to calm himself down, and began to gently massage Jiang Fu's feet. His movements were very gentle, for fear of hurting Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue, meanwhile, closed her eyes and enjoyed Zhou Xiang's massage. A faint smile hung at the corner of her mouth, and she looked very content. As time passed, Zhou Xiang's mood gradually calmed down. He began to focus on massaging Jiang Fuyue's feet, which kept changing positions in his hands, as if to cooperate with his massage. The whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jiang Fuyue looked at Zhou Xiang and a wicked smile curled the corners of his mouth. Then he reached out and said, Xiang, stop pressing for now and help your sister up. Zhou Xiang heard her words, stopped what he was doing, and looked up at her. Jiang Fuyue smiled and held out her hand to him, her eyes betraying a hint of expectation and mischief. Zhou Xiang hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and grasped Jiang Fuyue's small hand. However, just as he gently pulled, Jiang Fuyue suddenly exerted force, and the entire person instantly threw herself into Zhou Xiang's arms. Her arms tightly hooked around Zhou Xiang's neck, and her face was filled with a smug smile, like a cunning little fox. Zhou Xiang was startled by this sudden move, and his body involuntarily leaned back. Their bodies were now pressed together so closely that there was not an inch of space between them. Zhou Xiang's breathing became rapid, and he could clearly feel the warm breath of Jiang Fuyue on his body. Jiang Fuyue, on the other hand, was looking at Zhou Xiang with a mischievous smile on her face, her eyes sparkling with a teasing light. At that moment, the male protagonist in the movie suddenly threw the female protagonist onto the sofa, and the plot reached a new climax. Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue looked at the screen at the same time, and their gazes met. Zhou Xiang looked at the pretty face just a few millimeters away from him, and an unusual feeling welled up in his heart. Jiang Fuyue's eyes were bright as stars, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, and a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. She looked exceptionally charming at the moment, making Zhou Xiang's heart beat faster and faster. The next second, Jiang Fuyue suddenly closed her eyes and pouted her lips. Those slightly pouted lips were as attractive as ripe cherries, and her breathing became rapid, as if she was looking forward to something. Zhou Xiang looked at everything in front of him, and a ripple of emotion could not be helped in his heart. However, he still resisted the urge in his heart and did not respond to Jiang Fuyue's actions. However, just as the two were about to kiss, Zhou Xiang snapped back to reality, pushed Jiang Fuyue away, then quickly stood up and walked quickly into the bathroom in the box. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Zhou Xiang leaned against the door and kept panting heavily. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of his throat. Phew! Luckily I dodged it, or else she would have gotten her way again. Zhou Xiang inwardly congratulated himself. He calmed down, reached out and locked the bathroom door, then walked over to the sink, turned on the tap and rinsed his face with the cold water. The cold touch gradually calmed him down and his thoughts gradually became clear. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue on the sofa in the box seat recalled the scene just now when Zhou Xiang fled in disgrace, and she couldn't help but sigh. Humph, this stupid little brother really doesn't know how to appreciate a woman. He was so passive, like a block of wood. After leaving the private cinema, it was already past 9 o'clock. After what had happened in the cinema, Zhou Xiang didn't dare to speak to Jiang Fuyue on the way home, for fear of being tricked again. In this way, the two walked in silence, the atmosphere a little tense. Unconsciously, they arrived at the entrance to a park. Just then, Jiang Fuyue accidentally stepped on a loose floor tile with her high heels and immediately lost her balance, falling forward. Zhou Xiang reacted quickly, reaching out to help her up and asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Jiang Fuyue smiled awkwardly and replied, I think so, thank you. However, when she tried to stand up straight, she realized that she had sprained her foot and couldn't put any pressure on it. Zhou Xiang frowned at her pained expression and asked worriedly, Are you sure you're okay? Why don't I help you sit down for a while? Jiang Fuyue nodded and looked at him gratefully. Zhou Xiang carefully helped her walk to a bench in the park and sit down, then crouched down to take a closer look at her injured ankle. He gently rotated her ankle and asked, Does it hurt? Jiang Fuyue shook her head and said with difficulty, It's okay, it just hurts a little. Zhou Xiang stood up and said, I'll go buy a bottle of water and some ice to put on your ankle. Jiang Fuyue nodded and watched his back as he left, feeling a wave of happiness. It really is different having a man around. You feel so secure. After a while, Zhou Xiang returned with a bottle of mineral water and a bag of ice. He wrapped the ice in a towel and gently placed it on Jiang Fuyue's ankle. Jiang Fuyue felt the cold, and the pain eased considerably. A smile appeared on her face. Zhou Xiang looked at her smile and couldn't help but feel relieved. To be honest, he didn't know why seeing Jiang Fuyue hurt would make him feel a sense of pain. After a while, Jiang Fuyue felt that the pain in her ankle had eased, so she tried to stand up and take a few steps. Zhou Xiang quickly helped her and asked with concern, How is it? Does it still hurt? Jiang Fuyue smiled and shook her head, saying, It's much better, thank you, but I still can't walk too fast. Zhou Xiang laughed and said, It's okay, let's walk slowly, there's no rush anyway. So, Zhou Xiang helped Jiang Fuyue slowly walk out of the park. Although the pace was slow, the distance between the two of them had narrowed a lot. Chapter 23 Late Night Confession. The street was dimly lit at night, and the two walked towards the school. Suddenly, a crisp ringing sound came from Jiang Fuyue's bag. Wait a minute, I need to answer this. She stopped in her tracks, took out her phone from her bag, glanced at the screen, and then pressed the answer button. Zhou Xiang nodded in understanding and stood quietly waiting. Hello, yeah, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Were you doing something embarrassing with your junior? Su Xian's teasing voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Fuyue blushed and pouted, saying, Go to hell, what are you talking about? Hey, by the way, are you coming back tonight? The dormitory supervisor said she's about to lock the doors. Su Xian reminded her. I know. After saying that, Jiang Fuyue hung up the phone directly, afraid that Su Xian would say something shocking again and say something she shouldn't. Since the two were close together, Zhou Xiang had heard every word of the conversation. Wow! Is Sister Fuyue's roommate really that bold and direct? Jiang Fuyue noticed the change in his expression and felt a little embarrassed. She hurriedly explained, Oh, you've met my roommate before. She just likes to joke around, so don't mind her. It's fine. Zhou Xiang smiled awkwardly. Joke around? I think she's driving you crazy. Right, Xiang, I don't think we'll make it back to school now. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the time and saw that it was already 10:58. The dormitories at Xijing University usually closed their doors at exactly 11 o'clock. Ah? Zhou Xiang couldn't help but let out a cry, and then added, Looks like we'll have to stay in a hotel tonight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue's lips curled up slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Then let's go to a nearby hotel for the night. After Zhou Xiang finished speaking, he helped Jiang Fuyue walk towards the hotel not far ahead. When they arrived at the hotel, Zhou Xiang went to the front desk to check in. Hello, I'd like to reserve 2 rooms. The young lady at the front desk spoke apologetically, I'm sorry, sir, there's only 1 queen room left. Zhou Xiang looked at Jiang Fuyue with some difficulty, while the latter looked calm and said with a smile, That's fine, let's take it. Zhou Xiang had no choice but to go through the formalities and take Jiang Fuyue to the room. He sat on the sofa a little stiffly, while Jiang Fuyue naturally took out a charger from her bag and charged her phone. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Fuyue pointed to the bathroom, and Zhou Xiang nodded. After Jiang Fuyue entered the bathroom, Zhou Xiang suddenly remembered that he had seen a pharmacy across the bar when he came up just now, so he opened the door and went out. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xiang returned with the medicine he had bought. Seeing Jiang Fuyue still in the shower, he couldn't help but exclaim. Does it take a girl this long to shower? Suddenly, a WeChat message sounded. 606 Dormitory Group. Shuboa Zhou Xiang, Xiangzi, how was your date with Jiang Fuyue today? You didn't come back even though it's so late? Shuboa Zhou Xiang, if you don't say anything, are you having sex with Jiang Fuyue? Zhang Hu, it's possible. Lu Ziheo, picture. Shubo, you son of a bitch, you pure, wild animal, you actually went to a hotel with Dandan? Luziheo at Jubo, hee, keep a low profile. Zhou Xiang put down his phone as he read the lively messages in the group chat. He'd better pretend he didn't see these messages. After all, the more he explained to Zhubo, the bigger the mess would get. Besides, his current situation was not easy to explain. But from what he could see, Lu Zihao was the happiest one in their dormitory. In less than a month, he had already taken someone to a hotel. At this rate, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but admire him. It wasn't long before Zhou Xiang heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. He sat up straight immediately, his expression becoming serious. Jiang Fuyue walked out of the bathroom, her hair damp and hanging down, exuding a fresh fragrance. Her skin was pale, her cheeks slightly flushed, as attractive as a ripe apple. She walked lightly to the edge of the bed, sat down slowly, and picked up the hairdryer to start drying her hair. Zhou Xiang sat on the sofa, his eyes unconsciously fixed on Jiang Fuyue, and a ripple of emotion could not be suppressed in his heart. He nervously watched her, his throat dry, and couldn't help but swallow. After Jiang Fuyue had dried her hair, she gently lifted the quilt and climbed into the covers. She tilted her head to the side, and her gaze met Zhou Xiang's. She gave a small smile, her eyes flashing with a hint of flirtatiousness, and said softly, "What are you still doing here? Aren't you going to come to bed?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's face instantly turned red. He shook his head hurriedly and explained in a flustered manner, No, I'll just be fine on the sofa for the night." "Are you kidding? Is it appropriate for a man and a woman to share a bed?" "Huh? Are you sure?" "Yes." Zhou Xiang quickly changed the subject after he finished speaking. "Sister Jiang Fuyue, these are the medicine I just went down to buy. You'll feel better if you apply it to your feet." Jiang Fuyue looked at him and said coquettishly, "No, I want you to apply it for me." "Okay then." Seeing her cute appearance, Zhou Xiang's heart beat more and more violently. He took a deep breath, took the medicine and walked to the bed. When Zhou Xiang's fingers touched Jiang Fuyue's feet, an electric current spread throughout his body. He tried hard to focus on applying the medicine, but he couldn't ignore Jiang Fuyue's burning gaze. When he finally finished applying the medicine and was about to leave, Jiang Fuyue suddenly held his hand. "Don't go." Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Xiang, I want to tell you something." Zhou Xiang hesitated for a moment, turned around, sat down by the bed, the distance between the two of them closed, and the atmosphere became ambiguous and warm. "Sister Fuyue, you can say it," Zhou Xiang said. "In fact, sister has liked you for 3 years. I don't know if we are suitable for each other, but I really want time to give me an answer. Sister doesn't need much, just to be by my side when I need you." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xiang froze. Is Sister Fuyue declaring her love for him? And did Sister Fuyue say that she has liked him for 3 years? So, Xiang, are you willing to be with your sister? Zhou Xiang looked at her in surprise. He saw Jiang Fuyue blushing, and a hint of expectation in her eyes. "Sister Fuyue, I stammered for a long time, and Zhou Xiang didn't know how to reply to her. At this moment, he was also confused. He didn't know what kind of emotions he currently felt for Jiang Fuyue, or whether an ordinary person like him could match such a stunningly talented and beautiful woman. Seeing him like this, Jiang Fuyue also understood that this had all happened too suddenly, and that he should be allowed to think about it. Chapter 24 Okay, no matter how long it takes, I'm willing to wait for you. Late at night. Zhou Xiang lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The words Jiang Fuyue had just said to him kept echoing in his head, lingering like the sound of music. So, did Fuyue really like him silently for 3 whole years? When they didn't see each other every day, and didn't even have the slightest contact? Without being able to determine whether this liking would have a future? Zhou Xiang knew very well what it was like to like someone, especially when it persisted for 3 years without any result, and the feeling was simply indescribable. Just as he liked Lin Yue, he deeply understood this feeling. However, it had all come so suddenly. What's more, Jiang Fuyue was 2 years older than him. Not only that, she was also the sister of his best friend. This fact made Zhou Xiang feel a little overwhelmed. Accept? Or reject? He was now completely at a loss. To be honest, every day having such a delicate and beautiful woman by your side, it would be false to say that you are not moved. As he thought about this, Zhou Xiang's thoughts were interrupted by Jiang Fuyue, who got up to go to the bathroom. When Jiang Fuyue came out of the bathroom, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Sister Fuyue, you're still awake?" No, I can't sleep. Zhou Xiang nodded, fell silent for a few seconds, sat up, and looked at her with a determined expression before slowly saying, Sister Fuyue, since when have you liked me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue, who had just lain down on the bed, froze for a moment, as if she hadn't expected him to ask that, and then said, 3 years ago, when you first came to my house. Then why do you like me? Zhou Xiang pursued. Jiang Fuyue's face flushed, and she lightly bit her lips. I don't know, it's just a feeling. The first time I saw you, I felt that you were very special. Maybe this is love at first sight. Zhou Xiang smiled, touched in his heart. Then will you wait for me? Zhou Xiang took a deep breath and finally spoke his mind. I don't know yet what my feelings for you are, but I don't want to hurt you. If you are willing to wait for me, until I figure out my own feelings, I will give you an answer. Jiang Fuyue looked at Zhou Xiang, a flash of surprise and emotion in her eyes. She nodded gently, okay, no matter how long it takes, I am willing to wait for you. Zhou Xiang let out a sigh of relief, his mood suddenly lightened. He smiled and said to Jiang Fuyue, Thank you, Fuyue, go to sleep quickly, we have to go back to school tomorrow. The two lay down separately, and the room was quiet, with only the sound of each other's breathing rising and falling. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, the two woke from their sleep, only to discover that it was almost noon. They hurried downstairs to check out, then found a nearby restaurant to finish their meal, before finally returning to school together. As Jiang Fuyue's foot injury had not yet healed, Zhou Xiang felt relieved only after safely delivering her to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. Sister Fuyue, I'll go back first. Don't forget to apply the ointment on time when you go upstairs, Zhou Xiang said with concern. Jiang Fuyue smiled and replied, Oh, I know, don't nag like a nanny, I'm not a child. After saying that, she couldn't help but wink mischievously. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but smile at her cute appearance and waved goodbye, bye. Jiang Fuyue also waved, well, bye. She stood in place, watching Zhou Xiang's figure gradually recede until it disappeared from view. After a while, she slowly turned around and stepped into the building. Su Xian heard the door open and subconsciously looked over. When she saw Jiang Fuyue limping, her eyes suddenly widened like bronze bells. Oh my god. Yeah, what happened to you? Did you play too crazy with your junior last night? You even hurt yourself like this? Su Xian exclaimed, with a sly smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue froze, and it took her a long time to react to the meaning of her words. Oh, what nonsense! Don't just think about nonsense all day long. Jiang Fuyue said with a mixture of laughter and tears. Then what's wrong with you? As far as I know, this is how a girl reacts the next day after doing that for the first time. Su Xian looked at Jiang Fuyue with a wicked smile on her face, as if she had seen through everything. Big sister, have you watched too many mindless short dramas all day? I just sprained my ankle and that's why I'm like this. Jiang Fuyue explained helplessly. Is it really just a sprained ankle? Su Xian asked suspiciously. Of course, what else could it be? Jiang Fuyue shook the ointment in her hand and rolled her eyes at her, feeling very speechless at Su Xian's wild imagination. Okay, then sit down and rest for a while. Seeing that it was true, Su Xian quickly smiled and said. Jiang Fuyue sat in a chair, took off her high heels and put on her pink bunny slippers. Zhou Xiang was walking towards the dormitory when suddenly his phone rang in his pocket. He stopped in his tracks, took out his phone and saw the words Grandma on the screen. A smile appeared on his face and he quickly answered the call. Hello, Grandma. A kind voice came from the other end of the line. Xiang, you haven't called Grandma in a long time. There was a hint of complaint and longing in the tone. Zhou Xiang felt a wave of guilt well up inside him. He smiled and replied, Grandma, I'd been a bit busy recently, so I forgot to call you. Are you feeling well? Grandma smiled and said, I'm doing just fine, don't worry about me. How about you? How's school? Are you getting used to life here? Are you eating regularly? The barrage of questions made Zhou Xiang feel both warm and helpless. He patiently answered his grandma's questions. Grandma, I'm doing just fine, don't worry. My studies are going well, I'm getting used to life here, and I'll take care of myself, don't worry. Grandma nods with relief. That's good, that's good. Remember to study hard, don't overdo it, get enough rest, and if you need anything, just let me know. Zhou Xiang says softly, Thanks, Grandma, I know. You and Grandpa take care of yourselves too. Don't worry, we're both doing well. Xiang, let me ask you something. Zhou Xiang asked curiously, Grandma, what do you want to ask? Grandma gave a mysterious smile and said softly, "Have you met a girl you like at school?" Zhou Xiang's face suddenly turned red. He stammered, "Grandma, I guess so." Grandma laughed and said, "Silly boy, what do you mean by I guess so? There is no such thing as guess so. You're playing dumb with your grandma." Zhou Xiang smiled and didn't say anything, but couldn't help thinking about Jiang Fuyue. "Alright, Grandma won't bother you anymore, you hurry back to the dormitory and rest." When Grandma saw that he wasn't talking, she guessed what was going on. "Well, Grandma, goodbye." Zhou Xiang hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and continued walking towards the dormitory. Zhou Xiang had been living with his grandparents since he could remember. When he was 6 years old, a sudden car accident took the lives of his parents. At that time, he didn't understand what death meant, but he just felt that the family suddenly became much quieter. When relatives expressed their unwillingness to take in Zhou Xiang as a burden, only his grandparents resolutely stepped forward and took him in to raise him in their own home. Although Zhou Xiang lost both his parents at a young age, his grandparents gave him no less love than other children. Chapter 25 Pigs Trotters and Soya Bean Soup. In the afternoon, when Zhou Xiang looked at the time, it was almost time to eat. Thinking that Jiang Fuyue had sprained her ankle and it was inconvenient for her to go to the cafeteria to eat, he planned to buy her some food and deliver it to her. Zhou Xiang went to a restaurant outside the school and ordered pig's trotters and soya bean soup for her. As the saying goes, what you eat supplements what you lack. After a while, the waiter handed Zhou Xiang the packaged pig's trotter soup and he left the restaurant and went to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. In the dormitory, Jiang Fuyue, who was about to open the takeaway app to order takeaway, saw a message from Zhou Xiang pop up at the top of the screen. "Zhou Xiang, Fuyue, I've come to deliver the pig's trotter soup, so come down and collect it." Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but smile. Hee, I didn't realize that this smelly little brother is quite considerate. "Jiang Fuyue, you can just bring it up to me." Zhou Xiang, who had received the message, was stopped by the dormitory manager as soon as he stepped into the girls' dormitory building. "Stop. Young man, don't you know that boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang shook his head. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I forgot." Zhou Xiang, who had returned downstairs, took out his mobile phone and sent her a message. "The dormitory manager doesn't allow boys in." "Jiang Fuyue, just a moment, I'll talk to the dormitory manager." After sending the message, Jiang Fuyue found the dormitory manager's phone number in the call list and called her, briefly explaining the situation. As soon as she heard that it was Jiang Fuyue calling, the dormitory manager agreed without hesitation, but still said that she could only go in for an hour. "The young man can go up now." The dormitory manager shouted at Zhou Xiang from the door of the dormitory building. Zhou Xiang hurriedly went in as soon as he heard this. As soon as he walked in, he became confused. He didn't seem to have asked Jiang Fuyue which dormitory she was in. Just then, Jiang Fuyue sent over her dormitory room number. Zhou Xiang glanced at it and walked towards room 520. Zhou Xiang walked up to the door and knocked gently. The door opened, and Jiang Fuyue poked her head out, her face full of a smile. "Come on in." Jiang Fuyue moved aside to let Zhou Xiang in. Zhou Xiang placed the lunchbox on the table. "This is your pig's trotters soup, drink it while it's hot." "Wow, it looks delicious." Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up. "How did you know I like pig's trotters?" Just a guess." Zhou Xiang scratched his head a little embarrassed. "And I heard that eating what you like nourishes what you lack. You sprained your ankle, so this is just the right tonic." "Ha, you're quite good at choosing." Jiang Fuyue picked up the spoon and couldn't wait to take a bite. It tastes good." Seeing Jiang Fuyue's satisfied expression, Zhou Xiang's heart also felt warm. "Oh, by the way, have you eaten yet?" Jiang Fuyue looked up at him and asked. Hearing her words, Zhou Xiang suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. He had just remembered to buy pig's trotters for her. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Fuyue immediately knew that he hadn't eaten yet. She brought an extra chair over and motioned for him to sit down. "I can see that you haven't eaten. Sit down, we'll eat together." "No, I'll just go to the cafeteria later." "You hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold." Zhou Xiang waved his hand to decline. "If you're not eating, I'm not eating either." With that, Jiang Fuyue put her lunchbox aside and quietly watched him, as if waiting for something. Zhou Xiang sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that if he didn't accept her kindness, she might really not eat. So, after hesitating for a moment, he finally sat down. Seeing that there were no extra utensils, Zhou Xiang scratched his head and said, "But there's only one pair of chopsticks, I can't eat either." "It's okay, I can feed you." Jiang Fuyue smiled slightly, and a sly gleam flashed in her eyes. "Ah, here, open your mouth." Jiang Fuyue picked up a piece of pig's trotters and blew on it before bringing it to his mouth. It tastes pretty good, quite delicious." Zhou Xiang looked at her and opened his mouth to eat, he said. Zhou Xiang stopped eating after taking 2 bites of the food he was being fed. He slowly stood up and began to look around the room. "Sister Fuyue, are there only the 2 of you living in the dormitory?" Zhou Xiang noticed the 2 empty beds and asked curiously. "Well, at the moment, only Su Xian and I live here. The other 2 students have already moved out." Jiang Fuyue answered while drinking her pig's trotters soup. "Oh." Zhou Xiang nodded. He had thought that the girls' dormitory was special, but now it didn't seem to be much different from the boys' dormitory. Zhou Xiang watched as Jiang Fuyue finished eating and thought that he should leave as well. "So," he said softly, "Sister Fuyue, if there's nothing else, then I'll be going first." Jiang Fuyue looked up at the time and smiled as she replied, "Okay, bye." "Well, bye." Zhou Xiang responded, then turned and pushed open the door to leave. Just then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Jiang Fuyue, and asked as if he had remembered something, "Oh, right, Fuyue, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" Jiang Fuyue was momentarily taken aback, but then a bright smile blossomed on her face as she replied tenderly, "As long as you buy it, I'll like it." Holy shit! Has she got him hooked again? As he walked out of the dormitory building, Zhou Xiang let out a long sigh of relief. He looked back at Jiang Fuyue's 5th-floor window and just happened to see her standing there, smiling at him. Zhou Xiang went to the cafeteria to finish eating before returning to the dormitory. "Xiangzi, you're back? We've been waiting for you to get on the bus." Shu Bo hurriedly urged when he saw Zhou Xiang return. "Okay. Just don't trick me. Look what you're saying, you know my skills." After playing video games for 5 whole hours, Zhou Xiang really couldn't take it anymore. He took a shower, lay down on the bed, and was about to turn on his phone to watch videos when he realized that it had died at some point. Seeing this, he charged his phone, and after a few minutes, as soon as it turned on, the WeChat notifications started ringing non-stop. Zhou Xiang opened WeChat and glanced at it. In addition to the messages from their computer science group, there were also 2 messages from Jiang Fuyue sent to him half an hour ago. Jiang Fuyue, picture. Jiang Fuyue, show me which lipstick color suits me. Looking forward to it. Zhou Xiang looked at the photo Jiang Fuyue had sent, which showed several lipsticks in different colors. After taking a closer look, he replied, "I think the reddish-pink one on the right suits you very well, it makes you look very gentle." After sending the message, Zhou Xiang waited for a while, but seeing that Jiang Fuyue didn't reply again, he put down his phone and got ready to go to bed. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his phone vibrated. Zhou Xiang picked it up and saw that it was a voice call from Jiang Fuyue. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. "Hello? Xiangxiang, I really like the color you chose." "Thank you. But..." Jiang Fuyue's voice carried a hint of coquettishness. "Can you chat with your sister for a little longer?" Zhou Xiang smiled helplessly. "Okay, what would you like to talk about?" The 2 of them just chatted like this until Jiang Fuyue felt sleepy and hung up the phone. Zhou Xiang listened to the busy tone on the phone and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, maybe being in a relationship with Jiang Fuyue is not so bad. Chapter 26. Are you looking down on your sister? After 2 days of rest, Jiang Fuyue's foot had almost recovered. That day, Jiang Fuyue had just finished her graduate supervisor's class and was packing up to leave when she was called by the classroom. "Fuyue, don't go yet, come to my office." "Okay, teacher." Jiang Fuyue packed her textbooks and followed Li's classroom to the office. Professor Li took a sip of tea, then took out a key from the drawer and put it on the table. "This is the key to the graduate student apartment arranged for you by the school. You can move in if you are free these 2 days." "So soon? Usually, isn't it arranged by the school only next semester?" Professor Li smiled and said, "It's not because you are too good." Jiang Fuyue smiled apologetically when she heard this. "No, I can't achieve what I have today without your good teaching." Okay, just stop sucking up to your teacher. The teacher is getting old, and the future still depends on you young people." Professor Li couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, don't worry, teacher, I will definitely not let you down." Jiang Fuyue looked serious. At this moment, Professor Lee suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, Fuyue, I heard that you have been getting close to a freshman recently. Do you like that boy?" Ah. Jiang Fuyue didn't expect her teacher to suddenly ask her this, and she blushed in embarrassment. "Oh dear, why are you so nosy too, teacher?" I was just asking casually, don't be nervous," Professor Lee said with a smile, "but I can tell you, falling in love shouldn't affect your studies." "I know, teacher," Jiang Fuyue whispered with her head bowed. Professor Lee nodded. "By the way, there is one more thing, the school has an academic exchange activity next month, and I want to send you to participate. Do you have time?" "Next month?" Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment and said, "I think I can do it. I'll prepare well." "Good. This event is also a good opportunity for you to meet more people in your field and broaden your horizons," Professor Lee encouraged. "Thank you, teacher. I'll try my best," Jiang Fuyue said gratefully. "That's good. You go ahead and get to work." Professor Lee waved his hand to indicate that Jiang Fuyue should leave. Taking the key, Jiang Fuyue walked out of the office. Jiang Fuyue returned to the dormitory and told Su Xian about her decision to move to the graduate student apartment. She started packing her luggage, and she was going to move there tomorrow, when she didn't have anything to do. Boys' Dormitory 606. Zhou Xiang had just come out of the bathroom when Zhu Bo came up to him and said, "By the way, Xiangzi, it's almost National Day. What are your plans?" "National Day?" Zhou Xiang opened his phone and looked at the calendar, and found that the week ended, and after class the following Monday would be National Day, a 7-day mini vacation, which was very pleasing. "I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet," Zhou Xiang said. Zhu Bo put his arm around him and said, "What are you thinking about? Let's go on a trip to Sonia together." As soon as Zhang Hu heard that Zhu Bo was going on a trip, he came over and chimed in, "Travel? I want to go too. I asked you this morning if you still had to go home, and now you've changed your mind so quickly." Zhu Bo couldn't help but complain. "Oh, you don't understand, do you? The me from this morning is the me from this morning, and the me now is the me now, hee hee." Zhu Bo looked at him with disgust, "You're just winding me up. Traveling is also pretty good, I'll think about it." Zhou Xiang answered after thinking about it. "That's fine, you think about it first, and let me know when you've made up your mind." Zhou Xiang nodded and gave a small nod. "Xiangzi, go online and play a couple of games of Glory of the Kings." "Oh, here it comes." As soon as Zhou Xiang entered the game, a message popped up at the top of the screen on his phone, sent by Jiang Fuyue. "Jiang Fuyue, what are you doing?" "Zhou Xiang, getting ready to play a game with my roommate." "Jiang Fuyue, what game? Can you take me on?" "Zhou Xiang, Glory of the Kings, can you play?" Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but pout when she saw the message he sent. "Humph, this stinking little brother, how dare he look down on her?" "Jiang Fuyue, are you looking down on your sister?" "Zhou Xiang, I didn't say that." "Jiang Fuyue, pull me in." Zhou Xiang replied okay, then exited WeChat and opened Honor of Kings. Zhu Bo saw that Zhou Xiang had not entered for a long time and urged him, "Xiangzi, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and log in." "I know, I'll invite someone." "Who? A guy or a girl?" Zhu Bo asked curiously. "Someone you know, Sister Fuyue." "So what are you waiting for? Invite your wife in already." Zhou Xiang gave him a dirty look. "You fat idiot, no one's going to take you for a mute if you don't say anything. It's obvious, and you're not even letting people talk about it," Zhu Bo muttered. Zhou Xiang then invited Jiang Fuyue to join the game, and he didn't forget to take a look at the other player's rank, King 5-star, which was not bad, but still a little inferior to his. Zhu Bo saw that Jiang Fuyue had been invited by Zhou Xiang, so he simply clicked start. When choosing a hero, Jiang Fuyue saw that Zhou Xiang had chosen by Li Shouyu, so she didn't hesitate and chose the support character Yao Mei. This way she can fight alongside Zhou Xiang. "Unknown teammate on the 3rd floor, can you play by Li? If not, switch, don't be a pain." Jiang Fuyue directly told him off, "Shut up. Unknown teammate on the 3rd floor, hey, the girl is quite protective, is this your man?" Jiang Fuyue, "That's right, he's my man." Zhou Xiang. "But it feels so good to be protected." "Xiangzi, your wife is so brave." Zhu Bo gave Zhou Xiang a thumbs up. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. The game started. Zhou Xiang controlled Li Shouyu to go to the bottom lane, and Jiang Fuyue's Yao Mei rode on top of him, and the two of them cleared the minions together. Xiao Shangxiang, you fight the minions, I'll harass the other side, Jiang Fuyue said. Zhou Xiang nodded and focused on attacking the minions. Jiang Fuyue kept using skills to interfere with the opposing archer. Suddenly, Li Bai, the jungler on the opposite team, sneaked up and tried to sneak attack Zhou Xiang. Yamei noticed in time and jumped off Bai's body to block Li Bai's attack. Sister Fuyue! Zhou Xiang shouted. Don't be afraid, I'm fine, Jiang Fuyue said, controlling Yamei to use her skills to cripple Li Bai. Zhou Xiang took the opportunity to snipe and successfully take the first blood. Beautiful! Shubo exclaimed from the side. Jiang Fuyue smiled proudly and rode back on Zhou Xiang. The two worked together in perfect harmony and quickly pushed off the bottom lane tower of the opponent. However, the unknown teammate on the top lane had been suppressed and frequently sent heads. What's going on the top lane? Can't they play? Zhou Xiang couldn't help but say. Yeah, wasn't it called quite happy just now? Now it's pulled? Shubo couldn't help but complain a few words. Sorry, I'm a bit stuck. The teammate on the top lane apologized. Alas, I'd better go support him on the top lane. Zhou Xiang finished speaking and walked towards the top lane. Just then, the enemy jungler sneaked around the back, trying to sneak attack Zhou Xiang. Watch out behind you! Jiang Fuyue warned. Zhou Xiang reacted quickly, dodged the enemy's attack with a flash, then turned around and shot the enemy jungler, killing him. Wow, that was so cool! Jiang Fuyue exclaimed. Zhou Xiang, who had been praised, couldn't help but feel a little smug. Chapter 27 The Electric Bulb Zhubo. After one game, Zhou Xiang became the well-deserved MVP, while the record of the unknown teammate was simply miserable, with a direct 5 bars and 11. Zhou Xiang saw Jiang Fuyue quit the team and also quit, opened WeChat and sent her a message. Zhou Xiang, why aren't you playing anymore? Jiang Fuyue, I'm hungry. Hearing her say that, Zhou Xiang also felt a little hungry. He was just about to reply when the message popped up again. Jiang Fuyue, how about going out to eat with your sister? Cutesy. Zhou Xiang, okay then. Zhou Xiang turned off his phone, went to the mirror to fix his hair, then opened the door and was about to leave when Zhu Bo's voice came from behind him. Shanzi, where are you going? To eat. Zhou Xiang answered truthfully. I'm going too. Are you sure? Zhou Xiang gave him a quizzical look. Of course I'm sure. Why do you ask so much about a meal? Zhu Bo said as he pulled him towards the outside. Zhou Xiang was walking towards the cafeteria when his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and looked at it. Jiang Fuyue, sister has already arrived at the cafeteria. Where are you? Zhou Xiang, I'll be there soon. Jiang Fuyue, oh, so what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it first. Zhou Xiang, beef ramen. Jiang Fuyue, okay. After a while, Zhou Xiang and Zhu Bo walked into the school cafeteria. Zhu Bo quickly ran up to the food counter and said to the auntie serving the food, Auntie, give me a bowl of mixed rice with barbecue. After saying this, he glanced back at Zhou Xiang behind him, but found that the other person did not intend to buy food. He couldn't help but feel a little curious, so he asked, Huh? Xiangzi, why aren't you buying food? Zhou Xiang smiled and replied, Sister Fuyue already bought it for me. What? Hearing this reply, Zhu Bo was so surprised that he couldn't help but let out a cry, and then he pursued, So after all this time, you're actually eating with Jiang's school flour? Zhou Xiang smiled innocently and nodded. Seeing this, Zhu Bo couldn't help but complain, Damn it. Then am I here purely to get tortured? Zhou Xiang was a little confused by his words and hurriedly asked, What do you mean? Zhu Bo pointed at himself and said, Look at me, I'm all alone, and you're having dinner with the school beauty queen. What kind of abuse is this? Nonsense, I'm also all alone, and besides, it's no big deal to have dinner together. Zhu Bo. At this time, Zhou Xiang looked around and quickly found Jiang Fuyue's figure in a corner, and then walked towards her with Zhu Bo. Xiang, you're here. Jiang Fuyue gave a slight smile, her eyes flashing with joy. Zhou Xiang slowly walked up to her and sat down in the seat opposite her, Zhu Bo following closely behind and sitting next to him. Hello, Jiang Xuejie. Zhu Bo greeted politely. Hello. Jiang Fuyue replied. Zhou Xiang's gaze fell on the untouched food in front of her, his brows slightly furrowed, and he asked softly, Why aren't you eating? Jiang Fuyue shook her head gently, a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, and replied softly, I wanted to wait for you to eat together. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold." Okay, Jiang Fuyue smiled, then lifted her hair and began eating at a leisurely pace. "Here, Xiaoxiang, this shredded pork is quite good, have some." Jiang Fuyue picked up a chopstickful of shredded pork and put it on Zhou Xiang's plate. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang hurriedly said, "Sister Fuying, you just eat, I have some here too." "Oh, you know I can't finish it all," she said. "Thank you, Sister Fuying." Zhou Xiang blushed slightly and lowered her head to eat. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help smiling at Zhou Xiang's cute appearance, and didn't take Xu Bo next to her seriously at all. Xu Bo looked at this scene, and his heart felt even worse. He decided to turn his grief into an appetite and buried his head in his meal. Sigh. Damn it, I should have known better than to come here. It's all my fault for having such a big mouth. In less than a few minutes, Xu Bo finished eating and got up to leave. "Shangzi, you and Jiang Fuyue eat first, I'll go back to the dormitory first." "What's the rush? Let's go together after I finish eating," said Zhou Xiang. "Forget it, I'll leave and not disturb your world of two." Xu Bo glanced at Jiang Fuyue, who was eating, and turned his head to refuse. "Are you kidding? We'll go back together after you finish eating, I don't want to be the third wheel." It wasn't long before Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue finished eating and left the cafeteria. Xiang, do you have class tomorrow morning?" Jiang Fuyue asked, tilting his head slightly as he crossed his arms. Zhou Xiang took out his phone and looked at it for a moment, then replied, "I have a class at 8:30. "Why?" "Tomorrow, my sister is moving into the graduate student apartment building at the university, and she wants you to help her move some of her luggage." Jiang Fuyue looked at him with a smile. "Sure, no problem. I'll come over after class," Zhou Xiang said cheerfully. Then it's a deal." Jiang Fuyue happily clapped her hands. Seeing her happy face, Zhou Xiang also felt an indescribable joy in his heart. After Zhou Xiang dropped Jiang Fuyue off at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, he turned around and was about to leave, but at that moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly called out to him. Xiang, wait a minute." Zhou Xiang stopped in his tracks, turned around and looked at her doubtfully, asking, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Fuyue blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at him expectantly, and whispered, "Sister is going to the library to prepare for next month's academic exchange meeting. Can you come with me?" Zhou Xiang hesitated slightly, but finally nodded and said, "Okay, I don't have anything to do anyway." Hearing his reply, Jiang Fuyue's face lit up with an even brighter smile, and she said excitedly, "Then we have a deal. We'll meet at the library at 7 p.m. "Okay." Zhou Xiang responded with a smile. Jiang Fuyue waved happily and then turned and walked into the building. Zhou Xiang stood still, staring straight at Jiang Fuyue's receding figure until the slender and graceful figure disappeared at the end of his line of sight before slowly withdrawing his gaze. For some reason, the corner of his lips unconsciously rose slightly, as if an imperceptible smile was flowing from the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have no resistance to Jiang Fuyue's demands, and no matter what she asked, he couldn't refuse. Could this be the feeling of falling in love with someone? As soon as this thought came to mind, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but recall everything that had happened in the hotel that day, and Jiang Fuyue's heartfelt confession still seemed to linger in his ears. Perhaps he really should seriously consider how to respond to this feeling. After all, after spending this period of time getting to know each other, he has gradually become clear about his own deep feelings for Jiang Fuyue. He has to admit that he does have deep feelings for her as well. It seems that it is time to find a suitable opportunity to tell her his feelings honestly. Chapter 28. Could it be that he has suddenly come to his senses? It was 7 p.m. sharp. Zhou Xiang arrived at the entrance to the school library on time. He scanned the area with his eyes and immediately saw Jiang Fuyue standing there quietly, like a blooming flower, exuding a charming fragrance. "Sister Fuyue." Zhou Xiang's face beamed with joy as he hurriedly trotted over and didn't stop until he was standing in front of her. "Not bad, pretty punctual." Jiang Fuyue glanced at her watch. Zhou Xiang smiled and quickly took out the milk tea he had just bought. "Sister Fuyue, I bought you milk tea." Thank you little Xiang. Jiang Fuyue took the milk tea. "You're welcome, it's the least I could do." Zhou Xiang smiled, and they walked into the library together, finding a quiet seat. To be honest, this was Zhou Xiang's first time in the school library. He looked around curiously and noticed that all the students here were studiously reading with their heads bowed. The entire library was filled with a strong learning atmosphere, which made people feel very peaceful. At this time, Jiang Fuyue also took out her laptop and put on her glasses to start preparing the manuscript for the academic exchange meeting next month. When Zhou Xiang saw Jiang Fuyue wearing her glasses, he couldn't help but be dazzled. He had always found Jiang Fuyue beautiful, but at the moment, Jiang Fuyue in her glasses had a charm of her own. Her eyes had become more focused, and she exuded an intellectual beauty, quite the look of a teacher. Jiang Fuyue suddenly looked up at Zhou Xiang, who was wondering what to do, and whispered, Xiang, are you doing nothing? Zhou Xiang nodded, looking helpless and bored. Yes, Sister Fuyue, I'm really bored. Jiang Fuyue gave a slight smile, signaled for him to wait, and then took out 2 sheets of sketch paper and a few pencils from her bag and placed them in front of him. I've already prepared it for you, sister. Now that you've joined the art club, you can use this time to practice your drawing skills. She said gently, her eyes full of expectation. Oh, so what should I draw? Zhou Xiang looked at the paper and pencils in front of him, a little overwhelmed. Jiang Fuyue rubbed her chin and thought for a moment, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile and pointing at herself and saying, Draw my sister. Ha! This isn't good, what if I don't draw well? Zhou Xiang hesitated a little, worried that his drawing skills were not good enough. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand to indicate that he could rest assured that there was nothing bad about it, and that his sister would not mind if he drew badly. Okay, I'll try. Zhou Xiang agreed. Zhou Xiang gently picked up the pencil and his gaze fell tenderly and intently on Jiang Fuyue. He carefully sketched out Jiang Fuyue's outline with the pencil, each stroke carrying a sense of beauty and persistence. Time seemed to have come to a standstill as Zhou Xiang completely immersed himself in the world of painting. He forgot about all the noise around him and saw only Jiang Fuyue's charming face. Finally, when the last stroke was completed, Zhou Xiang let out a long sigh of relief and set down the pencil. Phew, it's finally done. Seeing that Jiang Fuyue was still busy, Zhou Xiang didn't disturb her. He dozed off unconsciously and suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness coming over him. When Jiang Fuyue finished closing the computer, she looked at Zhou Xiang, who had fallen asleep on the table, and a smile of affectionate indulgence appeared at the corner of her mouth. She walked gently over to Zhou Xiang, picked up the painting on the table, and admired Zhou Xiang's painting. Jiang Fuyue in the painting was lifelike, as if she were about to step off the paper. Not bad, except that it's a little abstract, but generally it's not bad. Jiang Fuyue nodded with satisfaction, put the painting in her bag, and when she looked away, she happened to see the drool at the corner of his mouth. She couldn't help but take out her phone and adjust the angle to capture the scene. Looking at the phone, she couldn't help smiling at Zhou Xiang's silly and cute appearance, and then used him as the wallpaper for the phone after unlocking it. Then, she gently nudged Zhou Xiang, Lazybones, wake up. Zhou Xiang looked up dazedly and saw Jiang Fuyue smiling at him. Ah, why did I fall asleep? How's the drawing? Zhou Xiang rubbed his eyes and asked a little nervously. Jiang Fuyue praised, it's very good, even better than I imagined. Zhou Xiang's face immediately beamed with a happy smile. It was already 9:30 when they left the library. Zhou Xiang sent Jiang Fuyue to the bottom of the girls' dormitory and went back. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Xiang faced Jubo and the others all night gaming, and he directly and tactfully declined. He didn't want to go to Jiang Fuyue's place tomorrow with 2 dark circles under his eyes. After taking a shower, Zhou Xiang, who was lying on the bed, took the initiative to send Jiang Fuyue a good night. Upon receiving Zhou Xiang's good night, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but feel happy. What's wrong with this stinky little brother today? He even took the initiative to send her a good night? Could it be that he's finally come to his senses? Jiang Fuyue, good night. Secretly delighted. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the window. Zhou Xiang opened his eyes, stretched, got up quickly, dressed neatly, went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and let the cold, stinging water splash on his face to wake him up. A few minutes later, Lu Zihao and Zhang Hu both heard the noise and got up one after the other. After Zhou Xiang finished washing up, he saw Zhubo, the dog coin, still lying in bed snoring loudly, and couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, how can this guy sleep so much? Suddenly, Zhou Xiang looked at Zhubo's round body and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said softly, hey, sorry, fat guy. After saying this, he turned around and called Lu Zihao and Zhang Hu. The 3 of them walked over to Zhubo's bed and began to shake his bed vigorously. Zhubo was awakened by the violent shaking and sat up abruptly, looking around in horror at the people around him and shouting, what the fuck, what's going on? Is there an earthquake? Zhou Xiang and the others laughed heartily, while Zhubo looked at them with a face of anger and kept complaining in his mouth. After a lot of fuss, the four of them finally finished packing. They went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then to the classroom to prepare for class. At this time, Jiang Fuyue had already gotten up and packed all her things, waiting for Zhou Xiang to come over after class to help her. On the other side, Su Xian walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas. When she saw the 2 or 3 large suitcases on the floor, she said with reluctance, yeah, now that you've moved away, I'll be the only lonely beautiful girl left in the dormitory. After saying this, she sighed and continued, who will chat with me in the future? Who will bring me lunch? Who will go to class with me? Listening to Su Xian's words, Jiang Fuyue felt a little amused, but she still comforted, oh, I'm just moving to the graduate student apartment, not going anywhere, and besides, if you feel lonely, you can come find me at the graduate student apartment. Okay. Su Xian helplessly accepted the reality. Chapter 29 Sister Jiang is driving on the highway again? After class, Zhou Xiang took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang, Sister Jiang, have you finished packing? Jiang Fuyue instantly replied, okay, are you done with class? Zhou Xiang, yes, I'll be right over. Jiang Fuyue, great. I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Xiang turned off his phone and walked towards the girls' dormitory. When he arrived at the dormitory, he saw Jiang Fuyue already standing there waiting, with several large suitcases next to her. Xiao Xiangxiang, you're here. Jiang Fuyue waved at him with a smile. Zhou Xiang glanced at the 3 large suitcases and asked doubtfully, did you carry all this down by yourself? Jiang Fuyue shook her head, of course not, my roommate and I carried them down together. Zhou Xiang nodded, picked up 2 suitcases, and said, let's go. Okay. Jiang Fuyue pulled the remaining suitcase and walked next to him. After a while, they arrived at the graduate student apartment building, and Zhou Xiang carried the suitcases to Jiang Fuyue's room. The layout of the apartment arranged by the school for Jiang Fuyue was a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, and it was not large, only about 50 square meters. Although the space was limited, the overall environment was quite comfortable. Not all graduate students are assigned single rooms. This also depends on one's learning ability. The graduate student apartments at Xijing University are not managed by the university, but by a professional property management company, which is not as strict as the university. You must be tired, Xiaoxiang. Have some water. Jiang Fuyue handed Zhou Xiang a bottle of water. Thanks. Zhou Xiang took the water and took a sip. Are you kidding me? Can a man say he's tired in front of a woman? Then I'll go pack first. Do you want to stay with me for a while? Jiang Fuyue looked at him expectantly. Zhou Xiang thought about it for a moment, nodded, and said, okay. Then Jiang Fuyue went into the bedroom to make the bed, while Zhou Xiang volunteered to clean the room. Suddenly, Jiang Fuyue's voice came from the bedroom, Xiao Xiang, help your sister bring in the bedsheets from that pink suitcase. Okay. Zhou Xiang put down the broom and opened the pink suitcase she was talking about. The next second, when Zhou Xiang saw the underwear in the suitcase, his eyes instantly widened, and a blush immediately appeared on his face as he reacted. Damn it, what the hell? To be honest, this was the first time Zhou Xiang had seen a girl's underwear since he was a child. After calming down a bit, Zhou Xiang took the sheets from underneath the underwear and walked into the bedroom. Here's the sheet. Zhou Xiang kept his head down and didn't dare to look at the other person. When Jiang Fuyue took the sheet, she saw his expression and of course knew what was wrong with him. You're not shy when you see your sister's underwear, are you, little brother? Jiang Fuyue said coquettishly, walked over to Zhou Xiang, and raised her hand to touch his face. Zhou Xiang's face turned even redder. He took a step back, I'm not shy. Oh, you're not admitting it? Jiang Fuyue's face broke into a wicked smile. But you do look quite cute when you blush. Zhou Xiang's heart started racing. He quickly changed the subject, I still need to mop the floor, so I'll be going out first. With that, he quickly walked out of the bedroom. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh as she watched his fleeing back. Hee, this stinky little brother. Zhou Xiang, who had just come out of the bedroom, gulped down a mouthful of water, glanced at the pink suitcase that was the culprit, sighed, and then continued mopping the floor. After an hour, he finally finished tidying up the room and was ready to leave. Sister Fuyue, I'll be going back first, Zhou Xiang said, looking at her as she just walked out of the bedroom. Hearing that he was leaving, Jiang Fuyue hurriedly said, wait a minute. Sister Fuyue, what else is there? Zhou Xiang asked, turning his head to look at her. Come with me to the supermarket. What for? Zhou Xiang asked, puzzled. Jiang Fuyue glared at him and answered irritably, "Idiot, of course we're going to the supermarket to buy things." Zhou Xiang let out a sound of exasperation and then said, "Okay, shall we go now?" "Wait a minute, I'll go change," Jiang Fuyue said, and then gestured for Zhou Xiang to sit on the sofa and wait for a while. However, the next second, Jiang Fuyue suddenly walked to the bedroom door and turned to Zhou Xiang, revealing a wicked smile. "Xiang, do you want to come in and watch your sister change?" This sentence was like a bolt of thunder, causing Zhou Xiang to widen his eyes. Goodness! Is Sister Fuyue driving on the highway again? "Sister Fuyue, please don't joke around, my young heart can't handle such jokes," Zhou Xiang hurriedly responded. "Are you sure you don't want to see?" Jiang didn't give up, but instead struck a seductive pose, as if challenging Zhou Xiang's bottom line. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang hurriedly waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, don't look. Hurry up and go get changed." Zhou Xiang turned his head, not daring to look again. He silently repeated in his heart, "Don't see what you shouldn't see, don't hear what you shouldn't hear." Before long, Jiang Fuyue had changed into her clothes. She was wearing a light blue dress, her hair loose, with a little light makeup, and she looked fresh and refined. "What do you think?" Jiang Fuyue walked up to Zhou Xiang and twirled around. It looks good." Zhou Xiang lowered his head shyly. "Let's go." Jiang Fuyue smiled contentedly and then led the way towards the door. Zhou Xiang hurriedly followed, and the two of them went out the door together. Jiang Fuyue led Zhou Xiang out the back door of the school and to a supermarket. Zhou Xiang followed behind her, pushing the shopping cart, and the two of them walked all the way to the vegetable and meat section before stopping. As Jiang Fuyue took a tray of eggs and tomatoes and put them in the shopping cart, Zhou Xiang curiously asked, "What are these for?" "Cooking," Jiang Fuyue replied. "Sister Fuyue, you can cook?" Zhou Xiang exclaimed. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and laughed, "Of course I can go from the dining room to the kitchen. I'll let you taste my cooking when we get home." Jiang Fuyue then put the ribs that the butcher had just cut into the shopping cart. Zhou Xiang smiled, "Then I'll be waiting to eat the food you cook." Jiang Fuyue bought some more potatoes, chicken wings, and some other vegetables, as well as a small bag of rice, some seasonings for stir-fry. Coming out of the vegetable and meat section, she bought a large bottle of Coke and some snacks. Zhou Xiang pushed the shopping cart and followed Jiang Fuyue to the checkout counter. The cashier was a middle-aged auntie. Seeing that the two were buying ingredients for cooking, she guessed that they might be a couple and asked with a smile, "Handsome guy and beautiful girl, would you like a box of this? We're having a sale right now, buy one get one free." Jiang Fuyue heard this and looked over in the direction of her gaze. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, and just as she was about to reply, she was interrupted by Zhou Xiang, who quickly spoke up, "Auntie, we don't need it." "What kind of eyes does this aunt have? Where can she see that we need this? Aunts nowadays really are. If we need to buy it, we'll wait until later, when he and Jiang Fuyue are together and need it." Chapter 30 Chef Jiang Fuyue. After paying, Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue quickly fled the supermarket with their purchases. It was already 4:30 when they came out of the supermarket. The sun was shining brightly, blinding everyone. Jiang Fuyue watched Zhou Xiang walking ahead of her carrying the vegetables and rice, looking quite the good husband. This made her can't help but fantasize about her happy life with Zhou Xiang after they got married. Just thinking about it makes me happy. After returning to the graduate student apartment, Jiang Fuyue washed her hands and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhou Xiang stood on the balcony and looked out, just in time to see the sweet date of the couple in love on the playground. After watching for a while, he went to the kitchen. "Sister Jiang, is there anything I can help you with?" At this time, Jiang Fuyue was bowing her head, holding a kitchen knife to cut up the chicken wings. When she heard Zhou Xiang's voice behind her, she slightly tilted her head and smiled at him. "No, you just go and sit on the sofa. It's so boring, I'd better help you with something." Zhou Xiang shook his head and said, "Okay, then, you can help me beat these eggs and wash the dishes over there." Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment and arranged for him. "No problem." Zhou Xiang picked up the eggs and skillfully started to beat them, his movements flowing like clouds in water. Watching his skilled technique, Jiang Fuyue smiled slightly. "The technique is quite professional, you must be an expert, right?" "It's okay, I used to help my grandmother beat eggs a lot," Zhou Xiang explained. Hearing him mention his grandmother, Jiang Fuyue suddenly remembered that Jiang Yan had previously told her that Zhou Xiang had lost his parents at a young age and had grown up with his grandmother. Thinking about this, Jiang Fuyue secretly made up her mind to give him more love in the future. The kitchen was not big, and usually just one person could show off their skills, but now with an extra person, it felt a bit crowded. The two were only 10 centimeters apart at the moment, and Zhou Xiang tilted his head and took a secret peek at Jiang Fuyue. He saw Jiang Fuyue cleanly lift the pan, add oil, and then put the chicken wings, which he had already sharpened the knife on, into the pan to fry. It was clearly an ordinary thing, but for some reason, at that moment, he felt that Jiang Fuyue exuded a unique charm from head to toe, making him want to get close to her. Soon, Zhou Xiang had cleaned all the vegetables, and at that time, the chicken wings and cola sauce were also just about to come out of the pan. Sister Fuyue, the vegetables are done. Is there anything else I can help you with? Zhou Xiang turned around to ask, but found that his body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. Because at the moment, Jiang Fuyue's beautiful face was right in front of him, very close. She was looking at him with a smile on her face, and her eyes seemed to reveal a hint of intimacy. Wow! This is just too much. What does she want to do with me for no reason? Zhou Xiang's ears instantly turned red, and looking at the beautiful face just a few centimeters away from him, he couldn't help but swallow. Fuyue, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile, and then she couldn't help but give him a light kiss on the cheek. Zhou Xiang was suddenly stunned, his face flushing red. He had never expected Jiang Fuyue to do such a thing. Sister Fuyue, you're being a rascal again. Jiang Fuyue let out a soft laugh, then said softly, oops, I couldn't hold back, sister. How about I let you kiss me back? Zhou Xiang was speechless and pursed his lips. I'm not as shameless as you. You still want to trick me? No way. And don't look at who I am. However, Zhou Xiang still really wanted to try it. But there was no way, who could tell him that he didn't have such a thick skin? An hour later, Jiang Fuyue had finished cooking all the food. Xiang, dinner is ready. Coming. Zhou Xiang turned off his phone, got up from the sofa, went to the kitchen, got 2 bowls, put 2 bowls of rice on the table, and helped to bring the dishes from the kitchen out to the table. Jiang Fai had made a total of 4 dishes in one soup today: chicken wings with cola, tomato and seaweed egg soup, stir-fried baby bok choy and mushrooms, braised spare ribs, and dry pot potatoes. What are you still doing? Hurry up and try your sister's cooking. Jiang Fuyue sat down and picked up a piece of braised spare ribs and put it in Zhou Xiang's bowl. Zhou Xiang nodded and couldn't wait to pick up the braised spare ribs and take a bite. The ribs were soft and fall off the bone, and they were delicious, which was Zhou Xiang's first reaction. How was it? Was it delicious? Jiang Fuyue asked with expectation, her beautiful eyes twinkling. It was delicious, Zhou Xiang replied. Upon hearing his comment, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but smile. If it's delicious, then have some more. Oh, right, you're the first guy besides my sister's family to eat my sister's food. The first guy? So you haven't had a boyfriend yet, sister? As soon as he said this, Zhou Xiang regretted it. How silly of him, how could he have forgotten that she had said she had liked him for 3 years before? Of course, my sister's first time is reserved for you. As soon as he said this, Zhou Xiang almost couldn't hold back the food he had just eaten and spit it out. Can't this sister Fuyue just eat properly? Why does she have to drive? Come on, little Xiang, eat more meat. Jiang Fuyue kept on serving Zhou Xiang with food. Okay, sister Fuyue, that's enough, don't serve me anymore, you hurry up and eat too. Zhou Xiang glanced at the mountain of rice he had retreated to and quickly spoke. Oops, sister, I know. As she ate, Jiang Fuyue suddenly remembered that the following week would be National Day, and she asked Zhou Xiang, National Day is almost here, what are your plans? Zhou Xiang put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. I haven't decided yet, but my roommate has asked me to go on a trip together. If nothing comes up, I'll probably go home for a couple of days first, and then go on the trip with my roommate. Jiang Fuyue was immediately interested when she heard this and couldn't wait to ask, oh? Where are you going to go for fun? Zhou Xiang smiled slightly and said, for now, we tentatively plan to go to Sonia, where there are beautiful beaches and fresh air, and you can enjoy the sunshine and waves to your heart's content. Jiang Fuyue's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, wow. Sonia sounds really good, so how about bringing along your sister? She winked, her eyes full of anticipation. Zhou Xiang said hesitantly, well, that's not really a good idea. After all, we're all boys, and it might not be convenient for you, a girl, to travel with us. Jiang Fuyue, however, didn't think twice about it. She smiled and said, oh, what's the big deal? We're all friends, and there's nothing wrong with hanging out together. Besides, my sister's photography skills are top-notch, so she won't be any trouble. It seemed to have a little bit of reason. Anyway, he couldn't bear to refuse, so let's go together. Okay. Seeing Zhou Xiang agree, Jiang Fuyue was happy like a child. Chapter 31 Zhou Xiang flees in defeat. After dinner, Zhou Xiang took the initiative to clear the table. Sister Fuyue, you go rest, I'll wash the dishes. Oh, no, there's no reason for the host to let the guest do the dishes. It's fine. You've just cooked so much delicious food, you must be tired. Just go rest, I'll do the dishes. Since she'd gone to all that trouble, Jiang Fuyue didn't want to be rude. It's a lot of work for you, little Xiang. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Jiang Fuyue went to lie down on the sofa, turned on the TV and found a romantic movie to watch. Before long, Zhou Xiang finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, ready to go back to the dormitory. Zhou Xiang, who had just arrived in the living room, was about to speak when he saw Jiang Fuyue, who had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Zhou Xiang went over to the sofa, looked at Jiang Fuyue's peaceful sleeping face, and a feeling of warmth welled up in his heart. He gently picked up the remote control, turned down the TV volume, and then sat down in the chair next to her, quietly watching her. Jiang Fuyue still had a smile on her face, as if she was having a beautiful dream. Zhou Xiang couldn't help reaching out to touch her cheek, but he pulled back just before he touched her. Just then, Jiang Fuyue rolled over and muttered something. Zhou Xiang leaned closer to hear her, and all he could hear was, "Xiao Shangxiang, don't go." His face flushed, and his heart pounded. He took a deep breath and said softly, "Okay, I won't go." Then he sat down next to Jiang Fuyue. Suddenly, he saw that she was not covered with anything. He took a deep breath, stood up, walked into the bedroom, and took a blanket, gently covering Jiang Fuyue's body. Then he sat back down in the chair again, his eyes gazing tenderly at her, as if time had stopped. A few minutes later, Zhou Xiang's phone rang. He glanced at Jiang Fuyue, who was still sleeping, and lowered his head to open the phone and check it. "Shubo, Xiangzi, where are you? You disappeared after class this morning." Zhou Xiang, graduate student apartment. "Shubo, what are you doing there?" Zhou Xiang explained, "Sister Fuyue moved to the graduate student apartment today, so I came over to help." "Shubo, I see, then I won't disturb your world of two laughs evilly. What is this fat guy talking about? All he knows is nonsense." However, Zhou Xiang actually looked forward to the future romantic life with Jiang Fuyue. "Sister Fuyue, these past 3 years have been really hard on you," Zhou Xiang said deeply, knowing that Jiang Fuyue had sacrificed a lot for this relationship. The next second, Zhou Xiang looked at the seductive face in front of him, unconsciously swallowing. Then he slowly leaned down. His heartbeat accelerated, his breathing became rapid, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. When his lips lightly touched her cheek, he felt her delicate skin and warm breath. As it turned out, the next second, Jiang Fuyue directly opened her eyes. Jiang Fuyue blinked her eyes and looked at Zhou Xiang, who was close at hand, and for a moment, she forgot how to react. "Sister Fuyue, Zhou Xiang, suddenly blushed, stammering to explain, but not knowing how to explain. Oops, why did he just do that on impulse? Seeing his silly and cute expression, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, no need to explain, I understand, sister." Jiang Fuyue sat up and looked at him with a smile on her face. Jiang Fuyue's words made Zhou Xiang's face turn even redder. "This stupid little brother, if you want to kiss someone, just say so, and don't sneak up on them like that. It's really silly and cute, but I like it, hee. I just wanted to wipe the hair off your face." Zhou Xiang finally came up with an excuse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but laugh. "Don't make excuses for yourself, my sister saw you kiss me secretly." Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's face instantly turned red. He lowered his head, not knowing what to do, and didn't dare to look at Jiang Fuyue again. However, just then, he suddenly felt a gentle gaze fall on him, so he subconsciously looked up and met Jiang Fu's eyes. At that moment, the whole world seemed to have stopped spinning, and there were only the two of them left, and the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous. Jiang Fu's lips curled up gently, and she slowly moved closer to Zhou Xiang, while Zhou Xiang couldn't help but pursed his lips and moved forward as well. Just as the two were about to kiss, the phone in Zhou Xiang's pocket rang. He snapped back to reality, looked at the phone and found it was a nuisance call. "Well, Sister Fuyue, it's getting late, I'll go home first." After saying that, Zhou Xiang hurriedly stood up, pushed open the door, and fled the scene quickly like a frightened rabbit. He left Jiang Fuyue sitting alone on the sofa, looking at his departing back, and couldn't help but smile sweetly. But then she came back to her senses and thought that she had almost kissed Zhou Xiang just now. It's all that harassing phone call's fault, it had to ring at this very moment. She touched her cheek again, which Zhou Xiang had just kissed, and started dancing happily. Zhou Xiang ran all the way down from the 7th floor, and didn't stop panting until he was outside the building. Phew, I'm glad I'm fast. I was so nervous. After a short break, Zhou Xiang glanced back at the 7th floor before heading towards the boys' dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Xiang didn't say a word and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower and let the cold water stream hit his body. After showering, Zhou Xiang dried himself with a towel, put on loose pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. However, when he stepped out of the bathroom, he found that his 3 roommates were sitting on the bed, staring at him as if they wanted to see through him. Why are you looking at me? Zhou Xiang was a little uncomfortable with their stares and asked in puzzlement. Shubo pushed his glasses on his nose and said solemnly, Xiangzi, there is something wrong with you. Zhou Xiang froze for a moment and asked in puzzlement, is there? He looked at Jiang Fuyue and Lu Zihao. Jiang Fuyue and Lu Zihao nodded at the same time and said in unison, yes. Zhou Xiang frowned, not knowing what they were trying to say. At this time, Zhubo leaned close to him mysteriously and whispered, I can smell the strong scent of love on you. Zhou Xiang's face immediately turned red, and he hurriedly waved his hands to explain, don't talk nonsense, where is the scent of love? Jiang Fuyue teased with a smile, Xiangzi, don't pretend. We can all tell that you're in a really good mood today, so there must be something going on. Lu Zihao also chimed in, yeah, Xiangzi, come on, tell us, are you with Jiang Flower? No. Zhou Xiang shook his head. Shubo and the others. Come on, after all this time, it was all for nothing. Not that I'm saying anything, Xiangzi, but Jiang Flower girl is always so proactive with you, what's wrong with you? Shubo said with hatred. I have my own ideas, so don't ask anymore. Zhou Xiang said while lying down on the bed. Suddenly, Zhou Xiang thought of the fact that he had promised Jiang Fuyue to take her on a trip to Sonia together, and he sat up and told Shubo and the others about it. Naturally, the 3 of them had no objections and all readily said that it was no problem. Chapter 32, giving Jiang Fuyue some brown sugar water. 2 days later, it was another beautiful weekend. Jiang Fuyue had just finished eating and was getting changed to go out with Zhou Xiang when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach and a strange feeling coming from her lower body. Jiang Fuyue quickly realized what was wrong with her. After some calculations, she realized that it was the time of her period. Jiang Fuyue covered her stomach and searched the bedroom for a long time, but she couldn't find any sanitary napkins. She then remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to buy some last time. She stood up and was about to go to the school supermarket to buy some, but then she sat back down on the bed. No, in my current state, I'm afraid I might not even make it out of the apartment building before. I thought about this. She took out her phone, looked up Su Xian's number and called. Hello, yeah, what's wrong? The phone was quickly connected to Su Xian. I've started my period and we've run out of sanitary napkins at home. Can you buy a pack and bring it over? Huh? But I'm not on campus right now, and it'll take me an hour to get back. I don't know if you can wait. Suddenly, Su Xian thought of something. Yeah, you can ask Xiao Xiang to bring it over for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue instantly thought of Zhou Xiang. Yes. How could she have forgotten him? Jiang Fuyue said something to Su Xian on the phone and then hung up, sending a message to Zhou Xiang. Jiang Fuyue, Xiang, help your sister buy something. Urgent. Zhou Xiang in the boys' dormitory was sitting in front of the computer playing games. When he heard the message tone from his phone, he immediately paused the game and picked up the phone to check the message. When he saw the message from Jiang Fuyue, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Zhou Xiang, okay, what is it? I'll go buy it. The next second, Jiang Fuyue sent a voice message directly. It's sanitary napkins, I need them urgently, so please buy them and deliver them to my apartment. Jiang Fuyue's weak voice came through. Zhou Xiang froze in place upon hearing this, and his heart began to race. Although he is not a girl, he also knows that girls may experience some discomfort and inconvenience during their periods. Thinking of this, he hurriedly replied. Zhou Xiang, okay, wait for me. After saying this, he didn't have time to think much, quickly put on his shoes and rushed out of the dormitory. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the school supermarket usually takes about 15 minutes to walk, but Zhou Xiang didn't have that much time to waste. He ran all the way to the school supermarket, thinking about getting the sanitary napkins that Jiang Fuyue needed as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xiang arrived at the supermarket. Looking at the shelves lined with all kinds of sanitary napkins, he was at a loss as to which one to buy. Seeing this, he was about to send a message to Jiang Fuyue when the auntie who had come to restock the shelves said, "Young man, what are you gawking at?" "Auntie, my friend is menstruating, and I'm buying her sanitary napkins. Which one should I get?" Zhou Xiang saw that there was a saleswoman next to him, so he quickly sent her a pleading look for help. "Friend? I think it's a girlfriend." The saleswoman gave him a knowing look. "Well, if you say so, saleswoman, can you recommend a brand for me? My friend is in a bit of a hurry." Hearing this, the saleswoman took a pack of sanitary napkins from the shelf. "This one is fine, and a lot of girls use this brand these days." "Thank you, auntie." Zhou Xiang took the sanitary napkins from the saleswoman and quickly went to the checkout counter. At this time, the checkout counter happened to be empty, and Zhou Xiang finished checking out in a few seconds and ran towards the graduate student apartment. Zhou Xiang jogged all the way and quickly arrived on the 7th floor of the graduate student apartment, gently knocking on the door. After Zhou Xiang waited for a few seconds outside the door slowly opened from the inside, revealing a small, pale face, which was Jiang Fuyue. "Sister Jiang, here you go, I bought it for you." Zhou Xiang was still panting, and handed her the black plastic bag containing the sanitary napkins. "Thanks. Hurry up and come in, I'm going to the bathroom first." After saying this, Jiang Fuyue walked directly into the bathroom and closed the door. Zhou Xiang closed the door, sat down on the sofa, and then took out his mobile phone and started searching. What can girls do to relieve the pain during their periods? A variety of answers quickly popped up on the page: drink brown sugar water, drink more hot water, take ibuprofen, stick a warm baby, etc. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang nodded and knew what to do. Suddenly, his gaze rested on the last one: boyfriend rubs. Nanny? What? Zhou Xiang's eyes widened as he looked at the words on the screen. A blush instantly spread across his face, and he was full of disbelief. It's not that he doesn't want to rub Fuyue's belly, but how could he possibly ask her to do that? Zhou Xiang hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to give up on the idea. After all, they weren't officially together yet, and such intimate gestures were just too embarrassing. Forget it, he might as well just get her some brown sugar water. Zhou Xiang got up and went to the fridge in the kitchen to take a look, only to find that there was no brown sugar, so he went downstairs to buy some. Jiang Fuyue came out of the bathroom just as she heard the door close, and looked at the empty living room. "Ha? Is little Shangxian leaving already?" Hugging her stomach, Jiang Fuyue slowly moved back to the bedroom, climbed into bed like a sloth, and after lying down, rolled over and curled up in bed. She couldn't help but think of Zhou Xiang's nervousness just now, and her heart felt warm. After lying there for a while, the doorbell suddenly rang, and she had to once again struggle to get up from the bed to answer the door. Zhou Xiang stood in the doorway with a bag of things, and when he saw that Jiang Fuyue still looked pale as paper, he felt extremely distressed and wished he could take her place. "I bought brown sugar, so I'll make you a cup of tea," Zhou Xiang said as he walked towards the kitchen. When Jiang Fuyue heard that he had gone to buy brown sugar, she smiled slightly. "Okay." Once in the kitchen, Zhou Xiang started boiling water and then took out the things he had just bought. In addition to brown sugar, he also bought ginger, wolfberries, and red dates. After the water boiled, Zhou Xiang began to put in ginger, wolfberries, red dates, and brown sugar in turn, cover the pot and let it boil for 10 minutes. Zhou Xiang stood by and watched. When 10 minutes had passed, he turned off the fire, took out a spoon and took a sip. Not bad, it tastes pretty good." He couldn't believe that his first attempt at cooking brown sugar water had been such a success, and he couldn't help but admire himself for being such a genius. In a moment, Zhou Xiang walked over with a steaming cup of brown sugar water. "Careful, it's hot, drink slowly." He blew on it lightly and handed it to Jiang Fuyue. Xiang, you feed your sister." "Ha?" Zhou Xiang looked at Jiang Fuyue in some surprise. "Hurry up." Jiang Fuyue pouted. Zhou Xiang had no choice but to pick up the spoon, gently scoop up a spoonful, blow it by the mouth, and then send it to Jiang Fuyue's mouth. Jiang Fuyue opened her mouth and drank it. "How is it? Is it hot?" Zhou Xiang asked with concern. "No, it's not hot, it's very delicious." Jiang Fuyue smiled and asked for more. Zhou Xiang scooped up another spoonful and fed it to Jiang Fuyue. This continued until Jiang Fuyue finished the entire cup of brown sugar water. "Thank you, little Xiang." Jiang Fuyue said contentedly. "Don't be polite with me. Zhou Xiang smiled and asked again, Sister Fuyue, are you hungry? No. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Oh, then you are hungry, tell me, I will go out and buy you dinner. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Chapter 33 Can't you stop fate from coming? In the time that followed, Zhou Xiang stayed in the graduate student apartment with Jiang Fuyue. It wasn't until the afternoon that Zhou Xiang looked at the time and realized it was time for dinner. He looked at Jiang Fuyue, who was lying on the sofa, and said, Sister Fuyue, what do you want to eat? Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment and replied, I want wonton noodles. Okay, I'll go out and buy some. Wait for me. After saying this, Zhou Xiang got up, opened the door and went downstairs to buy the wonton noodles. Zhou Xiang went to a wonton noodle restaurant outside the school and returned to the apartment with 2 bowls of wonton noodles. Zhou Xiang placed the wonton noodles on the table and beckoned Jiang Fuyue to come and eat. Jiang Fuyue sat down at the table, smelling the aroma, and picked up the chopsticks and ate in small bites. How is it? Is it delicious? Zhou Xiang looked at her expectantly. Jiang Fuyue nodded, it was delicious, you should eat too. After the two finished eating, Zhou Xiang took the initiative to clean up the dishes. He looked at the time and saw that it was not early anymore, so he was ready to go back. Before leaving, Zhou Xiang thoughtfully boiled a pot of hot water and put it on the bedside table in the bedroom for her to drink water at night. Sister Jiang, you rest well. I'll go back first, and I'll come by in the morning to bring you breakfast. Jiang Fuyue nodded, okay, send me a message when you get back. Bye. Okay, bye. After Zhou Xiang finished speaking, he opened the door and left. When Zhou Xiang returned to the boys' dormitory, he saw Zhu Bo alone in the dorm room, bent over the computer watching a girl livestream. Fatty, where are the others? Zhou Xiang asked. Zhu Bo, who had heard the voice, replied, Zhang, who recently got a gym membership and hasn't come back from the school gym yet. As for Lu Zihao, you know that dog, he's definitely hanging out with Dandan right now. Zhou Xiang let out a sound, and then grabbed some clothes to wash. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Zhou Xiang remembered that Jiang Fuyue had said to send her a message when he saw his phone. Damn it! How could he have forgotten? Seeing this, Zhou Xiang quickly picked up his phone and opened WeChat to send a message to Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang, Fuyue, I'm back in my dorm. Jiang Fuyue almost immediately replied, Zhou Xiang, Fuyue, does your stomach still hurt? Jiang Fuyue, it's much better, thanks to Xiang Xiang's brown sugar water. Zhou Xiang, that's good, then get some rest, good night. Jiang Fuyue, good night. After logging out of WeChat, Zhou Xiang opened the gold spatula again and took a scoop before closing his eyes and falling asleep. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and there was still a hint of dawn's afterglow in the sky. Zhou Xiang had already gotten up early and quickly finished getting ready for school by washing up and changing clothes. He left the dormitory and walked towards the school cafeteria. Once inside, he carefully selected a delicious breakfast and then headed to the graduate student apartment with it. When he arrived at room 701, he knocked gently on the door and called out softly, Sister Jiang, open the door, I've brought you breakfast. After a while, the door finally slowly opened, and Zhou Xiang saw the figure of Jiang Fuyue. She was not wearing any makeup, and her natural and genuine face was fully revealed. Jiang Fuyue smiled apologetically and said, Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally overslept. Come on in. As she spoke, she rubbed her long, messy hair. Zhou Xiang smiled and nodded, walked into the room and closed the door behind him. He placed the breakfast he had brought on the table and said gently to Jiang Fuyue, Sister Fuyue, hurry up and sit down and eat breakfast, otherwise it will get cold. Okay, Jiang Fuyue nodded lightly and sat down to start enjoying the warm breakfast. Zhou Xiang glanced at the time and realized that he was going to be late. He hurriedly said goodbye to Jiang Fuyue, Sister Fuyue, I have to hurry to class. Jiang Fuyue nodded understandingly, oh, then you go to class quickly. Zhou Xiang nodded, then couldn't help but glance back at her again, and saw that she was drinking the millet porridge carefully. He couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, and then left the graduate student apartment. Since tomorrow afternoon is the National Day holiday, there is a class today, Sunday, and only yesterday was a day off. When he arrived at the classroom, Zhou Xiang glanced at Lu Zihao, who was lying on the table with a tired face, and smiled. He naturally knew what the guy had been doing last night when he didn't come home. He had to say that this dog coin really had a good life. It had only been a month since the semester started, and he had already succeeded in winning the beauty. As the bell rang to start the class, the teacher entered the classroom, and Zhou Xiang immediately focused his attention and listened carefully. After class, Zhou Xiang was stopped by Zhu Bo and Zhang Hu, and they went to the basketball court to play basketball together. Lu Zihao did not go, he was even too sleepy and went back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. When they arrived at the basketball court, Zhou Xiang caught the ball passed by Zhu Bo and started to warm up. He dribbled the ball skillfully, then took a shot, and the ball drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell into the basket without a mistake. After warming up, Zhu Bo called 3 people from nowhere and divided them into 2 teams to play 3v3. After playing for an hour, Zhou Xiang was really too tired to play anymore. He lay on the bench by the basketball court, looking at the blue sky. The images of Jiang Fuyue spending the past month with him slowly emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. After a short rest, Zhou Xiang felt his phone vibrate gently in his pocket. He slowly took it out and lit up the screen to check the message. Jiang Fuyue, Xiao Xiang, have you finished class yet? Zhou Xiang quickly replied, yes, I just finished playing basketball, what's up? Jiang Fuyue, nothing, I just feel a little bored being alone. Zhou Xiang, then I'll come over and keep you company right away. Jiang Fuyue, okay, I'll be waiting for you, sister. Zhou Xiang smiled, turned off his phone and put it in his pocket, then stood up and said hello to Zhu Bo and Zhang Hu before leaving the basketball court. After a short while, Zhou Xiang arrived at the graduate student apartment. He found that the door was not locked, so he gently pushed it open and walked in. What met his eyes was Jiang Fuyue sitting on the balcony basking in the sunshine. Her beautiful figure seemed to be in harmony with the surroundings, and Zhou Xiang couldn't help but be enchanted. Sister Fuyue, what are you thinking about? Zhou Xiang asked softly, slowly walking up to her. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Fuyue slowly opened her eyes. Her bright eyes twinkled like stars. Her gaze lightly fell on the handsome face in front of her, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile. She said softly, sister was thinking about you. Zhou Xiang was slightly taken aback, and then a bright smile blossomed on his face. However, he did not say anything, but just looked at her tenderly with those deep and gentle eyes, before sitting down in the chair next to her. Strange? Why didn't Xiao Xiang say anything? Could it be because he was shy? Or was there something else on his mind? For a moment, she could not quite read his mind. Xiao Xiang, have you booked your ticket home yet? Jiang Fuyue broke the silence and asked. Zhou Xiang nodded and replied, well, I've already booked a ticket on the high-speed train the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. And you? What a coincidence, I'm also on the high-speed train the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. Which carriage are you in? Jiang Fuyue asked in surprise. Carriage 1501F. Zhou Xiang replied calmly. Sister, you're in carriage 1501D. We'll be sitting together. Jiang Fuyue was excited like a child, her face beaming with joy. Zhou Xiang couldn't believe it either. They both happened to be in the same carriage, just by chance. Could this be the legendary fate that cannot be stopped? Chapter 34 Teaching Jiang Fuyue to play pool. Time flies. And it's already the day of the holiday. Morning. At this time, Zhou Xiang and the others are sitting in the classroom taking their last class. It wasn't long before class was over, and as soon as Zhou Xiang walked out of the classroom, he saw Lin Yue standing at the corner of the stairs. Seeing Zhou Xiang come out, Lin Yue walked up to him and said slowly, Zhou Xiang, today is a holiday, I want to ask you, do you want to go back to Hangzhou together? Her tone carried a hint of expectation, hoping to get a positive answer from Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang glanced at her. If it were the old him, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now there was no room for her in his heart, only Sister Fuyue. No, I have a date. Zhou Xiang refused. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yue forced a smile and said, oh, I see. Well, I'll be going then. After Lin Yue left, Zhu Bo put his arm around Zhou Xiang's shoulders and said, Shanzi, what's this about your white moonlight? It seems like you've changed like a different person. I don't know, Zhou Xiang shook his head. The few people who had come out of the classroom went straight back to the dormitory. Except for Zhou Xiang, who sat on the side, the other 3 were packing their luggage. They had booked the high-speed train to Qingdao this afternoon. Zhou Xiang, on the other hand, would be going home for a couple of days tomorrow before joining them. Shanzi, we'll go ahead then. See you in Sonia. Zhu Bo and the others were ready to go with their luggage in hand. I know, be careful on the road. Zhou Xiang nodded. Okay, bye. After Zhu Bo and the others had finished speaking, they left the dorm room with their luggage. Zhou Xiang looked at the empty dorm room and felt a sense of loneliness. It was rare for the dorm to be so quiet without those sons of bitches, and he was actually a little uncomfortable with it. Even playing games, he didn't feel the same as usual. It's so boring being alone. I wonder what Sister Jiang is doing. Thinking about this, Zhou Xiang opened WeChat and sent a message to Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang, Sister Fuyue, what are you doing? Jiang Fuyue didn't reply right away, probably because she was busy with something. On the other side, Jiang Fuyue had just walked out of Professor Li's office. She took out her phone and glanced at it, and found that Zhou Xiang had sent her a message half an hour ago, so she quickly replied. Jiang Fuyue, I've just finished, what's up? Zhou Xiang saw the screen of his phone on the table light up, so he picked it up and glanced at it. Zhou Xiang, my roommates have all gone home, so I'm bored by myself. Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue thought about it for a moment, typed a reply, so let's go out and hang out together? Zhou Xiang, okay, I'll come over to you now. Where are you? Jiang Fuyue, then come over to the graduate student apartment. After sending the message, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but smile, and then walked quickly towards the graduate student apartment. Zhou Xiang received the message, quickly closed the computer, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then messed with his hair in the mirror before walking towards the graduate student apartment without any haste. Zhou Xiang stood in front of the door to 701 and knocked. Sister Fuyue, I'm here. The next second, Zhou Xiang's phone rang. He looked down and opened it to see that Jiang Fuyue had sent him the new code for the combination lock. When he saw the 6-digit code, Zhou Xiang froze. Damn, isn't this his year and date of birth? How did Fuyue know? Zhou Xiang thought about it as he entered the code 041105. Zhou Xiang saw that there was no one in the living room, and then looked at the closed bedroom door. He guessed that the other person should be getting dressed, so he went over to the sofa and sat down, waiting for her. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he heard a crisp sound, and the bedroom door finally slowly opened. Zhou Xiang immediately perked up, staring intently at the doorway. He saw Jiang Fuyue wearing a black suit collar slim waist workwear long sleeve dress, with black silk on the bottom, stepping out in black high heels. Zhou Xiang was directly mesmerized. This was already the second time he had seen Jiang Fuyue dressed like this. Usually, she dressed more casually on campus, but today's outfit made her look particularly intellectual and capable, as well as slightly sexy. Jiang Fuyue walked up to Zhou Xiang, turned around, and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Am I beautiful?" Zhou Xiang looked at her in a daze, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He sincerely praised, "Sister Fuyue is really beautiful." Hearing the praise, Jiang Fuyue's smile on her face became even brighter. "That's good, let's go." Jiang Fuyue naturally put her arm around Zhou Xiang's arm. Zhou Xiang's body trembled, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart, and he walked out of the room side by side with Jiang Fuyue and onto the street. Xiang, let's go play billiards, I remember you used to go with my brother all the time." Jiang Fuyue pointed to the billiard room in front of them. Zhou Xiang nodded, "Okay, but can you play?" "No." "But you're here, you can teach me." Jiang Fuyue smiled playfully. "Okay." The two walked side by side into the billiards room. The interior was softly lit and warm, and the air was filled with the faint smell of tobacco and the crisp sound of billiard balls colliding. They scanned the neatly arranged tables and finally chose an unoccupied table in the corner. Zhou Xiang walked over to the rack where the cue sticks were kept and carefully selected two of good quality and comfortable feel. With a smile, he handed one to Jiang Fuyue and held the other firmly in his own hands. Then, he patiently and in detail explained to Jiang Fuyue the rules of billiards and some basic hitting techniques. After finishing, Zhou Xiang stood still, leaned slightly forward, and stared intently at the white ball on the pool table. He swung his arm lightly, struck hard, and the white ball rushed forward like an arrow, accurately hitting the other colored balls and making a pleasant sound. Then, Zhou Xiang straightened up, looked at Jiang Fuyue encouragingly, and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that she could start trying to hit the balls. Jiang Fuyue took a deep breath, adjusted her posture, and carefully gripped the cue and struck at the target ball. However, contrary to her expectations, the ball slipped right out of her grip and didn't touch any of the balls. "Oops, little Xiang, I aimed perfectly, how did it turn out like this?" Jiang Fuyue turned to Zhou Xiang with a puzzled and slightly annoyed expression, her beautiful big eyes full of confusion. "Don't worry, let me teach you step by step." Zhou Xiang comforted with a smile. After saying that, he walked a few steps behind Jiang Fuyue and gently patted her shoulder to indicate that she should lie down first. After Jiang Fuyue had done so, Zhou Xiang slowly extended his hands and firmly grasped her slender hands and the golf club in them. At this moment, the two were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breath. He Xiao Xiang actually hugged me, I'm so nervous and happy. Chapter 35 Come on, I'll carry you. Zhou Xiang's hands gently wrapped around Jiang Fuyue's, pushing the queue together. He whispered, relax your body a little, don't be too nervous. As he spoke, Jiang Fuyue's body gradually relaxed. Just then, Zhou Xiang suddenly felt an unusual softness. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. He focused on the billiards in front of him and guided Jiang Fuyue's cue. There was a loud thud, and the ball successfully went into the hole. Jiang Fuyue jumped up excitedly, yes. She turned to look at Zhou Xiang, her eyes shining with joy. Little Xiang, you're so good. Zhou Xiang smiled, and a sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Jiang Fuyue was very quick to learn, and in no time at all, she had grasped the essentials and was eager to give it a try. After a few games, Jiang Fuyue gradually found her groove, and the number of hole-in-ones increased. She cheered excitedly, like a child. Zhou Xiang looked at her happy face, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously rose. When the two of them came out of the billiards room, it was already 6 p.m. Sister Fuyue, let's go eat. Zhou Xiang said to Jiang Fuyue, who was standing next to him. Okay, I'm hungry, so let's go eat barbecue. Jiang Fuyue replied after thinking for a moment. Okay, whatever you say. For some reason, Jiang Fuyue found that in the past few days, Zhou Xiang seemed to have changed and no longer avoided her like before. Since the barbecue restaurant Jiang Fuyue wanted to go to was a little far away, the two of them had to take a taxi. It wasn't long before they arrived at a barbecue restaurant called Sui Su. Since the restaurant was inside a shopping mall, the two of them took the elevator all the way to the 6th floor before arriving at the restaurant's entrance. Judging from the endless stream of diners entering and leaving the restaurant and the enticing aroma filling the air, one could tell that there must be irresistible delicacies waiting for them to discover. Since it was a holiday for students, there were a lot of people eating barbecue, and there were several people standing in line at the entrance. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang went to the front desk and drew a number, then followed Jiang Fuyue to a nearby chair and sat down waiting. Sister Fuyue, you sit here first, I'll go buy some milk tea, said Zhou Xiang. Okay, hurry back. Zhou Xiang nodded and walked towards the milk tea shop. Hello, handsome, what would you like to drink? Said the young lady in the milk tea shop, wearing a mask. 1 cup of mint milk green, 1 cup of taro milk bubble tea, hot, with 3 sugars. Thinking that Jiang Fuyue's period hadn't yet passed in the past 2 days, Zhou Xiang ordered her a cup of hot taro milk bubble tea. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the milk tea was ready, and Zhou Xiang took it back to the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Here, Sister Fuyue, for you. Zhou Xiang sat down and thoughtfully inserted a straw for her. Thank you, little Xiang. Jiang Fuyue took the milk tea and drank it. You're welcome, hurry up and drink it. Seeing her happily drinking it, Zhou Xiang also picked up the milk tea and drank it. After a while, the waiter came to inform them that it was their turn to go in. The two of them stood up and followed the waiter to a terrace seat. Zhou Xiang took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table, then handed it to Jiang Fuyue and said, Sister Fuyue, you order. Jiang Fuyue nodded and ordered a few of the restaurant's signature grilled meats and some other things. After ordering, the two of them began to chat. Before long, the waiter brought the dishes up one after the other, and the barbecued meat sizzled on the grill, emitting a tempting fragrance. Wow, it looks so delicious. Jiang Fuyue said excitedly. Try it. Zhou Xiang laughed as he put the cooked meat in Jiang Fuyue's bowl. Jiang Fuyue couldn't wait to take a bite and couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. It really is delicious. Xiao Xiang, help your sister hold the roasted corn kernels for a moment. A sweet and gentle voice came from the direction of the sound, and Jiang Fuyue's eyes, like autumn water, were looking forward to it with expectation. Zhou Xiang nodded at the sound and quickly reached out his hand, firmly picking up a skewer of golden corn kernels that exuded an attractive aroma. He smiled and said, Here you go. However, Jiang Fuyue did not reach out to take it, but instead slightly pursed her pink, moist lips, pouting like a child as she said coquettishly, Ouch, Xiang, I don't want to eat it myself, I want you to feed it to me. After saying that, she blinked her big, expressive eyes, looking extremely cute. Looking at her coquettish and cute posture, Zhou Xiang felt as if a small deer was pounding around in his heart, and he simply couldn't bear the sweet shock anymore. He smiled helplessly and spoilingly, and responded tenderly, Okay, I'll do whatever you want, I'll feed you. Saying this, he brought the corn kernels in his hand to Jiang Fuyue's mouth. Xiao Xiang's food tastes so good when he feeds me, he Jiang Fuyue smiled contentedly. Hey, this feeling of being fed is so good. A group of single dogs nearby looked at this scene with envious and jealous eyes. Suddenly, the girl in the couple next to them couldn't help but complain to the guy, you big straight man, look at other people's boyfriends, and then look at you, you don't even know how to feed someone. The guy seemed to be a bit reluctant as well, but when he saw his girlfriend's complaining look, he immediately picked up a skewer of barbecue and fed it to her. He didn't want to go home and scrub the washing up board tonight. That's right, feed me like this every day from now on. The girl showed a satisfied expression after eating the barbecue fed to her by the guy. Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue smiled at each other when they saw the scene. As the night went on, the lights on the terrace gradually came on, creating a romantic atmosphere. At 9 p.m., the two finished eating the barbecue and took a walk on the lively street. After walking for a while, Jiang Fuyue got tired and stopped. Her beautiful eyes turned to Zhou Xiang by her side, and with a hint of coquetry and fatigue, she said, I'm so tired, little Xiang, I can't walk anymore. Zhou Xiang heard Jiang Fuyue's words, smiled, walked up to her, squatted down, and said, come on, I'll carry you on my back. Jiang Fuyue's face showed a surprised smile, and without hesitation, she jumped onto Zhou Xiang's back. When he felt the two large, well-made breasts on Jiang Fuyue's chest, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but light up. So soft. Zhou Xiang carried Jiang Fuyue on his back and continued walking on the lively street. Jiang Fuyue lay on Zhou Xiang's back, feeling his warmth and breath, and her heart was filled with happiness and warmth. They walked through the bustling commercial street, passed by the brightly lit night market, and saw all kinds of people and things. Before she knew it, Jiang Fuyue fell asleep on Zhou Xiang's back. Zhou Xiang heard her even breathing and smiled slightly, slowing down his pace so that she could sleep more soundly. Chapter 36. Of course it's a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. At 10:30, Zhou Xiang returned to the graduate student apartment with Jiang Fuyue on his back. Wake up, Fuyue, we're here, Zhou Xiang said softly to her on his back. Jiang Fuyue mumbled a sleepy and Zhou Xiang let her down, looking at her with tender eyes. Jiang Fuyue's face was flushed and her eyes were glazed over, as if she were drunk. Fuyue, are you okay? Zhou Xiang asked, seeing her still sleepy appearance. I'm fine, I'm just not awake yet, Jiang Fuyue said, rubbing her eyes and smiling at him. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. The two of them slowly walked to the door of 701. Jiang Fuyue skillfully entered the password, and with a crisp sound, the door opened. She lightly stepped into the room, but when she looked back, she saw that Zhou Xiang was standing in the same place and had no intention of following her in. So she turned around, gazed at Zhou Xiang with beautiful eyes, and asked softly, Xiang, why aren't you coming in? Zhou Xiang heard this and subconsciously scratched his head. He looked a little embarrassed and hesitant, then explained, Sister Jiang, it's getting late, I need to go back to my dormitory and get some rest. After saying this, he gave Jiang Fuyue a small smile and continued, Good night, Sister Jiang, I hope you have sweet dreams. Before he could finish speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly took a step forward and, with lightning speed, tightly embraced Zhou Xiang from behind. Her soft body was pressed against Zhou Xiang's broad back, as if she was afraid that if she let go, he would disappear. At the same time, in a slightly coquettish tone, she said softly, Xiang, don't go, okay? Stay here with your sister. I can't sleep alone. Jiang Fuyue's breath hit Zhou Xiang's nape, making him itch. Zhou Xiang's body stiffened. He didn't expect Jiang Fuyue to be so direct, but there was no but. Jiang Fuyue interrupted him and hugged him even tighter. If you don't stay, I'll be very sad. Zhou Xiang sighed helplessly. He knew he couldn't argue with Jiang Fuyue. Fine, I'll stay. Upon hearing Zhou Xiang's reply, Jiang Fuyue smiled happily and pulled him into the house. In the room, Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue sat side by side on the soft sofa, intently staring at the large screen TV in front of them, which was currently showing one of the most popular romantic movies. At the moment, the plot is reaching its climax. We see the handsome and dashing leading man on the TV suddenly open his arms wide and embrace the charming heroine next to him. Then comes a deep kiss, as if time has come to a standstill. Seeing this passionate scene, Zhou Xiang's heart cannot help but tremble. Jiang Fuyue next to him involuntarily comes to mind. An indescribable feeling of heat swept over his body. He subconsciously glanced at Jiang Fuyue next to him, but she was so engrossed in the romantic scene on the TV that she didn't notice him. Just as Zhou Xiang quickly looked away, Jiang Fuyue suddenly extended her slender fingers and gently poked his arm. Zhou Xiang was shocked, and quickly turned his head to look at her, his eyes full of confusion and concern. What's wrong? Jiang Fuyue didn't say a word, but stared at him with a dazed look. She saw her slightly pursed sexy red lips, and a faint blush crept up her fair cheeks, adding a few more charming and moving touches. Then, something unexpected happened to Zhou Xiang. Jiang Fuyue didn't hesitate and directly spread her legs apart, then lightly sat on top of him. Zhou Xiang looked at Jiang Fuyue in front of him, and for a moment, he was a little overwhelmed. He subconsciously swallowed, his throat rolling unconsciously, and stammered, "Sister Fuyue, is this not a good idea?" Although he said this, his body was trembling slightly from nervousness and excitement. After hearing his words, Jiang Fuyue's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and she asked coquettishly in return, "What's so bad about it? Do you not want to?" After saying this, she deliberately twisted her waist a little, bringing the two closer together. "Awesome! I can't take it anymore." Looking at the red lips that were getting closer and closer to him, Zhou Xiang didn't hesitate any longer and went straight in. Zhou Xiang's warm lips pressed against her red lips, and his hot breath sprayed on her face. He gently closed his eyes and opened his lips to bite her lower lip. Jiang Fuyue looked at Zhou Xiang, who kept closing his eyes and taking what he could from her mouth, and her heart was filled with joy. She had thought about this scene for 3 whole years, and longed for it for 3 whole years, and now her wish had finally come true. He didn't know how much she missed him every day she couldn't see him. She liked him, and despite the fact that he was younger than her, she loved him unreservedly and deeply. Jiang Fuyue wrapped her arms around his neck, and Zhou Xiang clasped her head with his other hand, their scorching bodies pressed tightly together. As their breathing grew heavy, Zhou Xiang imitated the kissing scenes he had seen on TV, opening his mouth and biting her lips once, then again. He bit very lightly, and Jiang Fuyue felt no pain at all. The next second, Zhou Xiang's tongue poked in, hooked her tongue and demanded it with all his might. No one thought about how long the kiss lasted. It wasn't until Zhou Xiang felt her gradually start to have difficulty breathing that he reluctantly stopped. The sound of the two people's intertwined breathing was the only sound in the room, quietly spreading across the sofa. The two bodies had not yet parted, and they were still tightly pressed together. Zhou Xiang looked at her rosy face and couldn't help but kiss her on the lips again, before slowly carrying her down. "Sister Jiang Fuyue, are you satisfied now?" Jiang Fuyue gave him a bash with her little fists in a cute manner, hating the fact that Xiao Shangxiang was so skilled. To his question, Zhou Xiang laughed softly, "Sister Fuyue, don't you know that boys are self-taught in these matters?" Jiang Fuyue nodded, then leaned into his arms and said, Xiang, what is our relationship now?" "Of course it's boyfriend and girlfriend," Zhou Xiang said with a smile. "They've kissed, and she likes him and he likes her, so what's the relationship if not boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Well," Jiang Fuyue happily responded, then looked up, her eyes fixed on Zhou Xiang. "Xiao Xiang, I will treat you well." "Sister Fuyue, shouldn't this sentence usually be said by the guy to the girl?" "Oh, I don't care, I'll just say, yes, whatever you want." Zhou Xiang looked at her, his eyes full of love, and he hugged Jiang Fuyue as if he wanted to melt her into his body. Chapter 37 Good Morning Kiss. After a while, Zhou Xiang saw that it was almost time, and he looked down at her and said, "It's getting late, so I'll go first." Hearing this, she suddenly looked up, her eyes full of reluctance and attachment, and she pouted, "No. I don't want you to go, I want you to stay with me." That soft and plummy voice seemed to carry a hint of pleading, and it made people's hearts melt. "Well, okay, then I won't go today. But where will I sleep tonight? I can't sleep on the floor, can I?" Zhou Xiang scratched the back of his head, a little helpless and a little amused. "Oh, you don't need to ask. Of course you'll sleep with your sister. My bed is big enough for the two of us to sleep comfortably." She blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhou Xiang with anticipation. "Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. Let's go to bed quickly, or we'll miss the high-speed train tomorrow," Zhou Xiang said, while standing up and preparing to walk towards the bedroom. "Oomph, you wish. You have to hug me first, and then carry me into the room." She acted like a child and started to pout, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhou Xiang's neck and refusing to let go. Zhou Xiang looked at her fondly and said, "Okay, I'll carry you in." Zhou Xiang carried Jiang Fuyue on his arms and sat on the sofa for a while, then carried her into the bedroom like a princess and gently put her on the bed. "Okay, I'll turn off the lights." After saying that, Zhou Xiang turned off the lights and went to the other side of the bed and lay down. He heard a rustling sound next to him and asked curiously, "Fuyue, what are you doing?" What else? Taking off my clothes and going to sleep. After a pause, Jiang Fuyue added, Xiao Xiang, aren't you taking off your clothes? Huh? Sister Fuyue, we just got together, isn't this going too fast? Zhou Xiang couldn't help blushing and asked. Jiang Fuyue laughed, oops, what are you thinking? Sister hasn't even finished her period yet. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiang suddenly felt very embarrassed. It turns out that he was thinking too much, huh? After Jiang Fuyue had undressed, she rolled over and embraced Zhou Xiang. Feeling that he hadn't undressed, Jiang Fuyue gave a wicked smile, then reached out and quietly came to his lower body, unbuttoning his pants. Fuyue, what are you doing? Zhou Xiang hurriedly spoke up when he felt his pants being unbuttoned. Helping you undress. No need, I can do it myself. After saying that, Zhou Xiang sat up and in 3 quick movements, he took off his short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and then lay back down on the bed. Okay, Sister Fuyue, go to sleep quickly. Zhou Xiang said to Jiang Fuyue, who was curled up in his arms. Well, good night. Jiang Fuyue said, and then raised her head and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Good night. That night, Zhou Xiang slept very soundly. Maybe it's because you're with someone you like. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhou Xiang was awakened by an early alarm. He looked down and saw a trace of a happy smile on the corner of Jiang Fuyue's mouth in his arms, then picked up the phone next to him and glanced at it. It was 7:30. Zhou Xiang carefully pulled back the quilt, picked up the clothes next to him and put them on, then stepped in his slippers and left the bedroom. He went to the bathroom and washed up briefly, then went downstairs to buy breakfast. After Zhou Xiang had closed the door quietly and left, Jiang Fuyue, who had been pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, slowly opened her charming eyes, which were like autumn water. When she was sure Zhou Xiang was no longer there, she suddenly felt as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over her from head to toe, and she woke up completely. Where had Xiao Xiangxiang gone? Could it be that all the sweetness and warmth she experienced last night was just an illusory dream? Jiang Fuyue muttered to herself while reaching frantically for the bedside table, quickly grabbing her phone and impatiently opening the chat interface with Zhou Xiang, quickly editing and sending a message. Jiang Fuyue, Xiao Xiangxiang, where have you gone? At this moment, Zhou Xiang, who had just finished buying a steaming breakfast and was preparing to walk back, suddenly heard a crisp and pleasant mobile phone alert tone coming from his trouser pocket. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks, took out his mobile phone to check, and saw that the screen displayed the message sent by Jiang Fuyue, which was full of concern and doubt. Zhou Xiang couldn't help but smile, revealing a spoiled and warm smile, and then quickly tapped the keyboard with his finger to reply. Zhou Xiang, I'm going to buy breakfast, I'll be right back. After receiving Zhou Xiang's reply, Jiang Fuyue, whose heart had been hanging in the balance, let out a long sigh of relief. She muttered to herself, phew, thank goodness this isn't a dream, hee hee. Then, she smiled and sent a short but affectionate reply to Zhou Xiang. Jiang Fuyue, okay. After sending the message, Jiang Fuyue gently put down the phone in her hand, then slowly got out of bed, put on the cute pink fluffy slippers, and walked towards the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, she first took care of her personal needs, then turned on the faucet and began to wash up carefully without any rush. Just then, the door opened. Jiang Fuyue, who was brushing her teeth, immediately dropped the toothbrush in her hand at the sound of this familiar voice. Without caring about the toothpaste foam in her mouth, she rushed out of the bathroom anxiously, sprinted to the door at 100-meter sprint speed, and tightly embraced Zhou Xiang, who had just entered the door, with her arms wide open. Xiao Xiang, you're finally back. I thought you'd abandoned me. Jiang Fuyue buried her head in Zhou Xiang's broad, sturdy chest and said coquettishly. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang patted her on the back and laughed, how could that be? All right, look at the foam on your mouth, go rinse it off quickly. Hee okay. After Jiang Fuyue finished washing up, Zhou Xiang was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her. Seeing this, Jiang Fuyue sat directly next to Zhou Xiang and pouted her lips, then kissed him on the cheek. Good morning kiss for you, little Xiang. Jiang Fuyue added, and now it's your turn. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang smiled and then kissed her pretty face as well. Okay, hurry up and eat. Jiang Fuyue contentedly took the egg he had already peeled and ate it. After finishing eating, Jiang Fuyue got up and went to the bedroom to put on makeup. Zhou Xiang finished cleaning the table and came to the door of the bedroom to look at her and said, Sister Fuyue, I'll go back to the dormitory to get my suitcase first, and I'll come find you in a while. Okay, then hurry up. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Zhou Xiang nodded and then went downstairs, returned to room 606 to pack his things, and then pulled his suitcase and returned to the graduate student apartment. Chapter 38 Going Home. It wasn't long before Jiang Fuyue came out wearing a simple outfit. Okay, let's go, Xiao Xiang. Jiang Fuyue came over to Zhou Xiang and naturally put her arm around his. Well, it's about time. My taxi will be here soon. Zhou Xiang took his pink suitcase. The two locked the door and went downstairs. They didn't go out through the main entrance of the school, but through the back door next to the graduate student apartment. For no particular reason, they just wanted to be close. The two got into the Didi they had called in advance, and the car started smoothly, speeding towards the high-speed railway station. The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, looked through the rearview mirror and saw Jiang Fuyue in the back seat, leaning against Zhou Xiang like a little bird. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a kind smile. Then he said, "Handsome couple, looking at the intimate way you are, it really makes people envious." Hearing the driver's words, Zhou Xiang looked at Jiang Fuyue with a face full of adoration, and smiled at the driver and said, "Thank you, driver, for your praise." After saying that, he gently held Jiang Fuyue's hand. The two looked at each other and smiled, their eyes full of sweetness and happiness. At this moment, the scenery outside the car window kept changing, but the car was filled with a warm and romantic atmosphere, as if time had stopped for them. The two of them arrived at the high-speed railway station chatting and laughing the whole way. It was rush hour, and the station was packed with people bustling about. They followed the crowd slowly and finally got into the ticket inspection line. Just then, Jiang Fuyue turned her head without meaning to and suddenly noticed that the figure not far away, also waiting in line to check in, was Lin Yue. Her heart leaped, and she quickly nudged Zhou Xiang with her elbow and whispered, Xiang, look, isn't that girl standing over there the one who rejected you before? What do you say, should we go over and say hi? As she spoke, Jiang Fuyue subconsciously tightened the hand that was holding onto Zhou Xiang's arm, as if she was afraid that he would break away from her and run over to Lin Yue. Zhou Xiang, on hearing this, frowned slightly, looked in the direction of Lin Yue with a complex expression in his eyes, but quickly withdrew his gaze, shook his head gently and said, "Forget it, the past is in the past, there's no need for that." At this time, Lin Yue also saw the intimate appearance of Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhou Xiang, is he with Jiang Fuyue? Lin Yue looked at them with mixed feelings and muttered to herself. As a student at Xijing University, she naturally knew about Jiang Fuyue, the junior-year school beauty, and had heard about her affair with Zhou Xiang at school. If she hadn't rejected Zhou Xiang at the time, maybe the girl by his side now would be her. It's true that some people, once they've missed out, can never get it back. Zhou Xiang and Jiang Fuyue boarded the high-speed train together. Jiang Fuyue took out some earphones from her bag, put one on herself, and then put the other on Zhou Xiang. Xiang, what song do you want to listen to? Jiang Fuyue asked, leaning on his shoulder. Anything you like, I'll like too, Zhou Xiang replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but smile. Little Xiang, you're so sweet. The high-speed train from Xijing to Hangzhou takes about 7 hours to travel, and before long, Jiang Fuyue closed her eyes and fell asleep. Seeing this, Zhou Xiang carefully took out his phone and took a picture of the cute Jiang Fuyue. Looking at the charming appearance of Jiang Fuyue in the phone, he couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Dear passengers, the G1900 train you are on has arrived at Hangzhou East Station. When the crisp and pleasant prompt tone came over the loudspeaker, Zhou Xiang gently nudged Jiang Fuyue, who was immersed in a dream, and she only slightly moved her body and slowly opened her beautiful and moving eyes. Fuyue, we've arrived at the station, it's time to get off the train, Zhou Xiang said tenderly. Jiang Fuyue rubbed her sleepy eyes, nodded, then got up with Zhou Xiang and followed the crowded flow of people slowly walking towards the high-speed rail entrance. It was the peak holiday season, and the high-speed rail station was bustling with people. Everywhere were hurried travelers and large bags of luggage. Zhou Xiang was worried that the petite Jiang Fuyue would get lost in the crowd, so he held her soft, delicate hand tightly the whole way, not daring to let go for a moment. Finally, they squeezed out of the high-speed railway station and stood on the square in front of the station. Zhou Xiang stopped and turned to Jiang Fuyue next to him and asked softly, "Fuyue, do you want me to pick you up or take a taxi?" Jiang Fuyue brushed the wind-tossed hair in front of her forehead, smiled and replied, "Well, of course I'll take a taxi. Actually, my father said he would come to pick me up, but I felt it was too much trouble for him, so I told him not to bother." I see. Well, I'll take you home first, Zhou Xiang said, and then he took Jiang Fuyue to the roadside and prepared to hail a taxi. In a moment, a green taxi slowly pulled up. Zhou Xiang quickly reached out to stop it. He quickly ran to the side of the car, opened the back door, and made a gesture of invitation, asking Jiang Fuyue to get in first. After Jiang Fuyue was seated, Zhou Xiang carefully put the two's luggage in the trunk, before climbing in next to her. Driver, could you please go to Taoyuan Community first, and then to Huafu Jiangnan? Zhou Xiang politely asked the driver. Okay. Please fasten your seatbelts, we're leaving now. The driver cheerfully replied. As the car started, the scenery outside the window flashed past like a slideshow. Before long, the taxi pulled up steadily at the entrance to Taoyuan Community. Zhou Xiang hurriedly got out of the car, took the luggage from the boot and handed it to Jiang Fuyue, who had already got out of the car. He said with concern, "Okay, Fuyue, go on up, your aunt and uncle must be waiting." Jiang Fuyue reached out to take the luggage, but instead of turning away immediately, she pouted her rosy lips, looked at Zhou Xiang with reluctance, and said coquettishly, "Oh, then kiss me." Zhou Xiang smiled, then lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Jiang Fuyue hooked her red lips in a satisfied smile and said, "Hee, I'll go back first, and remember to send me a message when you get home." "Yes, my little princess." Jiang Fuyue nodded and turned to walk towards the residential area. As she walked further and further away, Zhou Xiang kept watching her until she couldn't be seen anymore. Only then did he get back into the taxi and head to his destination, Huafu Jiangnan. Chapter 39 Bring your granddaughter back to show your grandmother. It wasn't long before Zhou Xiang returned to the Washington Jiangnan community. Unit 1, Building 1, Zhou Xiang took the elevator to the 8th floor, got out of the elevator and stood in front of the door to room 801. Zhou Xiang skillfully entered the password, and with the sound of the door lock opening, he gently pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't wait to shout, "Grandma, Grandpa, I'm home." At that moment, Lu Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, heard her grandson shout and quickly put down what she was doing to quickly walk to the door to greet Zhou Xiang. Her face was filled with a kind smile as she asked with concern, "Xiang, you must be tired after the long journey, right? Come over here and sit down to rest. Dinner will be ready soon." Zhou Xiang nodded obediently as he changed his shoes. "Yes, Grandma, I'm not tired." Then he looked up at his grandmother and asked curiously, "Grandma, where's my grandfather? I don't see him." Lu Feng smiled and replied, "Your grandfather went to play chess with your neighbor, Mr. Wang. Shall I call him now and ask him to hurry back?" Zhou Xiang quickly waved his hand to indicate that his grandmother did not need to call. "It's fine, Grandma, I was just asking. You go ahead and do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Lu Feng saw that Zhou Xiang was so sensible and smiled with relief, nodding her head. She turned around and went back into the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. Zhou Xiang, on the other hand, carried his luggage and walked towards his bedroom. Although no one had lived in this bedroom for a month, it was still neat and clean. Without thinking, he knew that his grandmother must have cleaned it in advance. Zhou Xiang gently placed his luggage in the corner, then collapsed on the bed as if relieved of a heavy burden. Phew, it feels so good to be home. Suddenly, Zhou Xiang thought of the need to report to Jiang Fuyue when he got home, so he quickly took out his phone and opened WeChat to compose a message. "Zhou Xiang, I'm home." Jiang Fuyue almost immediately replied, "Glad you're home." Then a new message came. "Jiang Fuyue, Xiao Xiang, I missed you so much." Looking at this text full of love and longing, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but smile with happiness and sweetness on his face. At that moment, he could almost imagine Jiang Fuyue's cute and lovely appearance and her gentle and watery eyes. "Zhou Xiang, I miss you too." Jiang Fuyue, kisses. Suddenly, Zhou Xiang thought that Jiang Yan still didn't know that he was in a relationship with his sister. What should he do? Jiang Yan must have returned by now. "Zhou Xiang, Sister Jiang Yu, has Jiang Yan returned yet?" "Jiang Yu, no, my mom said he'll only arrive in Hangzhou tonight." "Jiang Yu, why are you asking? Are you afraid that my brother will find out that we're in a relationship?" "Zhou Xiang, you know me so well." "Jiang Fuyue, what are you afraid of? I'm his sister, and it's not illegal for me to date you." Zhou Xiang, who had read the message, thought about it and realized that it was true. It's not illegal to date your best friend's sister, so what's there to be afraid of? However, Zhou Xiang still wanted to find a time to tell Jiang Yan about it. After all, he was the one who was dating his sister. "Zhou Xiang, Sister Fuyue, I think we should find a time to tell your brother." "Jiang Fuyue, how about tomorrow?" "Zhou Xiang, okay." Jiang Fuyue felt that Zhou Xiang kept calling her Sister Fuyue, which was not a good idea. Besides, now that they were together, it didn't sound like a couple. Jiang Fuyue thought about it for a moment, then sent him a message, "Xiao Xiang, from today onwards, you are not allowed to call me Sister Fuyue anymore." "Zhou Xiang, what should I call you then?" Humph. This guy, he's clearly pretending to be confused when he knows exactly what's going on. Jiang Fuyue gave a little pout and typed back again, idiot, we're now in a relationship, do I need to teach you what to call me? Use your brain for once. After a while, Zhou Xiang sent another message, how about I call you Yaya in front of other people and baby in private? Jiang Fuyue's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, as she replied coquettishly, humph, you're not completely blind, okay, then let me hear you call me baby first, playfully wagging her finger. After receiving this message, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but smile. He picked up his phone, lightly tapped the voice button, and called out tenderly and affectionately, baby. Jiang Fuyue replied with a cute emoticon, followed by a line of text, hee hee, that's nice. The two chatted for a while longer, until Zhou Xiang heard his grandmother calling him to dinner and reluctantly ended the chat with Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang went to the kitchen to help his grandmother serve the dishes one by one on the table. Looking around, he saw that they were all his favorite foods. Here, Xiang, eat more. Look at you, you've lost weight since you went to university in Xijing. Lu Fang kept on serving Zhou Xiang dishes. Zhou Xiang looked at the bowl, which was almost full, and quickly called out, okay, Grandma, that's enough. We won't finish eating it all in one go, so you and Grandpa should hurry up and eat too. Don't worry about me and your grandmother, you eat more, said Zhong Hanyang, Zhou Xiang's grandfather. Zhou Xiang nodded and then helped the two of them ladle up some more food. After finishing eating, Zhou Xiang went to the kitchen to help Grandma wash the dishes. Xiao Xiang, come here and sit next to Grandma. Lu Fang called out to Zhou Xiang after he came out of the kitchen. What is it, Grandma? Zhou Xiang walked over and sat down. Lu Fang stared at Zhou Xiang with a smile and said, Xiao Xiang, tell Grandma, have you got a girlfriend? Zhou Xiang laughed and scratched his head at hearing this. Grandma, how did you know? Silly boy, you are my granddaughter whom I have raised since you were little. How could I not know if you are in a relationship or not? I didn't expect Grandma to have guessed so early. He was going to tell her in a few days. Tell Grandma, where is your little girlfriend from? What's her name? Lu Fang asked again. Zhou Xiang answered truthfully, she is also from Hangzhou, her name is Jiang Fuyue. She is the sister of Jiang Yan. In fact, Zhou Xiang had not planned to tell her this last piece of information just yet, but he thought that if he was going to tell her sooner or later, he might as well tell her everything at once. Sister of Jiang Yan? Lu Fang was a little surprised. How did you two meet? Zhou Xiang then told his grandmother about how he had met Jiang Fuyue and that she had been secretly in love with him for 3 years. After hearing this, Lu Fang laughed happily, saying that this was truly fate. Xiao Xiang, you must treat this girl well. I know, Grandma. Zhou Xiang nodded. By the way, find some time and bring my granddaughter back to Grandma to see. Lu Fang said. I know, Grandma. Zhou Xiang promised her. Then, Zhou Xiang told his grandmother that he was going to travel to Sonia with his classmates in a couple of days, and then sat on the sofa and chatted with his grandmother for a while before returning to his bedroom. Chapter 40 I Just Want a Kiss. Back in the bedroom, Zhou Xiang watched the video with Jiang Fuyue for a while before reluctantly hanging up the phone. After taking a shower, Zhou Xiang lay on the bed and fell asleep soon after. The next day, Zhou Xiang slept until he naturally woke up, rolled over, stretched, and finally slowly woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, took in the comfortable and peaceful atmosphere, then yawned contentedly. After lounging in bed for a while longer, Zhou Xiang decided to get up. Yawning, he reached over and took the phone on the bedside table to see what time it was. When he lit up the screen, he saw that it was only 9:30. Then he opened WeChat and saw a voice message from Jiang Fuyue that had been sent half an hour ago. Looking at the cute profile picture and the warm message, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but feel a warm current well up in his heart. He gently held the phone to his ear and, with anticipation, clicked to play the voice message. All he could hear was Jiang Fuyue's sweet voice, "Good morning, my dear boyfriend. It's another day of loving you." This simple sentence seemed to be full of endless tenderness and love, instantly filling Zhou Xiang's heart. Hey, it feels so good to have a girlfriend. Zhou Xiang finished replying to the message and then started washing up. Half an hour later, after finishing eating, Zhou Xiang returned to the bedroom and was just about to take out his phone to call Jiang Fuyue and ask her out on a date when Jiang Yan's phone rang. Hello, Jiang Yan. Zhou Xiang answered. Brother Xiang, have you got up yet? Let's get together. I've already got up. Okay, then I'll see you at our usual place. Okay. Zhou Xiang said okay and hung up, then made a video call to Jiang Fuyue. A few seconds later, a clear and pleasant greeting came from the other end of the screen. "Hello, my dear." Jiang Fuyue's delicate face appeared in the frame, her bright starry eyes sparkling with surprise and anticipation, her mouth slightly raised, outlining a charming smile. Zhou Xiang smiled. "Hey, baby, what are you doing?" "Thinking about you." Zhou Xiang smiled happily, then said, "Oh yeah, baby, your brother just called me and asked me to go out. Do you want to come?" "Come, it's a good opportunity to tell him that we're dating." "That's what I was thinking." The two of them looked lovingly at each other through the screen of the phone for a while before reluctantly ending the video call. After ending the video call, Zhou Xiang was in a happy mood, like a blooming flower in spring. He hummed a little tune and opened the closet to carefully select a set of clothes that were both handsome and comfortable to change into. Then he went to the living room and said hello to his grandmother, who was watching TV. "Grandma, I'm going out for a bit." After getting a nod from his grandmother, Zhou Xiang picked up the electric bike keys on the coffee table and walked briskly out of the house. He got on his beloved little electric bike that had been with him for a long time, turned the throttle, and the bike sped off like an arrow. It wasn't long before Zhou Xiang arrived safely at the Peach Blossom Garden community. From afar, he saw a beautiful figure standing quietly at the entrance of the community. It was Jiang Fuyue, who had been waiting here for a long time. She was wearing a snow-white dress, looking as beautiful as a fairy. When she saw Zhou Xiang, Jiang Fuyue's face instantly blossomed into a spring-like smile. She ran happily up to Zhou Xiang and said coquettishly, "Hee, I've missed you so much, come here and let me give you a kiss." She pouted her pink lips, looking adorable. Zhou Xiang was amused by Jiang Fuyue's cute appearance, and he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks, smiling and saying, "Okay, stop it, let's get in the car first." However, Jiang Fuyue was not willing to give up, and she held Zhou Xiang's arm tightly with both hands, shaking and cooing, "Oh, I don't want to, I just want a kiss." Zhou Xiang shook his head helplessly, leaned over and kissed Jiang Fuyue's forehead lightly. "Hee, that's more like it." Jiang Fuyue smiled contentedly and let go of Zhou Xiang's arm. Contented, Jiang Fuyue obediently sat in the back seat, gently wrapped her arms around Zhou Xiang's waist, leaned her head against Zhou Xiang's back, felt his warmth, and her heart was filled with happiness. Zhou Xiang felt the warmth behind him and was filled with joy. The little electric mule carried the two through the streets and alleys to a cozy cafe. Zhou Xiang found a window seat and pulled Jiang Fuyue down to sit. The aroma of coffee filled the air as the two of them smiled at each other, their eyes full of love. Zhou Xiang held Jiang Fuyue's soft, bony little hand tightly, his palms slightly sweating, showing the nervousness in his heart. He whispered, "Baby, do you think your brother will agree to us being together? I'm always on tenterhooks, a little worried." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and replied without hesitation, "He dares not. It is not up to him to decide about me. As long as I like you, no one can separate us." "Haha, you are so good," baby Zhou Xiang said. It wasn't long before Jiang Yan hurriedly arrived at the cafe. He pushed open the door, scanned the shop, and quickly spotted Zhou Xiang sitting in the corner. However, as he quickly walked across to Zhou Xiang and prepared to sit down, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure sitting next to Zhou Xiang. It was his sister Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Yan's eyes instantly widened like a pair of bronze bells, and his mouth opened into a big O, as if he could stick an egg in it. He stuttered, I. Oh, my sister, why are you here too?" Jiang Fuyue tilted her head slightly, glanced at her brother, raised one eyebrow, and responded in a bad mood, "None of your business. Why, do I need to report to you first wherever I go?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. His originally straight back bent down instantly. He scratched his head with a smirk and hurriedly explained, "Hey, no, sister, I was just simply curious and asking." As he spoke, he unconsciously lowered his voice a lot, obviously still a little intimidated by his sister. Zhou Xiang, who was sitting nearby, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Good guy. This is really a proper suppression of the bloodline." I can see that Jiang Yan's usual arrogant appearance, which is not afraid of heaven or earth, has actually become so obedient and submissive when facing his sister Jiang Fuyue. Zhou Xiang broke the slightly awkward atmosphere with a light cough and smiled as he looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "You're here. What would you like to drink?" Without thinking, Jiang Yan replied, "Just give me an iced Americano." Zhou Xiang nodded to show that he understood, then turned around and waved at the waiter, indicating that he would like an iced Americano.